Rui, a 15-year-old boy without magic, is constantly bullied by his friend Elena. Elena mocks Rui for his lack of magical abilities. Today she continues her usual ridicule. In this world, almost everyone has a unique magical power, but Rui doesn't have it, and this greatly depresses him. His problems are not limited to magic. Sports are not his strong point either, which further aggravates his condition. Unlike Rui, Elena mastered magic at the age of 3, and her skills are only growing. Her abilities become more powerful as she grows older. Rui is upset not only by Elena's magical superiority, but also by the fact that she will never understand his suffering. Elena trained Rui in magic, hoping that he would gain his powers. Rui didn't like that it was Elena who was training him, and this didn't make her happy. Having gained patience, Rui decides to practice magic himself. He tells Elena that he wants to study alone. Elena is surprised and starts a scandal, claiming that people like Rui cannot learn magic without help, provoking him into conflict. Elena breaks down and tells Rui that he is as much of a pathetic loser as his dead parents because he can't even master simple magic. These words deeply hurt Rui because his parents died when he was still a baby. Full of rage, Rui declares that he wants nothing more to do with her. Elena is shocked by what she heard and remains completely confused. Rui says that he doesn't consider Elena a friend because of her arrogant behavior, which irritates him greatly. With these words, he runs away into the forest, leaving Elena in complete shock. Upon reaching the forest, Rui decides to start training in magic. He concentrates on the wind magic spell, preparing for practical use. However, Rui is again unable to master magic, and his frustration grows. Thoughts about Elena's words about his parents do not leave him. He tries to pull himself together and continues to try to summon wind magic. Despite his efforts, Rui begins to doubt himself as nothing seems to be working. He also notices that there is a strange atmosphere in the forest. Suspecting that this is related to possible monsters, Rui decides to leave the forest as quickly as possible. As Rui began to walk away, he noticed a strange glowing hole in the ground, from which powerful magic was emanating. Rui wanted to go back and tell everyone about the find, but accidentally fell into a hole. After the fall, he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar place where there was nothing visible. Remembering what happened, Rui tries to understand how he ended up here. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in a revealing black dress appears behind him. Rui is stunned. He has never seen such beautiful women. Rui, looking at the woman, notices that she has small horns and considers her a demon. In one book, he read that demons are cruel and insidious creatures who wield powerful magic. The woman confirms his suspicions, admitting that she really is a demon. Rui, confused, awkwardly introduces himself and says that he has never met such a demon. Demona was amazed by Rui's courage, despite the elders' stories about demons being deadly creatures. Rui, however, admits that he is not afraid of this demon because she is very beautiful. This confession confuses the demon. For tens of thousands of years, no one has praised her, especially for her beauty. Rui notices her embarrassment and immediately begins to apologize for his words. At this time, another girl appears behind Rui. She is shorter, with tanned skin, a long scaly tail, and wings. Rui greeted the girl, which she did not like, although she was surprised by his boldness. The girl introduces herself as the 7th Dragon Queen. This information worries Rui greatly, because dragons are considered the most powerful race in the world. The girl is pleased with her performance and noticeably surprises Rui. She then asks Rui if he knows who this demon is. The demon remembers that she never introduced herself to Ruyu. The woman introduces herself as Destarosa, the 66th Demon Queen, who rules over darkness and chaos. Rui is shocked and very scared by what he heard. He still doubts whether they are really the queens of demons and dragons. Destarosa believes that Rui does not see her as a queen, only because he thinks she is beautiful. While the Dragon Queen does not understand why Destarosa is so easily embarrassed by Rui's compliments. A small quarrel begins between them, and Rui thinks that perhaps they get along well and can even be friends. During the quarrel, both queens decide to transform themselves to show Rui their true forms. Destarosa's clothes are almost completely torn during the transformation process. The Dragon Queen's outfit disappears and a hard, scaly layer begins to appear on her body. Rui feels an incredible flow of magical energy that he has never experienced before. After the transformation, the Dragon Queen becomes a huge and menacing dragon, and Destarosa dresses in an even more revealing outfit than before. After seeing this, Rui is finally convinced that in front of him is indeed the Queen of Demons and the Queen of Dragons. He recalls the legend of a hero who was a master of magic sword and had a good character. This hero once saved the world from the Dragon Queen and the Demon Queen, saving people from their evil, after which he himself disappeared. Rui realizes that these are the very queens that the hero imprisoned here. He doesn't understand why they weren't destroyed, but only imprisoned. Rui suggests that the queens were so powerful that the hero could only imprison them in this empty space. Rui decides to ask the queens how to get out of this place. Destarosa replies that it is impossible to leave this place. Rui despairs, realizing that he may have to spend the rest of his life here. The Dragon Queen adds that if they knew how to get out, they would already be out of this place. She decides to show Rui the seal that appeared on her when she arrived here. The Dragon Queen explains that the seal was placed by the hero who imprisoned them here. Destarosa added that because of the seal, their souls are connected to this place. Rui checked his body, but did not find the seal. Destarosa began to undress Rui to find the seal. But Rui did not have the seal, and the reason for this remained unknown. Rui said that he got here by falling into a strange hole in the ground. Destarosa thought it was an inexplicable accident. She assumed that Rui might still be able to get out of here. Rui promised to do everything to leave this strange place. The Dragon Queen and the Demon Queen were surprised by such a decisive promise. Rui, in turn, did not quite understand what they wanted from him. Destarosa suggested that Rui create a hole to get out of here. Rui replied that he couldn't use magic and therefore couldn't make a hole. Destarosa insisted that Rui should not give up magic completely. She offered to train him to increase his magical powers. To better explain, Destarosa compared magic to a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Destarosa warned that if he overdid it, Rui could run out of magic and die. She added that to train effectively, he would have to push himself almost to death. Destarosa said it would take 500 years of training, which shocked Rui, who doubted he would live that long. The Dragon Queen explained that time flows differently here. 1 year here is equal to 1 day on Earth. So 500 years in this place is only 500 days on Earth. The Dragon Queen said that training would help Rui get out of here. Rui thought that they would not be helped for free, and then he was told that in exchange he would have to help them get out. He could not refuse this. The next day, Destarosa began training Rui, for which he was very grateful. She reminded him that it would take him 500 years to master the most powerful magical techniques. Rui wanted to check if time really flowed here, as the Dragon Queen said. Destarosa confirmed that time here really does flow, as the Dragon Queen said, and that she herself verified it with magic. Rui remembered the elder from his village who took care of him after his parents died. He was worried that the elder would be worried and promised to return after training. Rui promised Destarosa that he would try his best to get out of here as soon as possible. After this, Destarosa patted Rui on the head, praising his determination. Rui remembered his mother stroking his head before she died, which brought out a warm and pleasant feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Destarosa apologized for the possibility of his death here, which drastically changed Rui's mood, making him more depressed. During long training with Destarosa, Rui's magical skills were worn out. He came to the Dragon Queen completely exhausted. The Dragon Queen noticed from his condition that Destarosa was indeed teaching Rui effectively. Rui hadn't even had time to catch his breath yet, but the Dragon Queen was already ready for training. She said that she would teach him not magic, but a special technique of Qigong. Qigong was special, revealing the hidden powers of any magician. People rarely use Qigong, but its power rivaled magic. The Queen promised that by mastering this technique, Rui would be able to defeat even a dragon. The study of Qigong includes 9 exercises divided into attacks and defenses. Anyone who masters all the exercises will be able to overcome any obstacles. Rui wondered why so few people use this powerful technology. The Queen explained that Qigong is extremely difficult to master. She added that magic has become more accessible and people prefer simple magic, while Qigong requires long years of training. Rui was not afraid of difficulties, because Qigong training seemed to him as difficult as magic. The Queen emphasized that mastering Qigong does not require talent, only diligence. Rui enthusiastically stated that he was ready to try and was eager to start training, but the Queen kept silent about the fact that he would have to memorize everything he learned. Then Destarosa appeared, announcing that the training program would change every week. The Queen wanted Rui to master Qigong faster than Destarosa could teach him magic. After 10 years in the endless hell, Rui's magical abilities have greatly increased. Destarosa was pleased with his progress, but knew that training needed to continue. She saw Rui transform into a real magician. She was surprised that during all this time, Rui never showed any signs of fatigue. At the end of one of his training sessions, Destarosa told him that he had had enough for today, but Rui insisted that he could continue even though his magical energy was almost completely depleted. Rui said he was trying too hard to just take a break. Destarosa thought his pursuit of perfection was too obsessive. She praised him for his diligence in all his training sessions. She added that despite his weak magical past, his efforts were bearing fruit. She then decided to transfer some of her magical power to Rui through a magical channel. She explained that the magical reserves of someone like him were very small, so she could only transfer a small amount of energy. She also warned that if Rui did not use this magic, his powers would weaken, and over time he would lose his ability to use magic, which scared him greatly. Destarosa began to transfer energy to him. During the transfer, she noticed that Rui's magic channels had become more stretched than others, thanks to his hard training. After transferring the magic, Destarosa continued to tell Rui that he was becoming stronger with each training. These words touched Rui deeply because no one had ever praised him like that before. He calmed down and admitted that he was very glad to hear her support. Rui then said that he was happy to be here with them, affectionately calling Destarosa "little sister." Destarosa lost consciousness from surprise and embarrassment. At first, Rui was very worried about Destarosa, but the Dragon Queen assured him that she was just strange and would soon wake up. After this, the Queen told Rui to rest before the next training. During training, Rui was able to do 100 push-ups with a heavy stone on his back. The Queen again ordered him to rest before the next exercise. She was pleasantly surprised by the first visible results of her training. The Dragon Queen noted that in 10 years, Rui had mastered the Qigong technique. While reflecting on his progress, she noticed how he continued to do push-ups while hiding, which made her very angry. She sternly told him that he shouldn't overexert himself. Rui explained that, being weak in his world, he feels he needs to train more. The Queen objected that this was nonsense, and his body had already become strong and resilient, although Rui did not believe it. Rui said that he was the weakest and slowest in his world, and that the Dragon Queen would not be able to understand him because she had always been strong. The Queen realized that Rui suffered from complexes and decided to help him with it. She assured him that his body was getting stronger with every workout. The Queen explained that he considered himself weak only because he had not previously understood how to use his body effectively. The Dragon Queen also noted that Rui has incredible regeneration and should be grateful to nature for his strength. These words deeply touched Rui, causing him to rethink his capabilities. Then he decided to ask the Queen about her parents. She replied that they died when she was very little and that she didn't even remember their faces. Rui felt awkward after his question, thinking that he had touched upon unpleasant memories. But the Dragon Queen only chuckled, telling him not to worry, and reminded him that her body was also strong from birth. Suddenly, Rui, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into her arms, realizing how much they had in common. The Queen didn't immediately understand what was happening, but Rui said that she'd been through a lot too. Understanding his feelings, she gently reassured him after a short hug. After that, Rui felt relieved and said that the Dragon Queen was once just like him, and promised not to whine anymore. Meanwhile, Destarosa came to her senses and realized that they had found a common language. By the time he was a century old in the endless hell, Rui had become much stronger and had already mastered some magical techniques. He wanted to show his success to the Queen and called her by name, Rio. She remembered Rui once asking her if she had a real name. When people feared her as the Dragon Queen, no one saw her as a person. Hearing this, Rui decided to call her Rio. Rui brought her back to reality by asking her about his magic. Rio admitted that his magical abilities had increased significantly compared to before. She then praised him for having mastered half of all the offensive and defensive techniques of Qigong in 100 years. Rui confessed to Rio that every time she touched him, his heart began to beat faster. Rio was shocked, and Rui continued, adding that her skin was soft and she smelled delicious. He kept showering her with compliments, and Rio became more and more uncomfortable. She ended up beating him, calling him a pervert for saying such things. Rui, confused, did not understand what he had said wrong and began to think that he had clearly gone too far. Rio, still processing Rui's words and feeling how much he embarrassed her, couldn't get it out of her head. At this point, Destarosa appeared to discuss further training plans with Rio. Rui, feeling awkward, decided to leave them and continue training alone. Destarosa noticed how Rio and Rui had become really close during their training. Destarosa reminded Rio of how they used to fight to the death before Rui appeared. Both realized how much the endless hell had changed with his arrival. Destarosa reflected on how their life had become more fun since then. At this moment, Rui approached Destarosa to ask about his magical abilities. Instead of listening to Rui, Destarosa sternly told him not to call her by her name anymore. Rui tried to remember how to address her correctly. Remembering, he called her little sister, and Destarosa almost fainted from surprise. She then rushed towards Rui with a hug, completely at a loss. Rui and Destarosa began training, where he demonstrated his fire magic skills. Destarossa was very pleased with his progress after 100 years in endless hell. But despite his rapid growth, their separation was drawing ever closer. Rui ran up to her to see if she was satisfied with his abilities. However, as he got closer, he noticed that Destarossa had started to cry. Rui immediately became worried when he saw his little sister Destarossa start to cry. She, continuing to cry, hugged him tightly and said that her tears were precisely because of him. Destarossa, without holding back her emotions, promised herself that she would return Rui to his world, even if they never met again. During his 300 years in endless hell, Rui mastered the Dark Flame, one of the most powerful spells. Destarossa and Rio were pleased that he had mastered magic that was only available to high-ranking demons. Destarossa revealed that she periodically transferred some of her magical energy to Rui to help him develop his abilities more effectively. Destarossa was delighted at how quickly Rui had mastered complex spells. Rio added that Rui also made progress in her training, mastering all the Qigong techniques. After the training, both praised Rui for his perseverance and drive. When it became late, Rui suggested that everyone go to bed, and Destarossa and Rio agreed. But a moment later, Rui suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain, and both women rushed to him to understand what had happened. After removing Rui's outerwear, they noticed a barely visible gray military mark. Rui was scared, but Destarossa and Rio were happy, because such a mark appears only on real warriors. Having calmed down, Rui asked if they had similar marks. Destarossa slightly opened her clothes, showing her mark. She explained that it was a royal mark, which was higher in status than a military one, and indicated the right to a royal title. Rio also showed off her mark on her palm, symbolizing her royal family affiliation. Rui wanted to know what was written on his military tag. Destarossa and Rio read that Rui was recognized as a warrior of demons and dragons. Destarossa, filled with joy and pride, hugged him tightly. However, Rio noticed that the mark was not complete. It had to turn silver to be fully activated. Rui decided that he needed to train even harder to complete the mark. But Rio explained that his body had already reached its limits for his age. In the endless hell, no one ages, so his body no longer develops, and he will not be able to surpass his maximum. The only way out is to get out of here. Destarossa assured that his skills were sufficient for this. Rui decided to rest today and try to escape from the endless hell tomorrow. Rui returned to his small house where he had been recuperating and resting for all 300 years of training. In his sleep, he accidentally grabbed something soft and pleasant to the touch. When he woke up, he saw Destarossa in her underwear in front of him, and realized that he had been holding her breasts all this time. Destarossa was pleasantly surprised that Rui didn't lose his composure and immediately grabbed onto her. The sight frightened Rui greatly. He did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Rio pounced on him, also in her underwear. Confused, Rui did not understand what Destarossa and Rio were planning. Destarossa explained that since he was leaving them tomorrow, she and Rio wanted to say goodbye in a special way. Rio added that their strength and knowledge are not all they can give him. They told Rui that they were ready to give him their first time. Destarossa immediately kissed Rui, which made him very excited. After the kiss, Destarossa confessed her love to Rui. Rio immediately joined in and kissed him as well. Showing her affection, Destarossa noticed how embarrassed Rio was, although she denied it. A quarrel began between Destarossa and Rio, both making excuses that it was their first time. Rui watched the argument silently from the sidelines. After this, Destarossa and Rio stopped arguing and were ready to pounce on the defenseless Rui. Rui was confused and frightened by the situation he had found himself in against his will. It was already impossible to stop Destarossa and Rio. They were ready to continue their pleasures with Rui. The next day, they explained to him what he needed to do to get out of this endless hell. Rui just looked at them, remembering the day he first came here. He couldn't forget the first training sessions that drove him half to death. He also remembered the funny moments with Destarossa and Rio. Rui realized that these days were over and that today he would finally return home. Rui began to prepare a spell to create a portal and return home. Before he could finish, Rio interrupted him to convey something important. She gave him her dragon fang earring, explaining that with its help he could open the portal. Rio asked to channel all his magic into the earring. When Rui did this, the earring turned into a dragon sword. Rui was surprised by the powerful magical power emanating from the sword. Rio told Rui that this sword was not just any sword, but a relic of his father, created from his fangs. She added that there were only 2 such swords in the world, and she was giving one of them to Rui as a keepsake. Rui wanted to refuse, but Rio interrupted him before he could say a word. Rio continued by saying that she was giving him the relic for a reason, and he should understand that if he didn't want to accept it, Then Rui changed his mind and decided to accept the sword, promising Rio that he would keep it carefully. Rio is pleased with his decision and explains how to use the weapon properly. Within a few minutes, Rui was ready to use his sword to cut through the space between the human world and the endless hell. Concentrating all his magic on the sword, he delivered a powerful and confident blow. After his strike, a huge crack appeared in the air from which a bright light poured. As the crack grew wider, Rui began to say goodbye to Destarosa and Rio, not hiding his emotions. Before he left, the three of them hugged. Destarosa wished Rui a safe return home. Rio wished him luck and said that they would always wait for his return. Rui couldn't believe that this was the end, and that after passing through the crack, he would finally return to his world. He also thought that he would definitely free them from the endless hell to live together. Before leaving, he promised Destarosa and Rio that he would return for them. They just looked after him in silence. A moment later, Rui passed through the crack and it closed, confirming that he had left them. Rio told Destarosa that for the first time in 300 years, they were alone in the endless hell. Destarosa suddenly hugged Rio and started crying loudly, which Rio didn't expect. Through her tears, Destarosa repeated how much she missed Rui. Rio tried to calm her down, surprised that Destarosa had never behaved like this before. She was amazed that the Demon Queen was capable of such emotions. When Destarosa calmed down a bit, she asked Rio if she missed Rui. Rio said she believes in Rui and no longer feels as lonely as she did before he came along. These words caused a storm of emotions in Destarosa, and she began to squeeze Rio, calling her cutie. Destarosa then suggested an urgent hug if Rio was feeling lonely too. Destarosa hugged Rio tightly despite her attempts to break free. Rio wished more and more with each passing moment that Rui would return to them. And Rui, being between dimensions, tried to return to his world. He also missed Destarosa and Rio, realizing that he would not see them for a long time. But having collected his thoughts, Rui firmly decided that he would save them. Having found a new crack, he prepared to return to his world. Rui took out the sword given to him by Rio and struck the crack, widening it to allow passage. After passing through it, he found himself in the very forest, where he found a hole into endless hell. It was only a moment later that Rui realized that he had finally returned home. He was overwhelmed with happiness and immediately decided to go to his native village. However, during his time in hell, he forgot the way home. At first, Rui wanted to climb a tree to look around, but after jumping, he found himself at an incredible height. From this height, he saw the sea and his native village. Taken in by the beauty around him, Rui realized what a tiny world he had lived in before. His thoughts returned to how to save Destarosa and Rio, but doubts interfered with his confidence in success. He decided to return home first to make sure that everything was still as before. After returning home, Rui collected the necessary things and went to a place important to him. It was a large stone where his parents were buried. Rui apologized for his long absence and promised that next time he would introduce Destarosa and Rio to them. At that moment, the elder who raised Rui after the death of his parents appeared behind him. The elder asked Rui where he had been all this time. Rui replied that it was too long a story, apologizing for his long absence. Rui was genuinely happy to see the elder again. The elder invited Rui to come to him and warm himself with something warm. In response, Rui created a huge fireball, explaining that he needed to go. The elder was stunned by how easily Rui had created such a powerful spell. Rui said that he was stronger now and no longer that weakling. The elder noticed the confidence in Rui's eyes and promised to look after his house. Rui thanked him and continued on his way. On the way, Elena met him and immediately began to complain about him. She thought that since Rui had returned, it meant he wanted to make peace with her. Rui chuckled and said that her arrogance had not changed, and it was time for her to grow up. Elena was stunned, because Rui had never dared to speak to her like that before. In her rage, she decided that Rui should pay for his words and prepared to hit him. But to her surprise, Rui easily repelled the attack without receiving a single scratch. Elena was shocked that he was able to stop one of her strongest moves. Rui told Elena that she doesn't notice how the people around her are getting stronger as long as her skills remain the same. This only made Elena even more angry, and she tried to hit him again. But Rui dodged all of her attacks, not even allowing her to touch him. Then he used a Qigong technique and kicked her right in the face. Elena fell, but even lying on the ground, she continued to command, demanding that Rui lift her up. Rui said goodbye to Elena, telling her not to interfere with others on their way. Elena, shouting after him, assured him that one day they would still be together. Moving on, Rui remembered the conversation with Destarosa and Rio, where they discussed the plan to escape from the endless hell. Destarosa offered to learn more about the hero who had imprisoned them, since only he knew how to remove the seals. Rui assumed that the hero was long dead, but Rio noted that his family or relatives might know how to free them. Rui decided that when he returned home, the first thing he would do was look for the hero's grandchildren. On the way, he decided to find out about them in Escadria, the capital of the continent. But not knowing where the capital was, Rui decided to find it by following the sources of powerful magic. The technique of finding magic is usually used by demons, because people need enormous energy to master it. Rui focused all his power to find large concentrations of magic, assuming they were coming from the capital. His efforts were crowned with success. He discovered a powerful source of magic, deciding that the capital was there. Having learned the direction, Rui used Flying Leap, a Qigong technique that gives incredible speed. Rui made a light jump and instantly covered a large distance. After several such jumps, he decided to take a rest. Stopping, Rui noticed a large line leading to the entrance of the capital. He was a little worried as he had never been here before and didn't know what to expect. When it was his turn, the knight demanded a migration card from Warai. The knight, noticing the absence of a migration card, demanded that Rui leave the line. Rui was confused, because no one had warned him about the need for this map. He began to get nervous, trying to find a way out of the situation. The knight assumed that Rui was going to enroll in a magic academy, although he didn't quite understand what was going on. The knight hurried him, saying that the exam for the academy would begin very soon. The knight let Rui into the capital, wishing him luck in his exams. Rui was glad, but he didn't understand why the knight let him in anyway. When he first found himself in the capital, he was shocked by its beauty. Although he heard that there were many people here, there were far more than he expected. Approaching the sign, Rui decided to get acquainted with the local attractions. To the right, he noticed a shopping area where people had been selling a wide variety of goods since the morning. On the left was the very academy that the knight had spoken of. Rui had always dreamed of studying there, but it wasn't a priority right now. He decided to go to the bar first to find out something about the hero's relatives. But being a child, he would have been kicked out. Then Rui decided to go to the guild, where he could earn money by completing tasks and get a migration card to travel to other cities and countries. After some thought, Rui decided to join the guild and become an adventurer. But then an angry old woman appeared, deciding that Rui had gotten lost on his way to the academy. She grabbed him and forcibly led him towards the academy. On the way, the woman told us that the academy was created to counter the growing power of the empire. The old lady assured Rui that he would be able to pass the exam at the academy without any documents. A few minutes later, they reached the academy, where entrance exams were already underway. Rui realized that there was no way out and he would have to take the exam. But this didn't really upset him. Getting into the academy was his dream. Approaching the counter, Rui met one of the teachers who was accepting new students. In the distance, Rui saw the students training, using magic to hit the floating targets. The teacher invited Rui to join in and demonstrate his magical skills, any of his choice. Rui noticed a girl who was trying her best but could not hit the target. He felt sorry for her, especially when others laughed and called her incapable. It was Rui's turn. At first, he didn't plan to show his strength, but he changed his mind and decided to demonstrate what he learned from Destarosa and Rio. At this time, no one knew who Rui was or where he came from. The teacher gave the command, and Rui created a giant fireball that instantly destroyed all the targets. Everyone froze in shock, not understanding how he was able to use such powerful magic. After Rui's spell, a deep crack remained on the ground, and thick smoke rose from it. Everyone around was scared, but Rui was pleased with his success. He wanted to ask the teacher if he had managed, but he saw that he was lying unconscious. Rui turned to another teacher who, looking at him with fear, said that he could be accepted. Rui was then sent to the next exam. Rui felt awkward under the close gaze of those around him, who were discussing him with interest. Yuri, one of those who also entered the academy, approached Rui. Rui couldn't understand why a handsome guy like Yuri would be interested in a country boy like him. He greeted Yuri and expressed his joy at meeting him, to which he reciprocated. Yuri immediately suggested switching to informal you, because here everyone was equal. Rui was surprised by Yuri's bright smile, and he thought that all the girls would probably run after such a guy. Yuri noted that many unusual students entered the academy this year. He added that he expected her to be the best among the newcomers, although Rui did not understand who he was talking about. Rui then asked Yuri who he meant, explaining that he himself had recently arrived. Yuri thought for a moment, but soon they returned to their conversation. Rui wanted to know how strong she was, and Yuri replied that she was the granddaughter of a legendary hero. Rui was stunned to learn that the legendary hero's granddaughter was studying here, something he never expected. He asked Yuri what she looked like, which surprised him greatly. And just at that moment, the hero's granddaughter approached them. She immediately turned to Rui, asking if he was the newcomer everyone was talking about. When Rui confirmed, she disdainfully stated that he looked extremely pathetic. Yuri intervened, asking Charlotte not to insult Rui. He then introduced her as the granddaughter of the legendary hero, Charlotte Judelia. Rui immediately remembered how he admired her grandfather in the past. He also thought that the Demon Queen and the Dragon Queen, contrary to legend, were not so evil at all. Judelia interrupted his thoughts by declaring that she would not allow some boy to take her place at the academy. Yuri calmly informed Judelia that the exams were already completed and nothing could be changed. In response, Judelia put her hand in her chest and pulled out a white glove. She threw it towards Rui, challenging him to a duel. Everyone around froze in shock. The granddaughter of a legendary hero is challenging a simple village boy. Judelia set a condition. If she wins, Rui must refuse to enroll. If Rui defeats her, then Judelia will become his slave. Yuri desperately tried to dissuade Rui, considering this challenge thoughtless. Rui thought, he didn't need a slave, but the opportunity to learn something about the hero was enticing. Ignoring Yuri's entreaties, Rui picked up the gauntlet, accepting Judelia's duel. Within a few minutes, Rui and Judelia were ready to fight, and the rest of the students watched with interest. Regos, one of the teachers, was worried about the possible consequences, because if someone got hurt, they would be punished. Yuri calmed him down, assuring him that he would take full responsibility, since the teacher himself was also curious about what Rui was capable of. However, Yuri added that Regos should still judge the duel, which at first did not make the teacher very happy. Regos came out and announced the rules. The winner is the one who makes the opponent lose consciousness or surrender. He also added that he could stop a fight if he decided someone could no longer continue. The teacher reminded that murder was prohibited and gave the signal to begin the duel. Judelia thought that if Rui gave up quickly, the fight would soon be over. After the duel began, Judelia drew her sword, preparing to defeat Rui. Rui wanted to use his sword that Rio left behind, but remembered her instructions, to use it only when there was a real threat to life. He decided to duel with his bare hands, which surprised Judelia. Judelia, reminding herself of her legendary heritage, was ready to strike the first blow. She rushed at the unarmed Rui with fury. Rui extended his hand forward and used the Qigong technique Golden Cocoon, which completely absorbed Judelia's attack. She was shocked. Her sword, which cuts through steel, was unable to penetrate Rui's defense. After parrying the blow, Rui calmly stated that he was not the Demon King, not the Dragon King, not a hero, not even the grandson of a hero, but just a village boy. Judelia still couldn't believe that Rui had blocked her attack with his bare hands. The golden cocoon made one area of the wizard's body incredibly durable, unlike the steel cocoon, which protected the entire body but was less effective. At the same time, the golden cocoon did not restrict movement, which made it especially useful. Judelia attacked Rai again, but he easily repelled this attempt as well. She was confused. How could this country boy so easily block her masterful sword strikes? Judelia changed tactics, releasing multiple petal blades towards Rui. However, Rui easily dodged each of them, despite their speed and numbers. Then Judelia released even more blades, hoping that they would hit their target and disable him. The teacher considered this excessive and tried to stop the duel, but Yuri stopped him. Yuri pointed out how calmly and confidently Rui was acting, suggesting that he could easily handle this attack. Rui was surprised by the number of petals flying towards him and realized that he needed to use strong magic. Instead of dodging, he decided to run straight towards the attack. Flying high into the air, Rui used the wide flame technique, which instantly burned all the petals. Judelia was stunned. Rui easily repelled both her physical and magical attacks. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by memories of her childhood, when she had trained hard with her father. Her father told her about the hero's mark that no one could obtain. He assured Judelia that if she trained hard, she would be able to obtain it one day, which became a powerful motivation for her. Adults gathered around her, admiring her and predicting that she would become as great as her grandfather. Judelia promised to train without stopping and grow up to be a real hero who will protect peaceful people from any threats. Judelia, having collected her thoughts, was preparing to strike Rui again. She was determined not to let him take her place at the academy. But Rui used the golden cocoon Qigong technique again, easily repelling the attack. He remembered how Elena had mocked him, believing him to be incapable of magic. Then Rui realized that Judelia, like him, had gone through hardships, dedicating herself to training to become the best. Rui decided to use the Qigong technique Golden Sword Grasp, not only stopping Judelia's attack, but also grabbing her sword with his hand. Eudelia was horrified to see Rui easily stop her weapon with his bare hands. Grabbing the sword, Rui prepared for his next move, Meteor Fist, which greatly increased the power of his strikes. Eudelia thought that her last seconds had come and she would not be able to defeat Rui. However, Rui stopped his fist just inches from her face, sparing her. Rui tried to convince Eudelia that the duel was over in his favor, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Eudelia, frightened, burst into tears, not understanding how Rui had defeated her so easily. Ruya was worried about her condition and did not know how to help her at that moment. Rui realized that no one was looking and created a dark space to hide them both. A black cube appeared in front of everyone, completely hiding Rui and Eudelia. He then checked Eudelia's condition and tried to calm her down. Eudelia soon noticed that everything around her had disappeared, and she and Rui were left alone in the darkness. Rui explained that he created this cube so that no one would see her in this state and to block out external noise and light. Rui immediately began to calm Eudelia, who was frightened. She was both frightened and surprised by such concern, which made her feel embarrassed. Eudelia asked Rui why he was helping her despite her rudeness. Rui simply replied that he always helps those in trouble. These words reminded Eudelia of her childhood, when she also dreamed of helping people in difficult situations. Eudelia realized how she had not understood such a simple truth before. She apologized to Rui for her behavior and admitted defeat. Furthermore, Eudelia admitted that Rui was superior to her not only in combat and magic, but also in her soul. Rui replied that she had also proven herself worthy, especially impressing him with her latest magic. Rui was about to take off the black cube, but Eudelia stopped him, suggesting that they switch to informal terms, since they were now friends. He didn't object, and they shook hands as the cube slowly disappeared. Viewers saw Rui and Eudelia emerge from the destroyed cube. Eudelia announced to everyone that she was surrendering and acknowledging Rui's victory. Everyone was shocked to hear this from the legendary hero's granddaughter, and she added that it was Rui who should study at the academy instead of her. Teacher Regas reminded Eudelia of the promise she must fulfill after her defeat. Rui remembered her vow to become his slave, but declared that he did not need a slave. Eudelia, however, insisted that the conditions of the duel must be met, and she was ready to become his slave. She firmly said that since she lost, she was obliged to obey. Grabbing Rui's hand, Eudelia created a slave mark on her hand, indicating that she was now obligated to carry out all his orders. Eudelia, on the contrary, was not at all upset and was ready to carry out all of Rui's orders. Rui was once again embarrassed by the thought that the legendary hero's granddaughter was now his slave. After the duel, they met Yuri, who asked about the results of their exams. Yuri, noting with surprise that he could not imagine that someone from the hero's family would become a slave, confused and angered Eudelia. Yuri also asked who Rui and Eudelia are to each other now. Eudelia admitted that she didn't tell Rui earlier that she wanted to be friends with him because she thought he would start avoiding her. Rui was puzzled, but then Yuri introduced himself as Yuri von Exodoria, Prince Escador. Rui was shocked to realize that he personally knew a member of the royal family. He tried to address Yuri as Sir, but the prince stopped him, reminding him that friends do not call each other sirs. Yuri asked Rui if he had a place to stay overnight, noting that he was clearly not from the capital. Rui admitted that he hadn't thought about it, expecting to deal with such issues as they came up. Yuri offered to help and said that he could solve this issue. He offered Rui to stay with him, assuring him that he would be taken care of there, and Rui would not have to worry about paying. Eudelia, however, found Yuri's generosity suspicious, suggesting that he might have ulterior motives. Yuri explained that the capital is currently underpopulated, and if students like Rui raise the academy's rating, then students from other countries will come to the capital. He also promised to fully support Rui if he decided to study. Rui realized that with Yuri's help, it would be easier for him to get used to it and find information about the hero. And after some thought, he decided to become a student at the academy. That night, Rui stayed in Yuri's room, and in the morning he was going to look for information about the hero. When he went outside, he saw Eudelia, who had been waiting for him at the entrance all morning. Rui didn't expect to see her, but she said she just wanted to come to him. In order not to offend her, Rui happily replied that he was glad to see her, and her mood immediately improved. Then Eudelia suggested that they take a walk together, showing him different interesting places. Rui and Eudelia spent the whole day walking around the capital, visiting different places. During the walk, Rui thought that he was indebted to Eudelia, but his goal of freeing Destarossa and Rio could devalue everything the legendary hero had done. He remembered his last night with Destarossa and Rio, when they discussed the possibility that the hero was still alive. Destarosa suggested that if the hero created a place where no one ages, perhaps he had found a way to become immortal. Then Rui said that if the hero locked up Destarosa and Rio, then he is not kind, and when Rui finds him, he will kill him. Rio said that it was impossible to kill the hero, because he was too strong for anyone to defeat him. Destarosa added that the hero probably had good reasons for imprisoning them here, and would not have attacked without reason. However, these words did not convince Rui. He still wanted to kill the hero, unable to forgive him for their captivity. Eudelia noticed that something was wrong with Rui, but he assured her that everything was fine. Rui, having come to his senses, decided to find out more about the legendary hero from Eudelia. She thought that Rui was another fan of her grandfather. Eudelia admitted that she doesn't know much about him, since 300 years have passed since his disappearance. However, she said that her family had kept several items that belonged to the hero, and this greatly interested Rui. One of these items was the sword Frau Zerasos, which Eudelia used in the duel. It was passed down in their family from generation to generation. Rui couldn't take his eyes off the sword, feeling an inexplicable calm and joy. When Eudelia handed the sword to Rui, he felt a strange energy begin to emanate from it, filling him with magical power. After a few seconds, Rui returned the sword back, feeling something unusual. As evening was already approaching, Rui said that it was time for them to go home. He wanted to see Eudelia off, but she unexpectedly invited him to spend the night with her. Left alone, Rui thanked Eudelia for a wonderful day in order to diffuse the suddenly tense situation. Eudelia agreed and said that she would like to repeat such a day. At the same time, she thought that she had a unique chance to get closer to Rui. I remembered how many guys confessed their love to her after learning that she was the granddaughter of a legendary hero. Eudelia, although she was interested in boys, never dated them because they were weaker than her. Rui was the first to surpass her. Unexpectedly for him, Eudelia reminded him that she was his slave. She offered to fulfill any of his wishes, without exception. Then Eudelia took his hand and placed it on her chest, embarrassing him with this unexpected gesture. Rui thought again of that last night when Destarosa had told him that despite their love, he should not link his destiny with them. She added that she and Rio love him very much, but would be happy if he found someone he could love for life. Rio noted that among all the races, only humans usually have one partner, while male dragons can have multiple females at the same time. Destarosa reminded that aristocratic demons can have dozens of partners, not limited to one. Rui remembered her advice that if he found someone he wanted to be with, he needed to act decisively. Rio claimed that she was jealous, which caused another fight between her and Destarosa. At first, Rui thought that he was communicating with Eudelia only for information about the hero, but after their duel and walk, he began to be attracted to her more and more. Rui realized that Eudelia was the person he wanted to protect and spend his whole life with. Deciding to take action, Rui suddenly kissed her. The kiss lingered, and he gently laid Eudelia on the bed, starting to take off her shirt. Without stopping, he tried to take off his underwear. However, Eudelia felt that they were in too much of a hurry and wanted to stop. Rui gently reassured Eudelia, promising to be gentle, which helped her relax. He began to undress, and Eudelia was afraid that this could harm her. But Rui didn't stop and penetrated her, giving her completely new sensations. The next day they went to the academy, and Eudelia complained of severe pain. Rui suggested using regeneration magic, but Eudelia only pushed him away, asking him to think about his behavior. Eudelia asked Rui to be her boyfriend and take responsibility. Eventually, Rui agreed, despite his fears and doubts, accepting Elena's offer. She was surprised by this unexpected turn of events, and her heart began to beat faster than she expected. A stranger approached them and asked if they were applicants. The guy confidently noted that they looked like a weak and defenseless couple, making them think about their vulnerability. He then asked if the girl was the granddaughter of some hero or famous person. When he tried to come closer, the girl resolutely pushed him away, threatening to use force if he did not back down. Michael, as it turned out his name was, begged her to calm down and assured her that he posed no threat, asking her not to resort to extreme measures. Rui suddenly felt the need to apologize, although there was no apparent reason for it. Elena felt embarrassed when he openly expressed his affection for her, and her heart began to beat faster. Michael was dissatisfied and decided to show his strength by using magic to surpass Rui. The protagonist was puzzled as to why Michael was using magic in the city center and tried to understand his motives. He couldn't ignore the situation and decided to intervene to stop Michael and prevent possible consequences. Rui used the stone machine gun to stop Michael and his magic. The blow was successful. Michael flew back several meters and lost his balance. His comrades, alarmed, rushed to him, apologizing to Roy and Elena, trying to smooth over the conflict and restore peace. With a smile, Elena accepted Rui's offer to continue on their way, realizing that the incident with Michael was behind them and their adventure was continuing. Time was running out and they needed to move faster to avoid being late. The crowd had gathered around the building. The atmosphere was tense and bustling, and they were pushing through the people trying to reach their goal. Elena asked Rui not to attract attention, warning that their enemies might start to mock them, since there were many rivals around. But after learning about the possible results, Rui couldn't help himself and went to the place despite her advice. There he saw that the classes were marked from A to E. Elena was sure that they would end up in Class A. It turned out that they were assigned to Class Z, the existence of which they had not previously known, which added intrigue to the situation. Yuri greeted them warmly, creating a friendly atmosphere in this unexpected turn of events. Next to him stood a mysterious stranger in a knight's helmet, giving the meeting a mysterious and fantastical tone. This stranger turned out to be Yuri's companion, making what was happening even more mysterious and exciting. After a short greeting, they exchanged names and discussed what they expected from the mysterious class, beginning their adventure with excitement. The guy, who introduced himself as Jason, explained that his job was to protect Yuri, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission and the importance of cooperation. Yuri revealed that he wears a helmet to hide his identity, but hoped that despite this, they would be able to establish a good relationship with the protagonist. Her mood did not improve, and she remained irritated about the incident with Michael. Yuri just wanted to see the girl, so he didn't share information about the class, trying to maintain the intrigue. Class Z was new this year. Previously, students were sorted by their academic performance, but now those with special abilities were gathered, which aroused even more interest and questions from Rui and Elena. This class brought together talented and unique individuals, creating an atmosphere of creativity and an unconventional approach to learning. If they were judged by level, they would have been placed in Class A, but their outstanding abilities made them part of Class Z, a place for students with unique talents. The management assigned them to Class Z, considering their abilities and potential. The girl didn't understand whether Yuri was following them, because everything seemed suspicious and mysterious, but it didn't matter much to her. She felt confident around the guy. Her pace was too fast, and the guy politely asked her to slow down so they could walk together and enjoy the moment. Jason was confused as to why they needed to follow this couple, and it made him doubt the mission. Class Z turned out to be full of mischief makers, and even Yuri had a hard time keeping them under control. Jason believed that Rui had the skills and determination to meet the challenges and bring order to this classroom. Since Yuri relies on Rui so much, it means that he has invested a lot of hope in him, and now Rui must justify them. His curiosity grew, and he couldn't wait to unravel the mystery of Class Z and understand what made it so special. Having changed clothes, the boy and the girl decided to go on reconnaissance to find out more about the students and the characteristics of this mysterious group. At first glance, nothing seemed strange or unusual in the classroom. Rui hoped to find true friends and build warm relationships among the students, believing that this was possible despite their unique abilities and oddities. Having recognized Rui, the students began to wonder if he was the one who won the duel at the exam, which caused him slight surprise and joy. His achievements were known. After his confirmation, their reaction was strange, as if they wanted to know more and were especially interested in his story. Elena was prepared to fight, holding her sword at the ready if the situation escalated, expressing her determination to protect herself and Rui. To everyone's surprise, the boy simply shook Rui's hand, expressing recognition and admiration, praising his impressive duel. He continued to admire Rui, as if worshipping his skill as a duelist, calling him a magnificent and masterful fighter. Jack, who has skills in explosive magic, has attracted everyone's attention, becoming a popular figure in Class Z. Michael and Alex stood next to him, and the acquaintance with his classmates became warmer and more informative. Jack hoped that Rui would be able to find a common language with them, which was important both for him and for the entire Class Z. The warm welcome from the students dispelled Rui's fears, and he felt ready to meet new people and have adventures in this unusual class. The girls also supported the boys, greeting them with smiles and starting a conversation, which created a friendly atmosphere. Ruya was particularly interested in one of the students, and he started a conversation with curiosity, feeling that this class would give him many interesting acquaintances and impressions. The student showed aggression, which shocked Rui and made him feel insecure. The main characters were perplexed, not understanding what could have caused such a reaction, and assumed that they could have accidentally caused discontent. Rui, being from a village, might not have known some of the city's customs, which could explain the negative attitude towards him. In the capital, owning beastmen slaves was prohibited, but in other cities it was still practiced, causing conflicts between beastmen and ordinary people. Ruya wondered if he could establish a relationship with this aggressive student despite the initial tension. When Elena tried to talk to him, his attention was distracted by another girl in the class, which left Elena confused and slightly irritated. He couldn't help but notice her striking beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting, which immediately attracted his interest. Rui greeted the girl, slightly hesitantly, trying to be polite, but she coldly ignored him, leaving him a little hurt and disappointed. Elena was outraged by her behavior, shocked by how the girl dared to neglect the guy so much, which caused her indignation. The girl haughtily declared that they had nothing to talk about, which only increased the irritation of Elena and Rui. Elena felt disappointed. This answer completely contradicted their hopes for a friendly interaction with the students. Elena was on the verge of an explosion, irritated to the limit by the girl's rude behavior and ready to give vent to her emotions. Yuri noticed the tension and jokingly noted that Rui seemed to have already managed to establish relationships with those around him. He also warned that the teacher was approaching and they needed to take their seats. Yuri demonstratively introduced himself again, expressing his friendliness and willingness to communicate, despite the recent incident. Rui felt satisfied with the new class. Now his life at the academy begins, full of new challenges and adventures. One day, a teacher enthusiastically explained important knowledge to his students. She explained how water magic uses moisture from the air for its own purposes, sharing magical secrets. Rui disagreed and suggested that water magic could also control underground waters by showing its vision. 2 weeks had passed since their arrival, and the heroes were actively studying magic, getting used to their new training. Everyone was amazed at how clearly Rui explained complex things, causing admiration among students and teachers. When they returned from practice, all the chairs were scattered around the classroom, which caused surprise and bewilderment. The children were outraged, not understanding who had caused such a mess, and this irritated them. One of the guys decided to investigate and ask questions to understand what happened. He was determined to find the culprit, confident that somewhere there were traces or clues that would help solve the mystery. Oscar began using magical analysis to find traces that could lead to whoever was causing chaos in the classroom. Rui expected exactly this, relying on Oscar's magical skills to solve the mystery. Oscar proudly stated that he developed these skills thanks to Rui's help, which caused surprise and interest among the others. Training and lessons with Rui helped him not only analyze individual objects, but also develop the ability to conduct deeper magical research. Oscar discovered hair and shoe prints from a classmate, which became the key to solving the mystery of who had caused the mess. His skills in magical analysis allowed him to notice things that escaped the notice of others. The boy Oscar suspected had been banished from the village for abusing magic, which explained his hostile behavior. He was, however, happy to use his abilities to help solve this mystery and feel important. The boy shared information about who broke into the classroom and created chaos, offering his observations to solve the incident. Oscar, not wanting to get involved in possible conflicts, decided to stay on the sidelines and not interfere. He relied on his friend, assuring him that he could handle it himself, expressing trust and confidence in his abilities. Meanwhile, Jack, Alex, and Michael were nearby, ready to support their friends and come to the rescue if needed. Everyone had one goal: to catch the offender who caused the disorder in order to restore order and peace in the academy. Jack asked the protagonist if he could begin, expressing his willingness to intervene and assist in the investigation. The boys broke down the door and burst into the classroom, determined to find the intruder. They were confident of their victory, trusting in their skills and dedication to the task, striving to solve the mystery of the disorder. All the suspects seemed to be planning to pretend innocence and hide their involvement. A stranger approached them, and the protagonist felt that he had seen him somewhere before, perhaps among aristocrats or representatives of the upper class. The protagonist apologized for their sudden intrusion and explained that one of the bullies had disrupted the lesson and they were trying to find the culprit in order to restore order. The stranger, hesitant, asked if it was too early to draw such conclusions and expressed skepticism about their assumptions. He also noted that there are many students from disadvantaged families in their class, which could complicate the search for the culprit. After these words, Jack became furious, ready to attack the stranger, defending the honor of his class and friends. Rui quickly realized that the stranger was trying to anger them and began to devise a strategy to remain calm and conduct the investigation effectively. He asked Jack to trust him and follow his plan so that everything would go smoothly. The guy took something out of his pocket, arousing everyone's interest. The main characters began to carefully study the hair that Oscar found in the classroom, hoping that it would lead them to the culprit and reveal important clues. The stranger curiously asked how Oscar was able to determine who the hair belonged to, showing interest in his magical methods. Oscar explained that they had done a genetic analysis and compared the data to known samples to determine the owner, then went over the process briefly so everyone could understand. He also added that he used his ability called reverse time to restore the genetic information and reveal the identity of the hair's owner. The stranger was stunned to learn that the ability time reversal had been used. Such a rare and powerful magic. The main characters used it to return hair to the owner's head, which amazed everyone with its power. It turned out that the hair belonged to a stranger, and he was involved in the incident with the thrown chairs. The stranger was perplexed, not understanding how this was possible, because time magic is not available to everyone, even among the most powerful magicians. The stranger pointed his wand at Rui, preparing to use his magical abilities in response to their exposure. He admitted that he was going to purge the class and expel the protagonist from the class, implying a serious punishment. The stranger warned everyone that they too should prepare for the consequences of his cleansing, which would affect the entire atmosphere in the classroom. Rui noted that threatening with a magic wand without good reason was contrary not only to school rules, but also to the laws of magic in general. The protagonist realized that this was self-defense, and now he could act without restraint. It was time to protect himself and his friends. Classmates began to develop a joint strategy to prevent negative consequences and protect their class. The man ordered everyone to shoot, calling for active action. The protagonist noticed that people were gathering near the classroom and realized that they needed to avoid direct attacks. Michael decided to take responsibility and act independently in the current situation. Michael used the wall technique to protect himself and his comrades from attacks. Jack praised Michael and stated that he would take control of the situation, preparing for decisive action. He decided to use his powerful bomb move to deal with the threat posed by the stranger. As a result, all the wands in the hands of their owners exploded, causing instant chaos and panic in the classroom. The surprise explosion was not part of their plan, and they were counting on an easier victory. Now the students realized that things had not gone as they had expected. They began to discuss precautions and rules for using magic to avoid similar incidents in the future. At this time, one of those present was preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Alex. His determination and aggression could be seen in his eyes. Not wanting to give his opponent an easy victory, Alex activated the power-up in his legs to dodge and continue the fight. Due to the guy's unexpected reaction, his opponent missed. The blow was completely useless. All further attempts to harm him also failed, as his incredible agility made him out of reach. He mocked them, declaring that they were too slow with such ease, as if he could yawn without fear of anything. No one could pinpoint his location. He remained a mystery to everyone. But at that moment, Alex suddenly appeared and delivered the decisive blow, which proved irresistible. Alex clearly overdid it, knocking out his opponents completely. Not only did he strike, but he overestimated his strength, leaving them without the ability to resist. Grabbing one by the throat, Alex asked, "Who's the bad guy now?" Under pressure, he began to beg for mercy, promising to fulfill any demands. However, the condition was clear. He had to obey not only Alex, but also the others, following their orders. The protagonist was ready to deliver the decisive blow in the epic battle. The blow was so devastating that the enemy turned and fell, groaning in pain, and the others were stunned by its power. He smashed his body through the wall, leaving a huge hole in it, causing shock among all witnesses. The spectacle was incredibly impressive, causing everyone around to applaud the hero. His friends were proud to be part of this victory and witness his valor. They raised their hands, symbolizing strong friendship and unity. However, when Yuri learned of the feat, he was overcome with rage. He clearly did not approve of their actions and was not proud. Jack, cleaning up the aftermath, understood that he himself was to blame for the situation getting to this point. Yuri was tormented by self-accusations for not being able to keep track of them. The promise to never allow such incidents to happen again calmed everyone down, and they felt the tension leave their souls. The protagonist approached Yuri and sincerely apologized, realizing that he may have suffered because of their actions. He honestly admitted that when he started this business, he expected that similar situations would arise often. Yuri's voice was tired, as if reflecting the hardships of a long, restless day. Due to the investigation of their actions, Yuri was unable to get enough sleep. Rui felt a great deal of anxiety and discomfort, realizing that his actions had caused tension in their relationship, and now communication with his friend had become awkward. The protagonist noticed that everyone around him continued to train with diligence, and his own worries seemed insignificant in comparison to their determination. Inspired by this, he decided to take a walk to relax and take his mind off the unpleasant situation. As he was leaving the classroom, he saw a stranger with a smile on his face who greeted him warmly. This gesture of goodwill seemed to relieve him of the tension from the recent events. The stranger, showing interest, asked if he was that same Rui. The protagonist, apologizing for his sudden appearance, explained that his mood and desire to talk arose after recent events. It turned out that the guy's name was Madison and he was in 2A, which gave their meeting a special flavor. Rui shook his hand warmly, expressing respect and a willingness to communicate in a friendly manner. Madison was simply curious, as there had been rumors about Rui and he wanted to see him in person. Oddly enough, the rumors Madison heard were related to a recent incident that everyone was talking about. Madison quickly became close to Rui, and their conversation became more friendly and frank. He felt like he was ready to share something important and personal. His trusting gaze made it clear that he had a story he wanted to tell, and Rui was ready to listen. Rui listened carefully and realized that even Madison, being strong, realized that there would always be people even more powerful and terrible. However, Rui himself was concerned about his own charisma and ability to influence others. Rui thanked Madison heartily for his honesty and warning about powerful people, feeling that his new friend truly cared about his well-being. However, inside, Rui knew that there were at least two people whose power and influence far exceeded his own. Madison, noticing this, decided that perhaps he had been worrying in vain, since meeting such people was unlikely, and decided to focus on the present. As they said goodbye, Madison said that it was time for him to go, leaving Roy with the thought that their meeting had been unexpected and interesting. The protagonist realized that Madison was a mysterious person, and the short meeting left many questions in his soul. Unexpectedly, Madison said goodbye and quickly left, leaving Rui with a feeling of unsolved secrets. There were riddles in Rui's eyes that he had yet to solve. Returning home, he immediately collapsed on the bed, realizing how tired he was after a hard day. Rui was physically and emotionally exhausted from the long efforts to rebuild the damaged classroom, but he noted with pride that, despite the difficulties, he had completed the task, and his day ended with a feeling of satisfaction. Rui woke up and, looking around in confusion, could not understand whether it was morning or still twilight. A feeling of confusion came over him as he realized that he was in an unknown place, far from his usual surroundings, which made him feel uneasy and surprised. Despite the strangeness of the place, Rui was sure that his little sister and Rio would always come to the rescue. But suddenly, he was overcome with fear as he realized that he could not feel anything, and thoughts that this could be an endless hell began to overcome him. Suddenly, the girl came up from behind and gently asked him to calm down, as if sensing his anxiety. She confirmed his worst suspicions. It really was an endless hell. Inviting Rui to sit at the table, she suggested talking and trying to figure out this strange situation they found themselves in. Rui felt a slight tension and hesitation as he sat at the table in this mysterious setting. Before drinking the offered tea, he thought for a moment whether it was worth doing, because the situation was unclear. But having overcome his doubts, Rui was pleasantly surprised. The tea turned out to be exquisite, and its warmth instantly relaxed him. Holding the cup, he couldn't help but ask about the girl's identity and her connection to this strange place. She introduced herself as Chris and said that she had been assigned to run this endless hell, adding even more mystery to their meeting. The protagonist instantly got into a fighting stance, feeling a sudden surge of tension and danger. Chris again asked him to calm down, assuring him that she was not an enemy and that her intentions were good. Despite this, feelings of uncertainty and uneasiness did not leave him. Rui needed a clear explanation of his role and purpose in this strange place. It turned out that everything was simpler than he thought. Rui accidentally removed the seal from the endless hell. This happened because in the real world, he received an item from a hero who destroyed the magical protection that protected this hell. Rui was shocked by what he heard. The realization that he had accidentally released an endless hell was a real shock to him. Remembering the moment when he supported Charlotte's sword and felt a strange power, Rui realized that it was then that the seal was removed, opening the doors of endless hell. Rui learned that by collecting all of the hero's items, he would be able to completely remove the seal from the endless hell and return to the real world. He thought that a joint effort with Charlotte might be more effective and safer than searching alone for a hero he knew nothing about. He was puzzled as to why Chris, who ran this place, was willing to reveal the way to remove the seal. Chris admitted that the purpose of the endless hell had already been fulfilled, and she herself found it strange that it still existed, so she decided to help Rui to fix this situation. Rui was completely confused. The information about the purpose of the endless hell took him by surprise. He felt even more confused and insecure when he learned that the girl was not allowed to reveal the details of this goal, realizing that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed. Sincerely apologizing, the girl explained that she could not divulge the details, but was ready to help him find answers together. The girl explained that Rui was not physically here, so by collecting all of the hero's items and removing the seal, he would be able to return to the real world. It turned out that he was summoned to this world to gain experience and skills necessary to complete the task of collecting items and removing the seal from the endless hell. Now Rui began to understand his role in this world, ready to accept the challenge and help Chris, because he had the opportunity to develop the skills that would be needed to carry out this important mission. Focusing on the swords, Rui was surprised to see them materialize in front of him, ready to use. This feeling of control over the world was thrilling. Chris wasted no time in decisively announcing the start of training, and Rui was ready to learn how to use his new swords. Under the influence of unknown forces, he instantly dodged the blow, surprising both himself and Chris. She realized that Rui had unique abilities that were just beginning to manifest. Rui was shocked as he suddenly dodged the blow, feeling like his head was about to fly off in surprise. In the final stage of the training, Chris sternly warned that death in this world meant the end in reality, giving the situation additional weight. She reminded him that this was just training, and that Rui had an exam ahead that would test his abilities and readiness. Rui noticed that Chris, despite her appearance, was incredibly strong and masterful with a sword, earning him respect. Chris noticed that Rui had no training in swordsmanship, and decided that they had a lot of work to do to develop his skills and be successful. Although Rui didn't have much experience, he already had some techniques and was ready to use them. He used the glitter technique, creating a bright flash of light to blind the opponent and gain an advantage. However, Chris remained calm. Her face did not show any anxiety, which showed her confidence. Rui realized that he had to rely on intelligence and tactics to compensate for his lack of speed. Under the pressure of the fight, his nerves gave out, and he decided to activate the Super Boost to increase his abilities and improve his chances of winning. With his Super Boost activated, Rui put all his strength into a powerful strike, trying to turn the tide of the fight in his favor. His determination and strength impressed Chris, and the battle became much more intense, with both fighters fighting at the limit of their abilities. With the use of the magical body, Rui gained additional strength and agility, making his attacks even more powerful and dangerous. But Chris continued to resist. However, with this powerful strike, Rui was able to establish his superiority, highlighting his unique abilities, and even Chris, despite her strength, was forced to give in. Realizing that further fighting was futile, Chris asked to stop. Realizing that Rui was strong due to his ability to adapt to any situation, not limited to one form. Chris, despite being defeated, quickly reacted, using her shield to block Rui's powerful attack and defend herself. The protagonist continued to demonstrate his adaptability and magical powers, overcoming obstacles and impressing Chris with his incredible skills. She decided that she needed to know more about this mysterious guy. Gathering his last strength, Rui prepared for the decisive blow, realizing that it would determine the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, Rui felt a sharp pain in his head and began to lose consciousness, which caused alarm to both him and Chris. There were only moments left before his victory, but this unexpected fainting spell stopped him on his way to triumph, leaving him in bewilderment and pain. Chris had no intention of killing him, and his weak body acted as a defense when he was on the edge. A symbol of hope for Rui could be the cherry blossom, which represents renewal and a bright future after all the trials he has gone through. Chris understood that the fate of the world depended on Rui, and she believed that he would cope with the difficult task that lay before him. When Rui woke up, his body was aching in pain, probably due to the intense training and fighting in the endless hell. He noticed the lack of wounds on his body and began to realize that he may never have physically been in this place. Everything was happening in another dimension or state. The dimension slit was described as an advanced technology that mixed magic and qigong. This combination created a rift that could explain everything that happened in the endless hell. Fighting an opponent of equal strength, Rui realized that even without a weapon, he could use magic to compensate for the gaps in his sword technique, increasing his combat power. He had doubts that the girl could be better than him in a fight, which gave rise to insecurity. By focusing on training, he realized that this was the path to improving his skills. The inner fire and determination burned within him, and he was ready to work hard to become stronger and better. The next day, when Rui came to school, he was immediately greeted warmly and felt part of the community, preparing for new challenges. During breaks, not knowing what to do, the friends decided to spend time in friendly conversation, discussing past events and sharing plans for the future. Rui looked into the distance, and suddenly someone's presence caught his attention. It was Yuri's bodyguard, who, to his surprise, heard Rui's request for help, although his job usually consisted of ensuring the safety of his boss. With bitterness in his voice, Rui told how he was again driven out of the place where he had found temporary refuge. Seeking self-improvement, he asked his bodyguard to teach him the art of swordsmanship. To further his learning success, Rui also turned to Charlotte for help. During the chaotic duel, with Charlotte attacking and him defending, Rui realized that he needed to master both attack and defense to become a true swordmaster. With pride and determination in his eyes, Rui declared that he would pass on the legendary technique known as the King's Protecting Sword. Thus began an exchange of knowledge. Rui taught Charlotte magic, and she became his mentor in swordsmanship. This alliance promised not only to strengthen their skills, but also to strengthen their friendship and mutual respect. He silently observed the diligence of those around him. Their striving for perfection inspired him to develop himself. Rui happily immersed himself in this dynamic atmosphere, determined to become stronger by absorbing the influence of those around him and improving along with them. They decided to move towards their goals gradually, supporting each other along the way, making efforts to improve together. The main character supported his friend in every possible way, inspiring him to achieve his goals and staying close. After some time, Rui again found himself in an endless hell, continuing to train, striving for perfection. Now his look was more confident, and he approached training with more determination and self-confidence. His remarkable progress inspired not only himself but also those around him, including his girlfriend, whose faith in his abilities grew stronger and stronger. They continued to support him on his path to excellence. Rui had become so good that he was even able to injure a girl in a training fight, which was clear evidence of his growth and improvement in fighting skills. She noticed his hard work and realized that his determination and hard work had not gone unnoticed. Rui openly admitted that he has many teachers and is taught by masters with outstanding sword skills. Chris noticed that Rui was serious and completely focused on achieving his goals, realizing that it had become a real priority for him. Rui worriedly asked why his little sister and Rio weren't in the endless hell with him. Chris explained that they were on different floors of an endless hell, separated by this world, but still in contact. This information about the second floor made Rui very interested and eager to explore unknown areas to possibly meet his sister and Rio. However, Chris was forbidden to tell who was on the second floor, which added even more mystery and intrigue to their communication. The main character was a little upset to learn that he would not be able to get information about his sister and Rio, because his hope for a quick meeting was overshadowed by the ban. Chris suddenly admitted that Rui seemed to have met the hero's granddaughter in his world, which caused surprise and joy among everyone. It turned out to be Charlotte, and Rui confirmed that they were friends, which strengthened their bond and understanding. At first, Charlotte treated him with displeasure, but after their duel, their relationship changed. She began to see Rui as a true friend and ally. It turns out that Charlotte is actually very lonely and strives to become stronger, not only for herself, but for others as well. This fact adds depth to her character and motivation. Chris also believed in happiness, but it was important for her to share this joy with others, striving to become stronger and more useful. Rui admitted that their interaction helped him as much as it helped her. It became a mutual source of inspiration, as they supported each other in their search for strength and meaning in life. It had been 6 hours, and Rui was starting to become transparent, which meant that they were about to say goodbye. They left important lessons and inspiration for future achievements in their hearts. Before leaving, Chris stopped Rui to thank him and promised that she would continue to strive for excellence in his absence. She warned him about the Genesis sect, cautioning him of the possible dangers he might encounter along the way. Although Chris couldn't reveal the details, she assured Rui that as he uncovered the secrets of the endless hell, he would inevitably have to learn more about the Genesis sect. She stressed that he must be vigilant and careful, otherwise he risks being left with nothing when he reveals the secrets of the endless hell and this mysterious sect. Having received important information, Rui returned to his world, full of hope for future encounters and a deeper understanding of the secrets of the endless hell. It was clear from Chris's expression that she was genuinely worried about him, and their growing bond and friendship became noticeable. When the change came, they parted with regret, promising to meet again, each continuing their studies and adventures in their own worlds. Rui felt empty without her presence, as if something important and special had disappeared from his life. Since Charlotte was busy, he had to find another companion to relieve his boredom and loneliness by arranging a walk. Feeling hungry, Rui decided to go out to eat to satisfy his appetite and spend time usefully. But suddenly he heard a fight nearby, which made him wary and vigilant before moving on. The protagonist decided to intervene and sort out the problem, ready to help if necessary. An angry boy in class started an argument, and the situation seemed to be escalating. It was Wolf, whom the hero had already encountered, knowing about his hot temper. The hero approached Wolf, trying to understand the reason for the conflict. He was asked to talk to a classmate because he was closer to Wolf and could resolve the situation. The situation was getting tense. Everyone felt the growing tension and anger. The man, dissatisfied with the aggression, said that he hated the human world, which angered the guy, causing an outburst of emotions. Rui intervened, showing interest in the conflict, and offered to sort out the situation. A classmate was accused of stealing goods, which caused the dispute. The guy asked to explain what happened in order to understand and help resolve the conflict. The man said he was certain the theft had occurred, claiming the thief had broken into his store and that the charges were true. After he left, it became clear that the store window had been smashed, adding to the mystery of what was happening. Having called the police, the man began searching himself and found the stolen goods at his classmates, which helped resolve the conflict. However, he doubted that the boy acted alone, suspecting that he had help. The man wondered if there were hidden details he had missed in this story. The boy often heard how beastmen were accused without reason, and he was afraid that he might be arrested without evidence. The main character decided to find the real thief himself in order to prove his innocence and restore justice in this confusing situation. However, these words failed to relieve the tension, and the situation remained difficult. Rui asked how fast his classmate ran, trying to find clues to determine his guilt or innocence. The main character decided to use magic to solve the mystery and find the true thief. He used a smokescreen to create chaos and buy time to act. They instantly disappeared from the man's sight, leaving him confused and panicked. They hurried to leave the danger zone, and Rui directed the boy to a safe place, warning him about the consequences of theft and conflict. The man was left in confusion, wondering where his classmates had disappeared to and tormented by unresolved questions. He was filled with rage, and his emotions were so strong that he could make rash decisions while trying to solve this mystery. He was angry at the men around him for not noticing the boy's escape, which only increased his anger and frustration. They were at a loss as to how to cope with the chaos and unexpected turn of events. We decided that we needed to turn to the academy for help, so that experienced people could help us figure it out. One went for help, and the other began searching to act as quickly as possible. Classmates, hiding on the roof, watched what was happening, trying to stay away from the epicenter of the conflict. With such rapid actions, the protagonist could attract the attention of the local group of knights, which would only inflame the already tense atmosphere. The guy didn't give up. His determination only grew stronger. He was full of hope and was determined to find the real criminal. Wolf, however, felt wary of all this commotion. Wolf did not understand why the heroes got involved in this adventure and was sure that the mysterious stranger was hiding sinister plans. But the guy stubbornly convinced him otherwise, revealing his motives and belief that this adventure would help uncover important secrets and save lives. Considering his classmate a true friend, Wolf decided to support him and help him in this difficult matter. The guy was stunned, not expecting to hear such words, and felt sincere gratitude. He didn't understand how everything had changed. After all, before Wolf only growled and expressed dissatisfaction, but now he was ready to help. Wolf still didn't understand what the guy's true goal was. The protagonist, having revealed his plan, suggested returning to where the mysterious bottle was found. assuring that this would help reveal important secrets. But when they arrived at the scene, there were no traces or evidence left. The guy excitedly asked the company to give him this beautifully decorated bottle of wine, as if he had a clear plan. Upon receiving the bottle, the boy used magical analysis, dazzlingly revealing its origins and ancient history, as if opening a door to new worlds. He enthusiastically admitted that this magical knowledge was passed on to him by a close friend who possessed the wisdom of ancient texts. But despite his enthusiasm, the hero understood that his mastery of magic was far from perfect, and that he still had a lot of study and practice ahead of him. Suddenly, in the silence of the magical atmosphere, the protagonist sensed something and broke the silence, inviting everyone to go in an unknown direction, as if he was expecting an important discovery. Without explaining anything to his friend, he suddenly rushed forward, as if he was rushing to something urgent, leaving everyone in bewilderment and intrigue. Wolf noticed that Rui was moving at an inhuman speed, which surprised and alarmed him, making him wonder about his friend's hidden abilities. After Wolf's words, the protagonist accelerated even more, as if he was filled with an inexplicable energy leading him to an unknown goal. Moments later, as if they had traveled through time and space, they found themselves in place, sensing what lay ahead. The tracks led into the building, as if beckoning them to explore the secrets hidden within. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to return the bottle, realizing that exploring the mysterious place would require a lot of time and effort. Wolf, amazed by what was happening, could not understand whether this was the barn they were looking for, or whether they were faced with a new mystery. The protagonist was eager to enter. His heart beat in time with the secrets behind the doors, and he was eager to reveal them. And suddenly, in the midst of their exploration, Charlotte, who had been searching for them for a long time without success, appeared, interrupting the moment of excitement and mystery. Charlotte admitted that she came for them, expressing deep concern and anxiety for their safety, wanting to support them in this adventure. She said she used magic to find them, as if connecting with the world around her to be there for them in times of need. However, it was not easy for her, and Charlotte admitted that it took a lot of effort to find them in this mysterious place. When she appeared in front of them, the boys immediately thought that Charlotte might have come to lead them back to safety, or even catch them. They breathed a sigh of relief when Charlotte confirmed that she had come to help, not confront them, supporting them on this mysterious journey. Charlotte said that she was summoned to the royal palace to train warriors in magic, but then an urgent request was received to find them. These words upset the protagonist, crushing his hopes and leaving him in a state of disappointment and bewilderment. Wolf, not wanting to submit to Charlotte so easily, felt an internal rebellion and determination to continue the research despite the difficulties. However, from her reaction it was clear that she was not trying to catch them, and perhaps even shared their desire to explore the mysterious place. Suddenly, Charlotte changed her mind and offered her full support, which brought relief and a sense of support to the heroes. The protagonist, filled with gratitude and joy, hugged Charlotte tightly, happy that they would be able to explore this mysterious world together. Charlotte blushed from the unexpected hug, but at the same time she felt warmth and support that she had long lacked. Wolf, in an effort to diffuse the situation, began to speak animatedly, trying to distract everyone and soften the awkwardness of the moment. He couldn't understand why Charlotte decided to help, since she was the hero's granddaughter, and her reputation could suffer if she supported the beastmen. She explained that abandoning people in trouble is not a sign of valor, and her decision to help has nothing to do with how he looks to her. The guy was slightly stunned by her words, feeling his internal conflict subside, receiving unexpected support and understanding. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Charlotte took up her sword, as if preparing for something unknown, increasing the atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty. Feeling the tension growing, they decided to act faster, realizing that new challenges and secrets lay ahead, and they had little time. When they opened the doors, they were stunned. A world of wonders and mysteries opened before them, ready to be explored. They found themselves in a room full of incredible wealth and elegance, as if they had entered a treasure trove they had never even dreamed of. The inside was much more spacious than Charlotte had expected, and she appreciated the hidden possibilities of this place. The guy noticed that everything here looked suspicious, and was sure that many of the items had been stolen or acquired dishonestly. Most likely, it was a secret warehouse of a thieves' group where the stolen treasures were stored, and they suddenly found themselves in the very center of criminal machinations. The protagonist believed that it was better to inform the knights or authorities about what he had found as quickly as possible in order to stop the criminals and restore order. But suddenly, guns were pointed at them, surrounded by an ominous aura, and the situation instantly became dangerous. Several dozen people surrounded them, creating an atmosphere of tension and hostility where every action could be decisive. A man approached them and asked if they were lost, adding a bit of clarity and relief, although they still didn't fully understand what was going on. His name was Gulam, and he turned out to be the gang leader in charge of the whole situation. They realized that they were dealing with the key figure in this incident. Gulam appeared to be an influential figure in the criminal world, which increased tensions and required caution in communication. However, the guy doubted that this man was really the leader of the thieves. His unusual appearance or behavior raised questions, adding mystery to what was happening. He made his money by stealing, but the protagonist was determined not to let him take advantage of the loot and believed that justice should prevail. He was ready to stop a thief and put a stop to his criminal activities, even if it meant facing a crime boss. The man suddenly showed that he seemed to have seen the hero somewhere, and his gaze became suspicious and puzzled. He soon mysteriously remarked that he was lucky to meet a hero, which surprised everyone. The man admitted that he didn't expect his target to find him, adding even more mystery to the situation. Charlotte drew her sword with determination and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to defend herself, her determination evident despite the tense situation. Wolf was angry that the man was stealing goods from souvenir shops, which could affect his reputation among locals, and loudly expressed his indignation. The man couldn't even remember which shop he stole the goods from. His inattention added to the mystery. He didn't deny that some of his men might have stolen something, but he didn't consider it a serious problem. The guy mockingly bragged about where all the goods were hidden, clearly provoking the others. After these words, it was clear he would not be forgiven. The guy would face inevitable reprisals. The man realized that for such an act, the guy had already received his share of troubles. In the end, he offered a humiliating apology, offering to become his master, laughing at the situation. Wolf was shocked and already on the verge of exploding. He said sarcastically that he just had a rich buyer for the guy. Then he added that people quickly break down and do not live long in such conditions. His nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he was ready to destroy everyone around him. But the main character stopped him in time and thus prevented a fight. He was sure that they simply wanted to anger him, and he should not give in to this. Charlotte, he asked her to shut up because she herself was looking down on him. The guy asked them not to think about it because they don't think so. He's just talking nonsense. These words also slightly surprised Wolf, because he had apparently never heard anything like this before. After that, he really calmed down a little and came to his senses. The main character hoped that the guy had learned his lesson and understood everything. Wolf's gaze shifted to Rui's bloody fist. He admitted that he would pay the man back for insulting his friend. The man ordered his subordinates to deal with the guy because he sees him as a huge problem. Their eyes lit up with excitement for a fight. In addition, the man asked not to hit Ryu in the face, thereby mocking him. The man realized that if he sold him to perverts who loved pretty boys, they would pay a lot for it. It sounded disgusting. But after some time, the man's gaze changed very abruptly. He was scared. The subordinates' fingers were broken mercilessly. Every single one of them. The protagonist used the golden shell and finger takeoff techniques, causing the enemy to tremble with fear. The man was horrified, not understanding who he was facing. But the main character remained calm, noticing how the gun in the enemy's hands began to shake. The man tried his best to look calm, but his fear was obvious. And then he even ordered them to open fire. Well, the guy had an idea of what to use to protect them. He used a technique called the crane. Wolf had never seen such a technique before, and everyone present had already run out of ammunition. And now the friends had a chance, but they had to try not to damage what they had stolen. Rui dealt with his opponents with ease and did not see them as a danger. And Charlotte helped him at this time, as always. She asked to leave someone with her. Their team worked really well together, which brought results. Wolf was stunned by the sequence of attacks as they defended each other's blind spots. And after some time, everyone present was lying unconscious. The man had no choice but to shoot the standing guy. At this time, Wolf turned away and did not notice the bullet flying towards him. In a split second, she had to approach the guy. When he noticed everything, he became very scared and didn't know what to do. Rui noticed this too and realized that he needed to do something. The main character began to approach the guy in order to help him. And a split second later, screams were heard in the building and blood was flowing. Wolf was informed that he was eagerly awaited as the harbinger of an important event. He was clearly late. Time was slipping away and the meeting turned into a painful wait. Burning with curiosity, he could not understand the reason for such a mysterious invitation. He was brought out, hinting at something mysterious, like a curtain rising before a mysterious performance. The boys wanted to show the wolf to their peers, as if opening the curtain to a frightening hidden world. Suddenly, guns were pointed at him, creating tension like a dark scene in a movie where the ending is yet to come. For some reason, he was told that he was lucky, as if fate had unexpectedly given him a chance. At that moment, the wolf realized that he had been lured into a trap, as part of a secret plot to sell him as a commodity. Mistrust enveloped him like a thick fog, and it seemed impossible to comprehend how dark their plans were. Shock gave way to raging anger like a fire flaring up after a long lull. The boys mockingly asked if the wolf believed that he could be friends with people, as if trying to undermine his faith in his dreams. After this, the wolf firmly decided not to trust people anymore, vowing to avoid deception and betrayal. But remembering how Rui saved him from a bullet, he realized that even in the darkest moments there is light, and he reconsidered his beliefs with new hope. Rui explained his actions by saying that for him, the wolf was the same as everyone else, and his inhuman nature did not matter. He added that all people, like the wolf, are just fugitives, searching for their way in the labyrinth of life, striving to find their true essence. Rui didn't want Wolf to change, realizing that behind the rough exterior lurked a kind and sensitive soul. Wolf often faced discrimination from teachers and peers, which irritated him and made him feel misunderstood. Charlotte immediately ran to him, concerned about the state of his friend, showing genuine concern in a moment of uncertainty. Wolf, having invited them to relax, decided to surprise them with something unusual himself, as if preparing a mysterious performance that was supposed to impress. Wolf finally decided to show them his true self without a mask, as if revealing his soul. A moment later, they saw his true form, a real wolf, revealing his secret essence to them. Charlotte suggested that it was an atavism that added to the mystery of the situation, as if revealing not only the wolf, but also the secrets of nature itself. Charlotte had heard about this before, as if a new world of secrets had opened up to her, which she had only briefly touched upon in her knowledge. Beastmen were once able to change their appearance like ancient legends come to life. These days, very few people are born with this ability, and this guy was one of the rare creatures that legends told about. Those who tried to harm the wolf soon regretted it, for he easily overpowered them, leaving them helpless and frustrated. The bandits defended themselves desperately, as if they were caught in the middle of an unpredictable battle, trying to hold back the guy's attacks. Charlotte noticed how the wolf moved with incredible speed, like lightning in the hands of an invisible warrior. The guy easily destroyed all the guards, like an unstoppable whirlwind sweeping away everything in its path. After this, Jackson began calling someone, as if foreshadowing new events full of intrigue. Jackson had an unusual weapon in his arsenal, a wise parrot, a rare ally in cunning intrigues. Wolf was surprised to find such an unexpected and rare weapon in Jackson's possession, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden secret. Jackson, frightened, tried his best to make the parrot fly, but he couldn't cope, as if he had encountered an unexpected obstacle. The boy couldn't let Jackson do this, feeling that he had to take responsibility and protect someone who couldn't protect himself. Jackson realized that he would have to sacrifice something, as if he were facing a difficult choice for the sake of a higher purpose. In the end, someone had to take responsibility for the situation, as if challenging themselves. The unidentified substance began to turn into a monster, as if a beast with an unpredictable threat was emerging from the darkness. They were both shocked to be confronted with something that was beyond their understanding and expectations. Jackson was not surprised by the boy's fear, realizing that he was faced with something terrible and incomprehensible, causing natural horror. It was a rare species of slime that absorbed objects and grew in size, possessing unique properties. Jackson didn't want to use it against Wolf, but he knew he had provoked the situation and was forced to resort to extreme measures. Wolf knew he had to catch Jackson before he struck, knowing now was the time for decisive action. At first, he stood calmly, not posing a threat, as if he still retained his peaceful nature. But soon he suddenly moved, trying to grab Wolf, as if suddenly going on the attack. Luckily, Wolf easily dodged it, showing incredible agility and avoiding danger. However, the unconscious stranger turned out to be a victim, accidentally drawn into what was happening. In the strange bubble, the slime began to engulf the stranger, causing mysterious changes, as if drawing him into its mysterious essence. The slime swallowed the stranger, as if plunging him into the depths of the unknown, leaving only mysterious traces of what happened. When the enemy tried to grab Rui, Charlotte saved him in time with her precision and determination. The monster began to attack everyone around it like a whirlwind of chaos, turning everything into a fight for survival. They then realized that this A-rank monster was incredibly dangerous, with a power that exceeded their capabilities and perception. If the wolf remains in the barn, he will be sucked in, emphasizing the inevitability of danger and the persistence of the monster. He needed to leave urgently, as the threat was growing, requiring immediate action. The guy realized that he had to figure out how to fight this monster, a task that required special skills and ingenuity. After all, even experienced adventurers fight such monsters in groups, emphasizing the complexity and seriousness of his situation. Rui urged his friends not to give up, warning that if the monster was not stopped now, things would only get worse, as if urging them to take decisive action. Thanks to Charlotte's care, the boy was able to move, as if coming to life under her hands and regaining his strength. Rui decided to use the freezing technique, relying on his unique abilities to fight the monster. Suddenly, a huge block of ice formed around the monster, the result of the combined efforts of Rui, Charlotte, and the boy. The icy shell slowly but surely sealed its essence. The monster concentrated all his strength trying to get out of the trap. Every movement became a test of will for him. Finally, he managed to partially break free and immediately attacked the weakened Rui, using the moment of freedom to counterattack. Charlotte couldn't just watch. She stepped into the fight, ready to help Rui at this critical moment. At some point, the monster engulfed the entire barn, devouring the walls and ceiling, leaving only traces of its insatiable presence. The wolf insisted that they had to run, feeling the threat around them becoming more and more dangerous. But the boy and Charlotte did not agree, and entered into battle with the monster, deciding not to give up in the face of this incredible challenge. Charlotte used the heroic heart of Sakura technique, as if summoning strength and determination comparable to the beauty of the spring blossoms. Charlotte was ready to attack with determination, as if she was on the verge of a powerful throw towards the monster. Shrouded in mystery, she conveyed her silent trust to Rui, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and mystery around her. Rui, weaving confidence and hidden anxiety into his words, tied their hearts with an invisible thread of devotion and hope. The monster, consumed by the ice spell, disappeared under the cover of ice, leaving a frozen mystery, giving the scene a dark yet mesmerizing beauty. There was a glimmer of disbelief in the wolf's eyes, as if he was still wandering in the shadows of doubt, not believing that this giant of time and fate was really standing before them. Leaving the ice titan behind, they rushed after Jackson as if every second could determine their fate. After the battle, Rui realized that his powers had not yet fully recovered, as if the fire within him needed more time to reignite. With Charlotte by their side, they acknowledged that Jackson was far away, lost in the shadows of the horizon, and finding him seemed an impossible mission in the vast expanses of the night. Wolf, confident in his abilities, assured that he would be able to track Jackson by scent, like a real hunter ready to catch a traitor. Smiling and displaying an unexpected sense of humor, he asked the boy if he was going to climb him, seemingly ignoring the shadow of uncertainty in the air. Winking, Wolf added that if the guy decided to do this, it would become a symbol of absolute trust, warming the cold of the night with rare friendship and mutual understanding. With sadness in his voice, Wolf admitted that he couldn't fully trust people, as if shadows of suspicion still flickered in his eyes, filling his soul. Realizing that he was different from others, Wolf realized that this feeling of uniqueness had always been with him, accompanying him as an integral part of his being. With a trepidation in his voice, avoiding seeming benevolence, he asked for help, demonstrating a mixture of vulnerability and strength that gave his request special depth. Determined, Charlotte took it upon herself to save those who had been swallowed by the slug, going to deal with Jackson as if she were part of their complex destiny, full of secrets and trials. With a burst of friendship, the boy climbed onto Wolf's shoulders, and they rushed forward like a whirlwind, united by strength and determination, breaking the silence of the night with the sounds of their decisive march. Using a bracelet found by Jackson in the ruins of the capital, they deciphered mysterious symbols that illuminated their path like a glowing thread leading through the dark labyrinths of the past. The bracelet was decorated with a large stone, and it was not just a treasure. By selling it together with the mysterious bird, they could get a considerable sum, as if exchanging a riddle for wealth in a game of fate. Jackson vowed not to forgive, determined to resurrect his gang and avenge all the suffering he had endured, as if the shadow of vendetta was haunting him. The wolf, like an experienced hunter, caught the scent of a man and rushed in pursuit, as if dancing with the wind, following an invisible thread leading him to his goal. Learning that Jackson had already left the city, the wolf passed on the information like the wind carrying the news, and declared his determination to catch up with him in the desert night. Wolf, filled with foreboding, enthusiastically awaited the upcoming meeting as if he were reading a long-predicted chapter of his adventure. With the agility of a predator, he began to climb the wall like a shadow, slowly and silently disappearing into the night. A moment later, they disappeared over the fence, like shadows crossing the line between light and darkness, leaving behind the bustling city. Finding himself on the other side of the city labyrinth, the wolf asked what to do next, as if on the threshold of a new path that required a decisive choice. Rui insisted that they must attack Jackson immediately, without giving him a chance to escape, as if their strategy required decisive action to seize the moment of retaliation. Using his clever tactics, Rui played with gravity, approaching the goal with unwavering determination. Jackson, not understanding what was happening, was faced with the ridicule of the guy who now possessed the secrets of their power, and enjoyed this moment. It was time to move on to the next stage of the plan, as if the pieces of a puzzle were beginning to fit together into a complete picture of their adventure, ready to be completed. Now it was all up to the guy. All eyes were on him, waiting for his next moves, as if he was the key to their success. He began to rise, preparing to jump, and the tension in the air grew, foreshadowing a turning point in their destiny. With excitement and anxiety, he rose into the air, making a leap as if a wave of action had carried them into a new episode of this night's drama. The guy grinned and noted that they hadn't met for a long time, as if he was playing his own game and preparing for a cunning move in his secret plan. Jackson was stunned, not understanding how the guy managed to get through to him, as if their meeting was shrouded in mystery and riddles. In a vain attempt to buy his way out, Jackson offered the stolen items, but the guy, true to his principles, refused, showing that he was not interested in material values. Even when Jackson offered a woman as compensation, the boy remained adamant, warning him that he would not deviate from the path of his convictions, as if warning him against the darkness he was striving for. The guy confidently declared that all attempts to bribe him were useless. He already had a beloved. His words sounded as if he was defending his world from invasion. In response, the boy hit the man sharply, demonstrating his unyielding unwillingness to compromise and emphasizing his determination to act by force. Rui demonstrated the golden shell technique, turning the fight into a vibrant whirlwind of skill and elegance amidst the chaos. The blow was so powerful that Jackson was thrown several meters into the air, as if the force of the blow had thrown him up, defying gravity. The sudden turn of events gave them a chance to catch their breath, as if the tension had dissolved and the adventure had slowed down for a moment. The protagonist politely asked the parrot if he could come down, asking his exotic companion to land. As soon as the guy landed, he began to maneuver and called his friend to look after the parrot, creating a living picture of their well-coordinated team. With unexpected dexterity, Wolf caught Jackson as he landed, as if an invisible web of events had intertwined their destinies. The boy, carefully assessing every glance, asked Rui if he trusted him, making trust the central issue of their relationship. The protagonist joked with a smile that he didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, adding humor to their conversation and relieving the tension. All that was left was to follow Charlotte as she continued her mission, opening new chapters of their adventurous path. The protagonist noticed the man's bracelet, which seemed strangely familiar to him, as if stirring up long-forgotten secrets of the past. The wolf turned to his friend, asking if anything unusual had happened, carefully observing his condition. In a short time, they found themselves next to Charlotte, as if their destinies had intertwined into a common stream of adventures, trusting in the will of events. Charlotte managed to help all the victims, making her good deeds an integral part of their fight for justice. At this point, the knights appeared, symbols of protection and honor, adding mystery and nobility to their plot. Now they had to prove Wolf's innocence, as if a new stage had begun where truth and justice once again hung by a thread. This was the hardest part, solving the mystery and proving innocence, requiring willpower and coordinated work. Yuri demanded a damage report from the knights, using his authority to prove his case. The boy expressed his indignation furiously, the fire in his eyes burning with indignation, as if his emotions spoke for him. Yuri said with contempt that thieves disgusted him, as if the words filled the air with the weight of condemnation. The parrot too suddenly became alarmed, as if sharing its concern with the others. In the end, the parrot found a common language with the guy and became friends, taming even the most rebellious ones with his charm. Wolf noticed that the parrot clearly wanted to become his friend, as if deciphering the language of birds and strengthening their alliance. It turned out that the guy can understand the parrot thanks to the ability of atavism, opening up new horizons of communication. Being closer to an animal than to a man, he could understand their language, as if the animal whispers revealed to him the secrets of the wild nature. The guy asked the manager if he could have a parrot, moving from riddles to real action. The main character did not understand why he was so drawn to the parrot, as if the secret of this affection remained unsolved. Wolf felt that he knew the reason for this connection. His eyes betrayed secrets hidden from the world. He felt an unusual energy and power in the parrot, disproportionate to its small body, as if great magic was hidden in the bird. The wolf never understood why the hero always strives to help everyone, as if this mystery was hidden in his kind and caring soul. He has strength now, but before he was absolutely helpless, as if his life was a riddle of turning weakness into strength. Once he was vulnerable, but he met teachers, wise mentors who opened the path to strength for him. He learned not only skills from them, but also kindness, deciding to help others rather than take away. The guy couldn't understand what his friend was saying, as if another mystery of their relationship was being revealed to him. Now he passes on his knowledge further, continuing the chain of goodness and learning, as if the adventure were continuing. After these words, the guy suddenly assumed a strange pose, as if immersing himself in some kind of ritual, adding mystery to the atmosphere. It turned out to be the pose of an animal lover, symbolizing complete obedience, as if he had merged with wild nature and accepted its laws. The wolf confessed that he fell in love with the spirit of the guy, so attractive and unique that even the beast could not resist his magic. The wolf asked the boy to make him his companion, expressing his willingness to devote himself to care and service as a sign of devotion. Rui immediately began to dissuade him, foreseeing the difficulties and failures associated with this idea. Wolf suggested simply being friends, trying to relieve tension and find a compromise. But deep down, he still wanted to serve the boy, following his feelings despite reasonable arguments. Rui agreed, but stressed that he would always refer to him as a friend, making friendship the most important thing in their relationship. Charlotte watched with joy as the boys became friends, seeing in their combined strength a hope for overcoming all problems. She apologized to her friend, assuming that their friendship might have been tainted by prejudice against beastmen, feeling responsible for the misunderstanding. The cannibal tried to put an end to discrimination, but died, leaving the business to his heirs, who unfortunately did not have the necessary abilities, revealing a complex family history. Charlotte, trying to make amends, apologized for the misunderstandings, realizing that her ancestors, consumed by their abilities, were unable to change the circumstances, and now the responsibility fell on their descendants. The guy thanked Charlotte for her attention to his race, expressing gratitude for her understanding and support in the fight against bias. The guy explained that the problem was not only in Charlotte's ancestors, but also in his own race, emphasizing that progress is only possible with universal recognition of responsibility. He admitted that their conversation helped him realize the importance of understanding each other more deeply, as if the communication had awakened a desire for tolerance. The boy expressed confidence that, just as he had studied his race, people should study the beastmen more, offering a path to mutual understanding and rapprochement between the two worlds. Charlotte assured that she would help promote this idea, expressing her readiness to actively participate in the process of racial rapprochement. As the granddaughter of a hero, she felt it was her duty to keep her word, as if a hereditary call to honor and responsibility lived in her blood. After these words, they shook hands, symbolizing agreement and a shared desire to create a more harmonious and understanding world. The boy was very nervous about Jackson and was afraid that the knights would find out about him, as if his every thought was filled with fear for keeping his secrets. He was shocked when he suddenly noticed a stranger behind him, who disrupted the usual course of his life. The boy found that among his friends he was called Thorn, a mysterious symbol, like a wind on a cold night, that brought mystery into his being. The mysterious stranger presented Jackson's dead head as a dark artifact filled with unknown secrets that seemed to slow down time itself. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him, and the thought flashed that perhaps he had come to commit suicide. When he tried to escape, his plans fell apart. The stranger easily stopped him, as if controlling every step in this dark game of fate. The stranger, despite his promises, cold-bloodedly took his own life, leaving only a shadow of the past in his empty eyes. Having completed his business, he decided to leave the capital for a while, leaving behind a trail of mysteries and unknown events. After leaving the scene, the mysterious stranger left behind many unanswered questions. After some time, Wolf returned to class, and his return seemed to bring him new strength and clarity for the next stage of his journey. Rui was taken aback by this idea, as if a whirlwind of unexpected thoughts had rushed through his head, leaving a trail of excitement and unclear prospects. At that moment, Mikhail joined them, as if his sudden arrival had brought a fresh wind of change and opened up new opportunities. Michael felt displeased with Rantel Wolf's silence and spoke out forcefully, as if intending to break this barrier of silence. There was a tension between them, as if shadows of discontent were slowly enveloping their relationship, creating a difficult atmosphere. Mikhail took the initiative into his own hands, becoming a leader and directing events in the direction he needed. In response to this, Wolf decisively challenged him to a duel, as if this duel was to determine their future and stood above words. Classmates instantly gathered around like spectators, ready to witness an unusual duel to find out who would emerge victorious. Charlotte decided that after the duel, the tension could subside, and there was no point in interfering, as if she believed in the healing power of confrontation. But when Yuri entered the circle, there was determination in his eyes. He wanted to tell something important about the bracelet, interrupting the moment that could change everything. The bracelet was the center of attention, and although it was not stolen, the secret of its creation and purpose remained unsolved, as if waiting to be revealed. When the mystery was debunked, it turned out to be an artifact of the ogre himself, an inconspicuous link in the chain of his mysterious history. Yuri had a hard time accepting the fact that he had such a significant bracelet in front of him, as if doubting its true connection to the fate of the ogre. The girl asked to look at the inside of the bracelet and noticed an engraving of a flower, a symbol left by the ogre. Yuri, having learned that the bracelet was a family secret, tried to keep it a secret, realizing that outsiders could not know about it. The protagonist suddenly realized that in front of him was the very key he had been told about, as if it were the missing piece of a riddle. His intuition did not fail him, and he turned out to be right, as if the truth had finally revealed itself to him. He politely asked to give him the bracelet temporarily, intending to unravel its secrets and understand its true meaning. Charlotte didn't object, and Yuri agreed, as if the whole group was beginning to understand that this bracelet could be the key to solving many mysteries. The guy decided not to remove the seal from the bracelet, realizing that it was better not to touch this mysterious artifact for now. Charlotte, slightly blushing and with a hint of irritation, asked why he needed the bracelet, looking for answers to the questions that were troubling her. Without showing any resentment, Charlotte simply asked when he could reveal the truth, seeking clarity in this mysterious story. He politely agreed to Charlotte's proposal, making it clear that he would share the secret when the time was right. Yuri was also interested in why the guy needed this bracelet, as if it was another link in their common mystery. Late in the evening, the main character met his parrot, who, as always, brought a fresh dose of clues and fun to their mysterious world. Wolf insisted that the parrot was wise, adding intelligent thoughts to what was happening, which only increased the mystery of everything that was happening. The locals also fell in love with the parrot, which brought joy and positivity into their lives. The guy decided to start studying the bracelet, which seemed to open up a new path to solving mysteries. Putting on the bracelet, he found himself in a blinding light, as if a door had opened to a world of bright revelations and mysteries. He wondered what floor he was on now and prepared himself for a possible encounter with a hostile force, since each floor could hide its own secrets and dangers. But to his surprise, he found his sister Alice, as if this meeting was an unexpected gift in the chaos of the supernatural world. Excitement overwhelmed him at that moment, as if meeting his sister had restored his lost peace and harmony. Alice asked cautiously if it was really Rui in front of her, as if the improbability of his return made her doubt the reality of what was happening. He answered in the affirmative, and joy filled her heart, as if his presence had brought her immeasurable happiness. They both felt a deep joy, and emotions intertwined in their embrace, creating a magical moment in this complex and mysterious world. Alice was immensely happy that they were together again, as if the joy of reuniting with her brother filled her heart with boundless warmth. The sister's friend noticed that the main character was also touched. He was overwhelmed with emotions, as if tears of joy or melancholy were spilling over the edge. But he didn't understand what she was talking about, because she herself was also crying, as if their experiences made the meeting even more touching and mysterious. The brother and sister looked at each other for a long time after their separation, as if their gaze reflected the whole story, full of memories and feelings that came to life at that moment. Over a cup of tea, Rui shared his story, each tale adding new layers to their journey together. Alice hugged him tightly, literally squeezing him in her arms, as if through this touch she was conveying all her tenderness and love. Her friend, already laughing, unexpectedly took the guy away from Alice, adding lightness and playfulness to the meeting. Rui chuckled and thought that at this pace he might suffocate, because the atmosphere had become so cheerful and energetic that everything around seemed to sparkle with new colors. She coquettishly asked him if he thought she was better than Alice. Rui, a little embarrassed, asked if Alice was offended that he had found another girl. With a slight smile, Alice explained that her words were only a playful display of good intentions, a joke to tease her brother. Lucy, with a peaceful smile, assured that she was not angry over such trifles, adding that friendship was more important to her, and even gave Alice some wise advice. Lucy also noted that her joy would not have been exhausted if Alice had not avoided such actions, emphasizing her unique ability to express emotions. Upon meeting again, Rui offered to share knowledge, expressing a desire to learn something new from them, which created an exciting opportunity for sharing experiences. Alice, a little embarrassed, decided to impress Rui by starting to show him complex and incomprehensible techniques, opening up a world of unique techniques to him. Lucy was not far behind and was happy to share her amazing methods, filling their meeting with an atmosphere of inspiration and mutual exchange of knowledge. The three souls, reunited once again, were filled with joy, realizing the strength of their friendship as if sparks of satisfaction flickered in each heart. Rui, who was engrossed in learning and absorbing the knowledge from Alice and Lucy, gradually became transparent, as if his essence was dissolving in a stream of new ideas. The worried girls did not understand what was happening and begged Rui to reveal the secret of this mysterious transformation. Rui explained that his physical body remained in the real world, and here, in this dimension, there was only his soul, floating freely in a whirlpool of knowledge and experience. After 6 hours in the vast space of knowledge and trials, Rui returned back, overcoming the barriers between worlds to reunite his soul with his body in the real world. Alice, realizing the secret of Rui's travels, was surprised to comprehend the full depth of what was happening and realized how amazing this experience was. She hugged her brother tightly, as if trying to capture this moment in her heart before he plunged back into the whirlwind of his spiritual journeys. Rui was puzzled, not understanding why Alice had reacted so sharply, overcome with a mixture of love and hidden fear for her brother crossing the boundaries between worlds. It seemed to Alice that an eternity had passed since he left, as if time and their worlds moved differently, taking him on long adventures. They only asked him to remember that he had them, keeping the connection not only between dimensions, but also in the deepest corners of their hearts. As they parted, they said that they would always be there, supporting him in this world where reality and spiritual journeys are intertwined, ready to be his support. The girls were left alone, but the fire of mutual support continued to burn in their hearts, and their connection remained strong, despite the absence of their brother, who went on a world of mysterious travels. Lucy confidently predicted their future reunion, while Alice looked ahead with doubt, not being sure of its inevitability. However, Alice firmly believed that despite all the difficulties, Rui would overcome his trials, achieve his goals, and win in his spiritual aspirations. When the travelers approached the gate, they were suddenly asked to present their immigration card, disrupting the tranquility of their journey. The man was surprised and did not understand why they suddenly demanded this document, trying to solve the unexpected obstacle in their path. The knight, slightly embarrassed, explained his reaction by saying that it was the first time he had met a samurai and was looking with admiration at a warrior from another tradition. The man was suddenly asked about the purpose of his journey, drawing attention to the mystery of his mission. He replied that he had a job, but added mysteriously that it was not just an ordinary job, leaving the intrigue. Rui entered the classroom and greeted everyone happily, filling the atmosphere with positivity and energy. He was responded to with warmth, bringing friendliness and coziness back into the classroom. Quietly, Rui wished Iris a good morning, enveloping her in his warm but hidden message. Rui was always intrigued by what Iris liked and was curious to unravel the mystery of her preferences and inner world. A classmate approached her with questions, creating an atmosphere of curiosity around her interests and mysterious personality. Iris asked coldly if the girl realized she was being ignored, creating a tense hostility and leaving questions in her interlocutor's heart. But she, on the contrary, was glad that Iris finally spoke, feeling a surge of positive emotions from their communication. Everyone in the class had already become friends, but she still felt the wall of loneliness that she so wanted to break down. Rui waited for any opportunity to get closer to her, his eyes shining with determination to overcome this barrier and establish a connection with her world. He was approached for help with her homework, which gave him a chance to get to know her better, opening the door to a potential friendship. However, their gazes suddenly met and looked into the distance, creating a moment of mysterious silence, like a secret that had yet to be revealed. Lying on his desk, Rui was dying of boredom, dreaming of adventures and unknown worlds that could liven up his day. Charlotte asked worriedly if he was okay, noticing his tiredness and lethargy. She noticed that he had not been getting enough sleep lately, expressing concern for his physical and emotional state. Meanwhile, Rui smiled as he remembered playing with his new friend, the parrot, and these bright moments brought him joy and peace. At that moment, Rui felt someone's gaze on him again, as mysterious as before, causing him strange feelings and awakening a hidden secret. He wondered if this could be an intent to kill him, sensing the signs of an invisible threat that could darken his world. Rui assured Charlotte that he was fine and that he was almost awake, trying to dispel the shadow of anxiety that had enveloped his sudden awakening. Charlotte accepted his words without arguing, showing understanding and leaving everything as it was. Meanwhile, the boy was excited as he sat in class, his emotions boiling, filling the air with an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation, as if something unusual was happening inside him. It is unknown where the threat comes from, but it is already close, as if fate is preparing an unexpected turn. While walking through the forest, the main character feels like he is being watched, as if an invisible eye is recording his every step. He decides to take a risk, creating a moment when his actions can change the course of events and fill the atmosphere with unpredictability. Ancient hieroglyphs seem to appear around him, and he becomes a participant in a mystery, the solution to which can change his fate. He drew a magic circle, embodying ancient knowledge and calling upon the mystical powers hidden in the mysterious geometry. This circle could create a barrier, which was exactly what Rui wanted, to separate his world from outside influences and keep his adventures a secret. When he felt success, it was as if a magic circle had worked, creating an invisible net that caught the mysterious pursuer. Rui began to build a cage around himself, as if creating a magical amulet that would protect him from threats and help him unravel the mysteries of his world. To his surprise, he saw Iris standing in a magical cage, as if her appearance was part of an unknown plan. He didn't understand where she came from or why she was in his cage, as if the answer to her presence was linked to his fate. The protagonist wondered if she would catch him, sensing the uncertainty that surrounded their meeting in the magical world. But he did not want to fight her and revealed his true intentions, seeking to unravel the secrets of their meeting together. Iris saw no point in answering, creating an atmosphere of confusion and mystery, as if her silence were part of a puzzle. She was eager to avenge her master, filling the air with tension and determination to change the course of events. She then began to attack her classmate, showing strength and ruthlessness as a true protector of her master in this magical battle. Rui, not wanting to give in, began to defend himself, showing endurance and determination to defend his essence in this unusual fight. The girl used the bloodshed technique, which absorbed magical power and ancient energy, as if her attack was aimed at releasing mysterious powers. It worked. The protagonist fell under the tree, submitting to the power of the bloodshed, as if his resistance had been broken. Now she had avenged her master. Her attack had brought victory, creating a moment of satisfaction and triumph after the intense magical battle. Rui, on the other hand, smiled and said his arm still hurt, adding irony and playfulness to the situation, as if, despite the defeat, he had not lost his sense of humor. Iris couldn't understand how the guy stood up again, creating an air of mystery, as if he possessed some unknown power. This time, she intended to finish him off using the blood scythe, releasing a new magic technique with deadly energy, showing her undeniable determination. Her gaze was confident and calm, as if her whole being was filled with determination, creating the image of a fearless warrior in this magical confrontation. In an instant, she began to attack, channeling her determination into magical movements as if time had slowed down, leaving only the tense air around them. Rui easily dodged the attacks, dancing among the glowing shards like a virtuoso, creating a whirlwind of emotion and brilliance that would remain etched in the memory for a long time. Noticing his deft movements, Mrs. Iris caught something unique. It is not surprising that she wanted to study the guy in more detail because his grace was so attractive. Rui easily dodged the attack like the wind, noticing the curious look of Lady Iris. He politely asked who was behind her charm and strength, revealing the secret that had attracted his attention. Rage flared in her when she realized that the boy did not recognize her, and a fire of rejection lit up her eyes. It was later revealed that her lover, who became the object of Rui's attention, was not just a woman, but a demon queen, the embodiment of mysterious power and indomitable beauty in the world of magic. Hearing that her lover was the demon queen, Rui was momentarily shocked, trembling in surprise at the secret being revealed. He realized that his seemingly ordinary sister had suddenly become a demon queen, and this discovery only added to his emotional turmoil. Iris, meeting Rui's gaze, suddenly declared that she felt energy from him comparable to the power of a queen, which again excited the imagination and added mystery to their meeting. Yes, there was truth in her words. After living 300 years with Alice, a piece of her power and soul penetrated into Rui, preserving something mysterious in him. Finding that his magical power surpassed that of a human, Rui realized that something incomprehensible, something belonging to a higher reality, flowed through his veins. She promised to give him only a small part of her power, keeping this event a secret from ordinary people. With a smile, Iris warned that Rui had the ability to deceive others, emphasizing that his art of stealth and disguise would impress everyone who met him. She emphasized that despite his ability to deceive as the ruler and queen of demons, she does not fall for tricks, remaining inaccessible to manipulation. By discovering that her magical eye could see magical energy, its shape and color, Iris added a new dimension to their exploration of the mysterious aspects of surrounding magic. There was more to Rui's gaze than just the Demon King's magical energy. She saw in it an unknown power that could influence the deepest realities and secret currents of the universe. For the first time, she didn't realize that on the day of exams, when magic was at the forefront, she felt something outstanding and mysterious in Rui. Watching him closely, she noticed how skillfully he wielded black magic, revealing the dark aspects of his inner world and adding mystery to his personality. Feeling her gaze, Rui realized the moment he had used black magic, and this realization brought about a mixed feeling of discovery and self-knowledge within him. Overwhelmed by the flood of new information and discoveries, he experienced a slight shock, realizing that his world was full of mysteries and secrets that were difficult to unravel. He was at a loss as to who Iris was, who turned out to be a demon queen with many mysterious abilities, and each answer only added to the questions. Determined to reveal her secret, Iris was ready to meet him and tell him who she really was, opening up new pages of their interaction. Iris confessed that she was a subject of the great demon queen and a vampire, revealing her true nature hidden from many vampires. Rui was shocked by this news, his emotions fluctuating between surprise, respect, and slight anxiety at the mysteries surrounding the mysterious vampire. He dared to find out if Iris was the vampire he had always been looking for in his soul and the world of secrets. Iris told him that due to the small number of their kind, they were on the verge of extinction, convincing him that before him was not only a mysterious vampire, but also a defender of his people, fighting for survival. Having figured out the plan of fate, Iris said that their family was saved from extermination by Rui's sister, who remained loyal to her people, which added even more mystery and nobility to her. As the protagonist studied these details, he became increasingly shocked, realizing the depth of the secrets and connections that created a web of mysterious relationships and debts. Realizing that his sister Alice was in hell, Rui realized that finding her had become an even more difficult task, since hell is a dark and inaccessible reality. Iris finally found Rui, a man with magical abilities comparable to the Demon King, in the capital, adding new layers to their relationship. This meant that the guy with the Demon King's magical powers had actually become her true enemy, opening up a new level of complexity in their interactions. Iris explained that there were two ways to take over magical power. The first was to gradually take it away, but this method was not suitable for him due to his short lifespan. Rui naturally did not agree, because his life was long and the slow method did not appeal to him. Iris claimed that his power arose from the act of killing Alice, which left him with mixed feelings of guilt and shock. doubting the truth of his words. The girl could not believe that he received his magical power from Alice's death. It seemed incredible to her. She decided there was no point in asking any more questions, as his answers only fueled his irritation and disappointment, leaving her in a state of dissatisfaction. A desire to tear him to pieces filled her, and sparks of indignation flashed in her eyes, suppressed by rage at the supposed betrayal and secrets that kindled a dark flame within her. Iris, using the supreme crucifix blood spear, the embodiment of her power, prepared for revenge, emphasizing her determination and skill in battle. The guy did not show any nervousness, believing in his own strength and confidence that he could overcome difficulties and win the fight. To protect himself, he activated the Satanic Ray, an embodiment of the dark forces, ready to stand by his side in the fight against Iris. In the blink of an eye, the bloody spear disappeared, highlighting the fickleness of magic and the unpredictability of the outcome of this battle. The girl refused to believe in his real power, since the idea of it was distorted in her confused mind, unable to comprehend such magical greatness. From that moment on, she fell to her knees, faced with invincibility and shock, opening a new chapter in understanding magic and power. Iris, overcoming her bewilderment, was unable to unravel the mystery of his true essence and power, remaining in ignorance. The protagonist began to explain that he was the same as her, seeking to save his queen, clarifying his true motives and the paradoxes of their meeting. Both of them, having finished the storm of clashes and conversations, sat down on a snag in the forest, surrounded by silence, which slowly restored balance in their relationship. The girl could not accept the truth that her queen was alive. This realization required internal acceptance and understanding. Ready to answer for her actions, she was ready to accept any punishment, offering her loyalty and repentance to the queen. Instead of punishment, he offered to work together to save his sister, showing willingness to cooperate and leniency. To console her, he promised that the question of punishment would be decided after their joint attempt to save his sister, striving for a balance between justice and mercy. Realizing that revealing the lives of both kings could lead to war, they realized the need for caution and tact to avoid conflict in a world where politics could plunge everything into chaos. At this point, the protagonist realized that revealing this information would make it more difficult to seek help, raising questions about travel and loyalty in the face of conflict. However, this did not mean that everyone around would become enemies. There were those who could understand the difficult circumstances and remain neutral. As it turns out, other vampires were watching them from afar, adding intrigue and uncertainty to their story. A man named Bruno appeared before the couple, suddenly intervening in their destinies and bringing new elements to the already confusing scenario. Bruno revealed that even after 300 years, the Demon King remains their only master, suggesting that breaking the bonds of the past is not easy. The man wasted no time and immediately asked the boy to make them his subjects, putting them through difficult choices and trials. Bruno admitted that up until that moment, they had no idea of their path, but after 300 years, they finally met the bridge to the Demon King, creating a new turn in their lives. He revealed to them that Rui was their last hope, the key to solving the mysteries and surviving the game of power and magic. To everyone's surprise, the guy easily agreed to the offer, as if he had become confident that this path would lead to new discoveries and opportunities. Iris, feeling responsible for the noise of her companions, apologized to the guy, trying to keep calm and resolve the misunderstanding due to their appearance. She explained that her partners were simply deliriously happy to lose control and influence those around them. The protagonist was also glad that he had more friends, and in this whirlwind of events he found some joy and support in his journey. The girl sincerely admitted that she hopes for further cooperation with the guy, expressing her readiness to develop their relationship. After all the incidents, the guy decided to rest a little, giving himself time to think about what happened and look at the future from a new perspective. Rui, remembering the delicious smell from his room in his dream, woke up with a sense of mystery that had once again approached him. When he realized that there was someone else in the room, he was slightly shocked, not expecting such a turn of events, which added mystery to his adventure. In front of him stood a girl preparing food, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort, which caused him amazement and an incredible feeling of surprise. On the threshold of a spring morning, when the sun's rays gently embraced the earth, Iris greeted the mysterious guy, and their gaze was so deep that words seemed superfluous in their invisible conversation. With a tender look, Iris told the guy about her culinary plans, promising him breakfast, a magical symphony of tastes, and asked him to wait, leading him into a world of expectation. The protagonist was curious about what Iris was doing in his room, creating a mysterious atmosphere filled with rumors of secrets and magic that he did not yet know about. Rui was left waiting for an explanation of how the sorceress Iris had entered his world like a mysterious star that had fallen from the sky to light the way to unexpected spells. Iris explained with a slight smile that she was destined to be his assistant, as if fate had long ago decided that their paths would intertwine, creating a unique saga in their shared life. Iris handed him her creation on a plate, warmly confessing that she had put not only her skill, but also all her love into this breakfast. When he looked at the table, Iris's breakfast really did look delicious. Bright colors, delicious aromas, and a variety of dishes created the atmosphere of a magical morning feast. The protagonist, enjoying a magnificent breakfast, sincerely thanked Iris for the banquet, where every taste sounded like a note of a melody, juicy and memorable. When he finally decided to try something with his own hands, he realized how deliciously he could cook, weaving a piece of his inner warmth into each culinary masterpiece. In the atmosphere of the class, the girl decided to introduce herself again, revealing her story in new shades and causing a mysterious stir among her classmates. This time, she called herself Ruyu, resurrected and whole, as if corrected by the magic of time and fate, ready to weave new stories with the class. Everyone in the class was shocked by this news. Amazement flashed in their eyes, as if a new chapter had opened in the mysterious journey with Ruyu. Among the surprised glances, Charlotte stood out for her displeasure, as if there was disharmony in her heart from the unexpected turn of events. Her appearance and facial expression clearly showed that she was deeply unhappy with the situation, as if her internal rebellion was being broadcast to the entire class. Charlotte, with an insistent look, demanded an immediate explanation from her boyfriend, as if demanding clarity in the foggy web of mysterious events in the classroom. In the whirlwind of excitement and uncertainty, Iris intervened, for some unknown reason deciding to hug the boy, thereby relieving the tension that had gripped the class. Rui tried to reconcile Charlotte and Iris, protecting them from unnecessary disagreements and tensions that could spoil the atmosphere. After a while, they calmed down, found a common language, and sat in the classroom, like the only harmony after a storm of uncertainty. The boy decided that what lay ahead was already important, and he peered into the next chapter as if it were a riddle ready to unfold before him. The teacher stood in front of the class, insisting that it was not the race that was important, but those who overcame the wall of strength, receiving a special mark, emphasizing the strength of the inner spirit that could overcome any barrier. As the owner becomes stronger, it transforms into a golden royal mark, and a special royal mark appears next to it, symbolizing the highest level of strength and wisdom. When the teacher asked who knew about the royal sign, one of the boys raised his hand energetically, ready to reveal the secrets he had learned in his search. He began to explain that when thinking of a special royal mark, the images that come to mind are the Dragon King and the Demon King, two monarchs who are completely different in nature. As Demon Kings, they become the embodiment of brutal force, their power piercing the darkness and causing trepidation in those who dare cross their path. In the martial arts tournament, the participants will fight against the previous Demon King, and the winner will become the next lord, inheriting the title of a demon with outstanding magical power. In this captivating story, Iris sees her destiny reflected in a mirror, where magic and adventure intertwine with her own path. Unlike demons, Dragon Kings are born with the mark of a king inherited from their royal family. From that point on, they are destined to become Dragon Lords, but bear the burden of the title from birth. The teacher announced that the next step would be practice, emphasizing that their mentor would be a different teacher, making a mysterious change in the class schedule. Everyone was shocked by the news of a new teacher with a general assessment. His sudden appearance caused surprise and excitement in the class. Rui realized that he now had ample opportunity to gain new knowledge and experience. Learning under the guidance of a teacher with an overall assessment promised to be exciting and useful. The teacher asked if they were Legacy students, hinting at a connection to the mysterious and influential educational institution. The man introduced himself as a traveling swordsman named Kojiro and announced that he would be teaching them for a time, bringing a dose of mystery and adventure to the class. Charlotte, full of curiosity, wondered about the power of this man, as if his strength contained secrets that could captivate the imagination. Kojiro offered to let them fight him if they wanted to know his power, challenging them to a duel to reveal his true skill. The entire class was eager to meet the great master in battle, as if the flames of passion and excitement were blazing in their hearts, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. The wolf, burning with the thirst for battle, declared with determination that he wanted to fight first, preparing to show his skills to the great master. Kojiro allowed Wolf and Michael to attack him together, giving them a chance to test their strength in alliance against the sword master. Drawing his sword, he seemed to be revealing a secret, preparing for the upcoming fight. He decided to undermine their confidence by asking if they were afraid of losing together, challenging their resolve. The man did not take them seriously, and this only fueled their discontent, pushing them to a more decisive proof of their strength. Kojiro saw a strong spirit in them and wondered what could happen in this struggle, recognizing in their determination the potential for something great. He announced his readiness for battle, and there was a glimmer of determination and experience in his eyes, ready to test his strength. Pushing off the floor, he rose into the air, his movements revealing the grace of a seasoned warrior ready for battle. Before the wolf could react, the swordmaster approached him like a shadow, creating the feeling that the fight had already begun before the first blow. Wolf's strike seemed slow compared to Kojiro's, as if time had slowed down, highlighting the gap in skill and experience. Michael could not afford to lose. His determination was burning with the desire to overcome the challenge and prove his strength. He used a technique called bomb, suddenly opening up his arsenal of techniques for battle. By this point, the man realized that the situation had become dangerous, and the internal fire of their passions was fueling the fight to the limit of tension. Their rage grew as they realized that even a few blows had missed their mark, and the anger and disappointment fueled the flames of determination within them. He prepares for a new attack, approaching the moment of truth, ready to face unknown challenges. Wolf advised him to bite his tongue, emphasizing the importance of silence so as not to reveal his plans. Kojiro easily dodged the attack, his movements displaying grace and skill, showing that such attacks were merely a light test. He easily threw the wolf back several meters, demonstrating superiority and control in the fight. Mikhail could not give in. It would hurt his dignity. He stood resolutely, ready to accept the challenge and continue the fight. He was ready to use his strongest magic, calling upon his inner strength for a decisive attack. Michael was surprised that the man didn't try to defend himself, but decided that this would only encourage him to attack harder. The guy activated his bomb at maximum range, creating a vortex of energy capable of engulfing everyone around him. But Kojiro continued to stand motionless, his composure and fortitude a strong shield against the approaching magical whirlwind. A smile appeared on his face, and he was ready to strike, wisdom and confidence shining in his eyes. At that moment, he realized his plan, as if everything around him exploded with a powerful blow, leaving only an echo. Mikhail could not believe what was happening. The world around him distortedly reflected the improbability of what had happened. The man asked if they could continue, as if the inner determination and passion for battle had reached a new level, pushing them to move on. But Mikhail lost his strength and desire to continue. He realized that he had lost and gave up, recognizing the power of an experienced opponent. Everyone present was shocked by how easily he defeated them. His skill exceeded their expectations and caused uncontrollable admiration. Rui was confident that he would become better after this fight. He saw every defeat as an opportunity to grow and improve. The protagonist took the sword in his hands, feeling its weight, preparing for a test that would take his skills to a new level. The man noticed that the hero had strained his shoulders too much and advised him to move the weight lower, sharing his experience to improve his technique. He admitted that he used to be a nobody, but now he is confident in his abilities and knows who he really is. His persistence left a mark, becoming a sign of achievement, showing the path and efforts taken to become an important personality. The man decided that his task would be to train the prince, as if opening a new chapter in their story, full of lessons and discoveries. James stated that he would train the prince himself, showing confidence in his abilities and responsibility for the education of the heir. There was tension between them, uncertainty and dissatisfaction in the air, creating an atmosphere of irreconcilability. The guy stressed that this was his duty, and he could not do otherwise, demonstrating dedication and determination in fulfilling his duties. But Yuri said that the guy shouldn't worry. Kojiro no longer interfered in all this. When the man asked if anyone else wanted some, Michael and Wolf immediately extended their hands to him. James didn't think the man was bad, but he couldn't let others get close to the prince without doing something special. Yuri was glad that he had such a guard. Rui realized that they really had a strong connection. The main character said that James would be teaching him today. Nevertheless, Kojiro suggested starting training. Rui was clearly worried. He didn't look his best. Something was really bothering him, and he was not very good at hiding it. He couldn't understand how such a situation could happen. He was sure that it should never even happen. Charlotte couldn't understand why Rui always went with him and trusted him. It was clear to her from the very beginning that it was a bad idea. Iris realized that she had to be with the main character and still had to think about my rebellious behavior. She still didn't need to ruin everything for the master. Usually Wolf was with them. But this time it was an exception. The main character was asked how he was doing. The same stranger, whom he had met by name Frederick, appeared in front of the guy. Rui heard that Frederick had gotten into some kind of trouble again. This was clearly not a good sign for him. Frederick asked the main character who was next to him. He introduced his girlfriend Charlotte and his servant Iris. Frederick noticed that they were very cheerful. The guy said that he had information that Rui would like. As it turned out, Frederick found a dungeon nearby, not far from them. And the main character really became interested after hearing this. But the girl, on the contrary, became somewhat wary after this. Frederick decided to tell this information to Rui, because the ruins there could have a connection with the hero, who was still a boy and so diligently. Rui's expression instantly changed. He was ready to dive into this head first. Frederick told the boy that he was glad that he was able to interest Rui. He found an entrance there, but there is a rather strong seal on it. So far, no one has entered it, and there is also such a template on that seal. The template really did have an unusual shape, reminiscent of a flower petal. Surprisingly, Charlotte's sword had the same symbol as this template. It turned out that this was a family mark of heroes, not a simple one, but a truly legendary one. This meant that the dungeon could be somehow connected to the hero, which could help the main character. A girl named Kazaha was very interested in what awaited them behind the treasure inside the dungeon. Frederick noticed the girl's unusual manner of speech and asked where she was from. The Kazakh woman said that she was born and raised in Cuba, and now Frederick understood where she got her dialect from. Charlotte wondered why Wolf didn't go with them, but learned that he was training with Michael. After the fight with Kojiro, they began training hard, which should bear fruit. At that moment, Rui noticed Kojiro, whom he had just been thinking about nearby. Rui had many questions, including what the teacher was doing here. The man admitted that he was looking for effective medicinal herbs here. The guy said that they actually came to see what kind of dungeon was ahead. Kojiro warned the students about the possible danger, because this dungeon is new, and it is unknown what kind of monsters and traps await them. Rui assured Kojiro that they were not going to take any risks, and would immediately leave the dungeon if there was any danger. But they still need to go there because a lot depends on it. Kojiro agreed to go with them to keep an eye on the students and help if needed. He provided the children with a homemade regeneration potion that works on cuts and bruises. However, they must be extremely careful, because the potion will not save them from final death. Rui was touched by the teacher's kindness, especially at this moment. Now they were ready to explore the dungeon, which held many mysteries and treasures. After a relatively short time, they reached the dungeon. Although it wasn't a new dungeon, Frederick thought the ruins had been looted long ago. A week ago, they accidentally found an entrance down there which opened up this mysterious dungeon. Near the entrance, there was a group of 5 people who were looking for something, but were now resting. Kazaka expressed the opinion that the group looked unpleasant, and she would not like to be around them for long. The tired men immediately turned their attention to the girl. Their gaze was angry and cold-blooded. They rudely asked why they came here. The men thought that adults had come to visit them, but when they saw children, they laughed. They next turned to Charlotte and Iris, warning them that it was dangerous here and that they had better leave. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. They warned that if the children stayed here, they would be caught by bad adults. This behavior made Charlotte very angry. Although she did not show all her emotions, her displeasure was obvious. Iris stated that if men want to flirt, they should first take care of themselves, because their appearance and behavior are disgusting. The man was speechless at these words. He had not expected to hear this from the disciples, hoping that they would get scared and run away. Enraged, he pulled out a knife, promising that the girls would regret not taking him seriously. For some unknown reason, the man decided to start with Rui, swinging at the guy ready to strike. Rui easily dodged the attack, and it didn't hurt him. The protagonist also decided to attack, demonstrating that the man had no right to conduct such a dialogue. Suddenly, the man found himself on the ground unconscious after being hit by the guy. The man's partners could not understand what these children were doing, and were ready to show them their place. Frederick realized that they wouldn't be able to get inside quickly, and something had to be done to speed up the process. Everyone knew how much Frederick loved to have fun, so the fight had to be memorable and bright. However, the men did not care about the threats of Frederick and the others, because there were more of them, and they saw this as their advantage. Sometimes you have to show yourself as a senpai. Frederick created a clay creature or a magical doll, which was a bad sign for the men. They had no chance of winning the dungeon. This creature had a mesmerizing appearance, and its mere presence could scare off many pseudo-heroes, as in this case, men. Trembling with fear, one of them shouted for the others not to dare retreat because they had to stand to the end, no matter what. The man managed to hit the creature and slightly pierce its clay body, but after that he was unable to get his weapon. Frederick commanded the golem to start the battle in order to get to the dungeon faster. The golem dealt a tremendous blow that made the earth shake. The partners saw their friend unconscious, lying on the floor, just like the impudent man who found himself in a similar situation. Ryu and Iris were warned by a mysterious voice not to move, otherwise unexpected things might happen to everyone. They turned around to see a man with a knife pointed at Kazahi's throat. He asked them pompously if they knew what would happen if they moved. Raising his voice, he asked again if they understood what was happening. At that moment, the man's sword was cut in half, and it is unclear who did it and how, which radically changed the situation. It turned out that this was the work of Kazak. Because of the noise, her baby, an abnormally sized praying mantis, woke up and immediately pounced on the stranger. The insect immediately began to attack the man, protecting the girl. Kazaka began to apologize to her friend, saying that they were already finishing. Frederick did not know about the existence of this man, and decided to ask permission to look at him and find out more next time. The men decided to attack their opponents, relying on their numerical superiority, their only argument being that there were many of them and only one enemy. The girl decided that since the baby woke up, she needed to wake up the others too. Suddenly, a multitude of abnormally large insects appeared, and their origin remained a mystery. But now their numbers were astonishing. The man was instantly frightened, and it seemed natural, given the strangeness of what was happening. Stunned by the inexplicable, he felt instant fear. With gratitude in her heart, Kazaka warmly expressed her gratitude to her friends for the help they had provided, filling her words with sincerity and warmth for their contribution to her life. Charlotte and Iris, upon noticing the main character, immediately began asking if everything was okay with him, showing concern and interest in his well-being. The guy, rejoicing in his victory over his enemies, realized that it was important that they did not remember them, and now he needed to erase his trace from their memory. Suddenly, the main character began to use an unknown technique, shrouding his actions in an aura of mystery, causing interest and surprise among those around him. As it turned out, it was the knowledge he had received from his teachers, and he was now applying it with confidence and skill. By running electricity through his head, the hero discovered that he could manipulate memories, removing parts of the past and leaving traces of uncertainty. When the man woke up, he was surprised to find that he did not recognize any of them, and a blank page opened in his memory, as if the pages of his memories had been erased. After some time, they found themselves in a jungle that seemed truly mysterious, as if nature itself was keeping its secrets here. Just a few seconds later, the mysterious seal that Frederick had spoken of appeared before them, as if the prophetic moment of their adventures had come true. This seal turned out to be extremely strong, which only made their task more difficult and added new puzzles. Frederick asked if Charlotte could do him a small favor, hoping for her friendly help in this mysterious journey. It is unclear why the protagonist suddenly grabbed Charlotte's hand, as if trying to warn her of something or dissuade her from an invisible danger. Rui asked Charlotte not to overexert herself if she was doing this for him, and resolutely began to investigate whether there was any way to remove the mysterious seal. The girl was outraged by the guy's reaction, expressing dissatisfaction and misunderstanding in response to Rui's sudden appeal. Thanking Rui for his concern, she noted that his attention was important not only for her, but also for her own well-being. She also wanted to learn about her ancestor and see with her own eyes the history that formed the basis of her origin. So she has nothing to fear. She strives to uncover the secrets of her past and confidently moves forward, eliminating fear from the equation. Charlotte sets about removing the mysterious seal, paving the way for her to uncover secrets and reconnect with the past. After some time, she managed to achieve a positive result, and the seal was successfully removed, opening up new horizons for them. At this time, Frederick smiled widely, believing in Charlotte and supporting her until the very end. Although there was nothing special inside, It was thanks to the hero's granddaughter that he succeeded in removing the seal. Otherwise, all efforts could have been in vain. The protagonist's gaze was carried away into the past, and for some unknown reason he was called out, ordered to stand, creating a mysterious moment in his story. Turning around, he noticed three strangers standing in front of him, suddenly filling the air with tension and mystery. There were now many more people in the jungle than expected, creating a situation no one had foreseen. The boy asked permission to join them in the dungeon, expressing a desire to go through the unexpected trials and secrets hidden in these mysterious places together. Rui asked who they were, as he couldn't allow them to join without understanding their identities and purposes in this mysterious place. In an apology, the boy explained that he did not mean to scare them and introduced himself as Max, the leader of a group called the Jackal, justifying his sudden appearance. The girl with blue hair was called Jima. She was a thief, and waving her hand, expressed pleasure at meeting him. The third girl turned out to be Mal, a mage, which added interest to this unpredictable group despite her status as a newcomer. Max reassured them, telling them not to be afraid because they were only at the very bottom of their group, urging them not to judge by first impressions. Realizing that they couldn't do it alone, they decided to ask Rui if they could help them on their difficult journey, revealing their own purpose and motivation. It turned out that they had been quietly watching their fight, and emerging from the shadows, Max apologized for not intervening and helping them at that moment. Charlotte asked if there were any advantages to them joining and helping them, finding out what benefits they could get from this union. Max began to explain that despite their weakness, they had a lot of experience in the jungle and knew how to detect traps, treasures, and secret passages, which their new acquaintances could not do. It was indeed true. They had no idea how to handle traps, find treasures, or discover hidden passages in the jungle. The company decided to discuss all aspects of the situation and make a collective decision on how to move forward with this group and what steps to take in their journey together. Max suggested that if they couldn't come to a decision, they should look at the magical items they had, hoping that it might shed light on the next steps. The guy took out the charge ring, which absorbs the magical power of the wearer and stores this energy. Ryu touched this magical item and realized that the treasure would be useful in future adventures. The ring sucked out Max's magical power, but released the portion that did not enter its inner sphere, creating an interesting moment of use. The next item was the Medal of Body Change, which, when worn around the neck, promised protection from any attack, adding a new level of security to the collection of magical artifacts. The Kazakh was not happy about this, because the pendant would break from a light attack. After Max suggested the next item, the protagonist finally gave permission to join them on their difficult journey. The group was delighted with the news because now they had a chance to survive in a dangerous dungeon with the support of experienced comrades. Charlotte was unsure that everything would be okay and was a little nervous, but still maintaining a cautious optimism in her heart. Now united, the entire group headed deeper into the dungeon, ready for the new adventures and challenges that awaited them. Max warned his allies that if they encountered a strong enemy, it was better to run away, creating a strategy to ensure safety in difficult situations. However, the group's true intention was to take all the treasure for themselves, raising questions about the trust and coherence of their journey together. Having caught up with the protagonist, Max said that he decided to tell about the jungle, revealing more information about the place and possible dangers. They should be careful. There may be traps in such a corridor, for example, copies appearing from the floor or arrows. At the very moment Max was talking about the button on the floor, Rui unwittingly stepped on it, creating a tense situation and raising questions about following warnings. Now everyone clearly understood what Max had warned about, looking at what had happened with puzzled expressions on their faces. In a split second, a huge rock appeared above their heads, creating a shadow of fear and forcing them to quickly react to the danger. The main character felt guilty, realizing that it was because of him that all this was happening. The protagonist turned to Max with a request to take action, because it was for such situations that they were recruited into the group. Max instructed Mail to take the initiative, emphasizing her abilities in magic and the need to use them. The girl conjured a medium magic arrow and fired it towards the huge stone, quickly reacting to the threat. Max gradually realized that in front of them was a stone devoid of magical power, and that was why the girl's spell remained ineffective, like a fruitless plan doomed to futility. Max realized that this was a stone that lacked any magical power, which explained why the girl's spell had not worked. He remembered how the Golden Adventurer had cut a similar stone. Upon hearing that the stone could not be broken in the usual way, the protagonist became enthusiastic and instantly ran towards it, sweeping away obstacles in his path. Rui, having assessed the power of his meteor fist technique, decided to use it to break the mysterious stone, putting his power and determination into action. The Jackal group marveled at how the boy managed to break the mysterious stone, joyfully absorbing the energy of his victory. Iris gently reminded him to be more reasonable in such situations, warning him of possible dangers and risks. They encountered many traps and obstacles on their way. Sometimes they had to face situations where they had to join forces to overcome difficulties. Frederick noticed that they had come a long way but still had not found any treasure, which made him uneasy. The protagonist reported an additional path into the depths and suggested continuing the exploration along this route. The maximum understanding may come when they discover an exit or come up with a cunning plan to deceive everyone around. He felt deeply grateful for the good fortune of meeting such distinguished comrades on this strange journey. Finding a vast space in places they had not been before, the protagonist assumed that they were probably deep within the dungeon. Rui's gaze deepened into the distance, and his expression suddenly changed, filling with fear and dread. Not seeing the slightest hint of a flying magic ball, they wondered if they were encountering one of the most treasured treasures hidden in the mysterious depths of the dungeon. It was difficult to guess what exactly was opening up before their eyes. The mysterious manifestation, vague and incomprehensible, captivated the imagination of all those present. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious voice was heard, announcing that it was conducting a life reaction check and beginning to analyze the hero's genetic code. Having successfully completed the operation, he began the process of transmitting information to the two. Iris didn't have time to react, and in an instant the main character seemed to disappear, dissolving into unknown spaces. To their added shock, they discovered that not only was the boy missing, but Charlotte too. No one could understand how this could have happened. Max was also at a loss, unable to explain what had happened, since this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Kazaka wisely asked Iris to calm down, reminding her that calmness is the best ally in difficult situations. Iris immediately apologized to Max for her outburst, realizing that lost emotions do not always help in solving puzzles. Max realized that their disappearance seemed like some kind of transport magic. They were probably transported to another room. Frederick had an unpleasant premonition of trouble. He noticed that the sphere examined them carefully and then transported the two. It seemed to remove them, allowing them to continue on their way. But unfortunately, it left them behind. The sudden disappearance of his comrades under the influence of the magical sphere, which Frederick warned about, finally reached Max's consciousness, forcing him to think about the mysterious forces and the possible consequences of this event. The magical sphere seemed to take stock of the two, transporting them into the unknown while the others remained outside, deprived of explanation and the ability to join. Because of this irresistible decision to end all ties with them, a mysterious rock statue appeared before their eyes, growing like a mighty giant from antiquity. The remaining group, confused and misunderstood, helplessly pondered their next steps, for among those who had left were those who possessed strength and wisdom. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly woke up. Realizing that he was being blinded by an intense, snow-white light, as if a bright beam was penetrating straight into his eyes. It became clear to them that only the two of them had been transported to this mysterious place, and no one else shared this mysterious environment with them. Charlotte hoped the others were okay and decided that they should focus on their own safety and leave everything else as a secondary priority. It was much more dangerous here than in the previous place. The girl, feeling the threat, grabbed the sword, ready for anything. The main character noticed her hand on the sword and saw something mysterious and unknown in her eyes. Carefully, he took her hand and gently asked her not to do this, claiming that it was unnecessary and unnecessary. He added that he was there to calm her down, because in this tense situation, any support is important. After these words, Charlotte was at a loss. Confusion appeared on her face, and she became embarrassed by the unexpected attention. She noted that she could protect herself, but if he wanted, she would agree to let him take care of her safety. The guy didn't argue and added that he was ready to become her knight, providing a sense of security in this dangerous world. Not far from them, a stranger in strange and old clothes wandered, attracting attention with his mysterious presence. Before they entered the ruins, there was no one there, and this stranger became a mystery to them, adding uncertainty to their adventure. With his sword in hand, Rui inquired as to who stood before them, seeking to uncover the stranger's identity and learn his intentions. In response, the stranger announced that he was waiting for those who would accept the hero's legacy and take responsibility for the next stage of their journey. He explained that he posed no threat and politely invited them to join him, silently gesturing towards new frontiers of their destiny. Having no other choice, the three who came decided to follow him, hoping for new discoveries and solving the mysteries of this strange world. As they moved forward, they encountered something that caused shock and surprise, making their hearts skip a beat from the unpredictable discoveries in this mysterious place. In front of them lay an ancient painting of historical significance, evoking respect and admiration for the greatness of the past captured in this work of art. The painting depicted the majestic hero Ogre. His image came to life on the ancient canvas, revealing mysterious stories and exploits to them, plunging them into the depths of time. The painting depicted a third-generation ogre. Its powerful figure and expressive features aroused the astonishment of the audience, as if opening forgotten pages of history. The stranger decided to answer all their questions sequentially, preparing to reveal secrets and provide keys to understanding what was happening in this historical place. His answers astounded them, causing surprise not only with the results, but also increasing their interest in what was hidden in the depths of this mysterious story. He frankly admitted that his face was in a terrible state, saturated with time and rotten marks, creating a mysterious contrast between its history and appearance. He couldn't remember his name and felt disgusted with his body due to his rotted face, believing himself to be a zombie from a mysterious past. This place managed the protection of the data about Mr. Ogre, storing secrets and important information, creating a feeling that they had entered the core of the secrets of this historical past. He was an integral part of this place, waiting for people who could unravel the mysteries and penetrate the depths of the images on the fresco. Rui couldn't understand whether he had become part of this world or had chosen this path himself, leaving his motivations a mystery. The protagonist was right. The stranger chose immortality, revealing the secret of his choice and the greatness of his destiny. The stranger decided to share with the park's heroes the story of the hero and his three faithful friends, opening new chapters of this exciting saga and shedding light on their true connections. Now the group was faced with uncertainty, not knowing what to do without Rui, as he could easily defeat the monster, creating a void with his absence. Iris was confident that she could handle the monster alone, feeling the strength and determination within herself to replace Rui and protect the group. She decided to use the blood spear, going into battle with determination and mysterious energy, ready to fight back the monster and reaffirm her readiness to protect her friends. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The spear broke on the stone golem, emphasizing the hopelessness in the face of the unshakable power of this creature. Max couldn't believe that the spear actually broke. It was the first time he saw a stone golem, an embodiment of sealing magic, which amazed him in front of such a strong opponent. Realizing that magic was powerless against the stone golem, Iris decided to retreat with the group, faced with a hopeless situation. Despite the difficulty, she decided to take a risk and try to hit the enemy, hoping to somehow damage him and cause a response from the golem. She put all her strength into this blow, focusing on the instant attack, hoping to leave a mark on the stone enemy's impenetrable armor. As expected, it did little to help, and Iris realized that her attempt to break through the golem's defenses had been in vain. A second later, she had to start running away from the monster, realizing that the situation required not only strength, but also agility to survive. Luckily, Kazaka intervened in time and saved the girl, urging her to avoid such dangers, showing concern for her well-being. Kazaha realized that they had angered the golem and realized that they had to retreat. To win, they would need to recruit more allies and join forces. Iris couldn't understand why she was saved because in this dangerous situation, her life could have simply been sacrificed. Kazaka only laughed at the girl's reaction, realizing that the secrets of this world can be unpredictable and cause different feelings. She revealed that Iris knew perfectly well why she had saved her, adding to the mystery of the situation, which had more to it than met the eye. Iris couldn't understand what Kazuha was talking about. The answer remained veiled, raising even more questions. Charlotte was shocked, not believing that a man would voluntarily choose the fate of a zombie based on his own choice. Rui thought that becoming a zombie meant having infinite life and memories, which made him consider the cost of such a choice. But many break down psychologically, faced with a deteriorating body that turns into a disgusting state. This indicated that the man had spent 300 years alone, experiencing a long and lonely journey in his unusual destiny. He asked not to express sadness because their coming here had already become a reward for him, bringing joy and satisfaction. He then decided to continue the explanation, revealing even more secrets and details of his amazing story. The mural depicted the hero and 3 other people, his team, considered the strongest in history, opening up new perspectives and potential for adventure for the group. This revived Charlotte's interest. Unread pages of their history began to unfold, revealing endless possibilities and exciting mysteries to her and the group. Information about them remains only here, but his memory seems to be starting to fail, creating a mysterious combination of valuable details and gaps in his memories. The man decided to start with the one to the right of the hero. Her name is the Fairy King Titania, introducing a new character with an exquisite and mysterious name. Somewhere there is a fairy village, and it is there that the Fairy King Titania apparently exercises her rule, adding new and unknown facets to their adventure. To the left of the hero is the King of the 3 Worlds, Balmung, representing another powerful character who holds power over the 3 worlds in this exciting story. Rui inquired about the identity of the King of the 3 Worlds, Balmung, seeking to uncover the secret and essence of this mysterious ruler. The man couldn't remember, and it seemed strange, as if his memory, like a magic mirror, reflected the uncertainty and mystery of this king's past. Charlotte couldn't believe what was happening and asked for an explanation, wanting to solve the mystery and restore forgotten memories. Balmung was the strongest fighter in the hero's team, giving their alliance incredible strength and combat prowess, making him a key player in their story. Rui decided to ask Wolf about Balmung later, trying to fill in the gaps in his memory and unravel the mysterious details of his saga. In the last position was the Queen of Snakes, Ehinda. According to records, she had the unique ability to see the future. She was the queen of the Lamias, half humans, half snakes. Unfortunately, the girl and the boy had not heard of her before, as if their worlds had forgiven each other, leaving a void of untold stories in their hearts. Charlotte had no idea that her generation would have to deal with such a mysterious mystery, as if fate had led them down a road where every bite opened new pages of unknown stories. Perhaps they were trying to keep it a secret that he had allies outside the human world, and revealing this fact could soften the discrimination between non-humans and beastmen. There was a reason, but perhaps it was better not to dwell on the sadness, to leave the mystery alone and trust in the flow of life. Rui played a game of ignorance, masking his uncertainty about how and why he ended up here with the girl. He was lucky to be in a key place where he could find a way to remove the seal from the endless hell, as if a secret door led to the solution of a painful riddle. The man brought intrigue into the conversation, hinting at the unsaid, as if opening a page of his life, full of secrets and unexpected turns. He began to transfer the hero's words, opening a new chapter where reality intertwined with fantasy, and his story became part of the plot of life. If someone was in trouble and needed support, a man should turn to his partners for help, as the last thread of salvation in the labyrinth of incredible events. Rui was faced with misunderstandings, unable to figure out which partners the hero was talking about, as if trying to unravel a tangle of secrets veiled by mysterious threads of the past. The man finally revealed his hand, revealing that their friends were being attacked by a golem as a sudden darkness fell upon their world, causing commotion and anxiety. When he returned, both of them had questions. There was a mystery in the air that needed to be solved, and their eyes met, searching for answers. The man had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but when it came, he suddenly felt lonely, as if the mysterious secret carried not only answers, but also sadness. He hugged Charlotte and expressed his gratitude to her, realizing that at that moment words were unnecessary, and that his feelings found a response in the silence of the embrace. As she parted, she said that he too was a hero, even greater than she, emphasizing that he had left an indelible mark on their adventure together. The man said his last goodbyes, noting that the girl had the blood of a hero in her veins, that courage and determination were mixed in her veins, supporting them in this world of secrets and dangers. And then he seemed to crumble, disappearing into space like a shadow, taking with him the mystery and the heroic metamorphosis. Having made up her mind, she decided to inherit his aspiration. and a spark of determination was awakened in her heart, ready to sparkle in the name of continuing the extraordinary path. This meeting and everything that happened became an integral part of her memory, clearly intended for long-term storage in the corners of her memories. Kazakh began to explain why he decided to save the girl, his words revealing the depths of her kindness and determination, deserving admiration. Iris still couldn't understand the meaning of the words that she herself knew why Kazakh had made such a decision, as if the secret of her motives was hidden in the impenetrable depths of her inner world. Max suddenly interrupted their conversation, warning them that it was time to run, emphasizing that important steps required immediate action. At that moment, a golem attacked them, threatening to destroy everyone. An event suddenly took a dangerous turn. Max realized that his attack power was equal to that of an A rank. His inner potential was revealed, raising his abilities to a new, exciting level. The girls were ready to escape, with the means to make a quick and effective exit, as if they had mastered the tools of their freedom in this tense moment. However, despite their attempts, these methods did not work, as if mysterious forces were opposing their plans for freedom. Mila suggested standing silently in the corner of the room so as not to attract attention, otherwise they risked interfering with their escape. Max glanced resolutely at the girls, assessing the situation out of the corner of his eye. His vigilance focused on the safety of the entire group. His face was worried, indicating that he was lost in an unknown situation. The excitement in his eyes reflected uncertainty and lack of a plan. Iris realized that it was time to take matters into her own hands. Otherwise, they were in danger of being killed, and the responsibility for the survival of the entire group fell on her shoulders. She approached her opponent with determination, preparing to attack, her eyes sparkling with determination to change the course of events in her favor. However, the golem's reaction was astonishingly fast. He easily identified her. His attention was so keen that it left no chance for evasion. Iris prepared herself for death without even trying to defend herself. Acceptance of the inevitable was born in her heart, and she faced the threat with wise calm. But, like the mysterious hand of fate, the golem suddenly froze, and the expected moment disappeared into impenetrable mystery, as if the plans had been disrupted by the magic of unknown forces. The golem, as if immersed in the world of a mystical slug, was covered in a sticky mass that changed its appearance. The breath of a mysterious nature penetrated its stone body, turning it into an enigmatic creation. Max, with alarm in his voice, rushed towards them and asked in a trembling voice whether they carried misfortunes within themselves, as if his caring look could change fate or give comfort. Iris, wide-eyed, refused to believe that a golem had stood in their way, facing an undeniable force that had become an unsolved mystery. The sticky bomb, a mysterious tool of adventurers, possessed a special magic. Its effect lasted only a few minutes, like a brief burst of magic that could change the course of adventures in the blink of an eye. With a mysterious smile, Iris offered a choice: to try an incomprehensible drink that hides the secrets of magic, or to use a potion, opening the door to a world of mysterious possibilities. Mila, with concern in her eyes, deftly bandaged Iris's leg, as if wrapping it with thin loops of friendship, trying to shed light in the dark moment of healing. Iris looked at them in confusion, not understanding why they stayed. It would have been more logical to leave, as if from danger, but there was something hidden in their decision that eluded her. Max, realizing that Iris was right, decided not to argue. He realized that her wisdom was important for making a decision in this situation. Before, they always ran away, leaving behind an unknown past. But now, something in Iris made them stay and break the familiar ritual of escape. They cleverly manipulated other adventurers, turning them into bait. Weak adventurers fell for their tricks, getting lost in a world of intrigue and danger. When they saw Rui, they wondered if they should adopt his way of life. They noticed something in his life that made them rethink their actions. Remembering his childhood dream, Max realized that he once wanted to become an adventurer. The spark of adventure, forgotten in the routine, was rekindled in his soul. In his apology, Max said that even without asking for help, he would still decide to help. This was an expression of his kindness and true intentions. The girls were fired up with the idea of showing their abilities, as if they had gathered the fire of determination ready to write their names into history. By combining their strength and skills, they created an unstoppable alliance, ready to confront even the most terrible threat: the golem. The golem considered the possibility that setting the flypaper on fire might free him, as if an idea had occurred to him that could change the course of the battle. Realizing that it was better to retreat, the girls decided to leave temporarily, strategically choosing the moment to return with renewed vigor. Max laughed, insisting that there was nothing to be afraid of, as if his fearlessness served as a shield from the shadows of fear. Iris, deciding to trust him, saw him take out his slingshot. In his hands, this simple tool turned into a powerful weapon, ready for action. Iris's anger flared as she realized he was going to use the slingshot on the golem. Her fear turned to rage at his foolish decision, causing a storm of emotions. Max, confident in his choice, remained deaf to her objections. His stubbornness proved stronger than their differences. Max boldly fired a smoke bomb, creating a veil of mystery behind which he hid his movements and confused the golem. The girls were happy that Max was now with them. His decision to fight alongside them inspired them, giving them a new surge of motivation. Kazaka handed Mila a mysterious potion, as if this liquid contained concentrated powers ready to be revealed at the right moment. Frederick thanked the girl, admitting that he had not expected their help. In their kind actions, he had found unexpected support and allies in a tough fight. Now they were faced with the final challenge, an all-or-nothing battle where every action could determine the outcome of their adventure. Max realized that he had to show his full essence. This was not just a battle, but a test where he had to reveal his true strength and skills. He used the slippery ball, creating a clever tactic that allowed him to maneuver around the golem and dodge its powerful blows. The partner used a special lubricant, creating a slippery barrier that made it difficult for the golem to move and strengthened their alliance. And it did indeed work. Their cunning and combined efforts proved effective in defeating the golem, opening the way to success. Mila assured Max that he could rely on her, and then used her magic, turning words into reality, to support him at a crucial moment. And indeed, their combined efforts began to bear fruit. The golem slowly began to fall under the influence of their magic and cunning tactical moves. Max realized that even an A-class monster couldn't withstand such a combo. His experience and observation told him how powerful their combined actions were. But unfortunately, the monster rose to its feet again. Its strength and tenacity allowed it to recover from the blows, causing a new turn in the battle. Max couldn't believe that their plan hadn't worked. Disappointment and confusion were reflected in his eyes, despite all the efforts and the united approach. Luckily, Iris was there to save him, her quick and decisive intervention a bright spot in their intense battle. Max couldn't believe that the girl had saved him. Surprise and recognition of his vulnerability were reflected on his face when he met her unexpected feat. Max admitted that he now owes the girl for saving him, expressing gratitude for her selfless support in difficult times. Iris simply did what came naturally to her. Her kindness and willingness to help were part of her nature, requiring no special thanks. At that moment, she remembered what Kazahi had said about knowing why she had saved her. Secret motives and inner changes began to appear in her mind. Iris began to remember how she was rescued, and images of the past came back to life in her memory, bringing excitement and mixed emotions. She couldn't concentrate. Her thoughts were spinning in her head, and suddenly she realized that a reason for saving wasn't always necessary. She just wanted to do it and show her care. Fighting alongside someone, her powers and feelings were stirred, as if her heart was beating in time with the fight, giving her strength and determination in the joint battle. Now Iris is serious. Her inner fire of determination burns brighter, preparing for new battles and challenges. It was time for her to teach the monster a lesson. Her eyes shone with determination, ready to teach him something he didn't expect. She was determined to defeat the enemy, as if a menacing hymn of determination, ready to fight to the end, sounded in her soul. Iris dodged the monster's attacks with athleticism, moving smoothly around it as if dancing to the rhythm of the battle, her grace becoming a weapon in the fight. She then used the bloody sword, and in her hands, this sharp blade became an extension of her inner strength. Called to fight, Iris thrust her sword straight into the monster's eyes, choosing the precise key point to strike, creating a brief window of opportunity in the battle. The blow was strong and powerful. Its energy filled the space, leaving a noticeable mark on the dynamics of the battle. To Iris's surprise, the monster began to attack on its own, as if its unbreakable will to fight had changed its behavior, creating a new twist in the battle. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The monster's reaction to her blow left her with a feeling of surprise and uncertainty. Max immediately ran to her to see how she was. his concern and care flaring up at the moment when the situation became unpredictable. The boy provided her with a regeneration potion, demonstrating that caring for her well-being had become a priority in their fight, calling upon the powers of restoration. Max began to apologize, calling himself useless. A feeling of guilt and helplessness washed over him, as if he had taken on the weight of responsibility for the course of the battle. Iris, of course, denied it, not wanting Max to burden himself with guilt. She assured him that they would get through this together. After all, it was thanks to Max that she was saved from certain death. Recognizing his role in their fates became a bright note in the dark plot of their adventures. And then, out of nowhere, Rui appeared, adding a new element of surprise to their events, diluting the routine of battle. Rui was glad to be back with his friends, his eyes filled with happy memories and gratitude for the opportunity to be together again. The protagonist began to use magical analysis. His mastery of magic became the key to uncovering secrets and recognizing threats in the world around him. The monster knocked away his magic seal stones, demonstrating its strength and ability to resist magic, causing confusion and concern. Now he understood why he couldn't win, and decided to finish the monster off with something interesting. An idea flashed in his eyes that could change the course of the battle. Rui was ready to attack, his readiness to fight transforming his appearance, creating an aura of determination. His gaze was cool and confident, reflecting his readiness for decisive action in this dangerous battle. The guy used the space slice technique, demonstrating his skill in creating a time hole and opening up new possibilities in battle. And strangely enough, it worked. The monster fell, and surprise and relief mixed on the faces of the heroes, who realized that they were on the verge of victory. Now, thanks to him, they were safe. His ability to make difficult decisions and use magic was key to their survival in this world. Rui immediately began checking to make sure everything was okay, showing concern for his friends' well-being with vigilance and willingness to support them. Max began to beg Rui to share his knowledge, and in his eyes one could see hope for new horizons and skills. Rui was glad to see that Frederick and Kazuha were okay. Relief washed over him, reassuring him of his friend's well-being. Kazuha noted that if Rui was going to praise her, it would be better to do it with Iris. Her laughter and light mockery created an atmosphere of friendly banter. Iris stated that she always believed in Rui and his return. Her confidence in him became the unshakable foundation of their friendship. He also believed in Iris and thanked her for protecting everyone, and at that moment their mutual trust became even stronger. At that moment, Charlotte returned, and her appearance added mystery to their adventures, becoming an unexpected turn of events. She praised Rui for taking down the monster, her words giving him a new sense of respect and recognition for his skills. Charlotte noticed that the guy always seemed to attract some weirdos like Max, adding a playful touch to their unpredictable friend. Kazuha noticed that something was starting to happen, and she was shaking with anxiety and a premonition of new events hanging over the group. Max screamed as the dungeon began to fall away. His cry pierced the air, heralding a new danger and calling for action. Between the shadow of hope and the emptiness of fear, the bottomless labyrinth of their fate seethes with uncertainty. If they do not get out, their dreams will be buried under a pile of unknown circumstances. Beyond the ordinary, where exits usually open, the prospects have now disappeared, obscured by the darkness of the unpredictable, leaving only the heavy silence of the unknown. And suddenly, like a flash in the dark sky, the main character suddenly remembered something that turned out to be the key to the solution, opening the way out of the dark hopelessness. When recalled, the information turned out to be the key to a closed castle, a dungeon where the hero's secrets were kept, and those who penetrated were awaited by a testing golem, the guardian of mysteries. Suddenly realizing that this was not just a guard, but a double trap, the hero realized that his path would be lined with collapsing secrets, skillfully created in this dungeon. Max was questioned about whether he had accidentally ended up with some object, and there was a hint of suspicion in the question, as if the key to the mystery might end up in his hands. Max had the item, but he knew that using it required the consent of his partners. Even in the dark labyrinth, the powers of united minds were important. Max revealed the secret. It was a magical stone of movement. He explained that under the influence of magic, the stone was able to transport them outside, opening a door from the darkness of the dungeon. The stone's capabilities were limited, and the protagonist had to choose 3 partners whose powers and skills would make them a team capable of overcoming the dark barriers of the dungeon. Realizing that Rui was unable to make the difficult choice, the hero felt the burden of responsibility that lay before him in selecting comrades for the great journey. He expressed gratitude to Max but admitted that choosing who to take with him was difficult, and the decision remained up in the air. The hero, full of determination, did not want anyone to suffer because of his guilt. This burden of responsibility weighed on him, making his choice difficult. In the end, he only asked to believe in him. It was the last thin thread connecting their destinies in this dangerous adventure. Kazakh and Charlotte looked on in bewilderment, not understanding what decisions the boy was about to make. Their incredible adventure depended on this moment. There was a look of understanding on Iris's face, as if she knew what he was about to do, adding to the mystery and excitement of the unexpected turn of events. A satanic beam flared from the protagonist's hands, framing his figure in dark light. An aura of mysticism and unknown power hung in the air. Gathering all his strength, he directed his energy towards saving his friends, trying to bring down the walls of the dark labyrinth and free the captive souls. Iris realized that this beam was capable of destroying magic. If a dungeon was made of magical power, the hero could erase it with his unique beam, opening the way forward. Exhausted, the boy exhaled and declared that now everything depended on the power of the name. The meaning of his words was revealed in the tense air. Kazaka came up with a plan. They could fly with the help of her 18-meter friend. Nature's alliance with the power of the wind opened up an unexpected path to freedom. Suddenly, an unimaginable creature lifted them up and they flew out of the dark dungeon, breaking the boundaries between reality and fantasy. Everyone was filled with joy, realizing that they had escaped danger and saved themselves from the sinister mysteries of the dungeon, feeling the excitement of sudden deliverance. Arriving home, they said a friendly farewell, taking with them in their hearts a piece of the adventure that had bound them together forever on this incredible journey. Rui noticed that her body was being pierced by sharp pains, as if every cell was screaming in unbearable discomfort. At that moment, Kojiro appeared as if from the fog. Having learned from the head of the dormitory that the boy still had not returned, the teacher could not believe that he had returned so battered, remembering their conversation in the forest. He asked if he had used his potion. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes. He did not expect anyone to pay attention to his mysterious experiments. The teacher, who was into experimental treatment methods, used strange means that caused the boy to sting badly. This made him doubt his choice of teacher. To the teacher's surprise, they told him that his potion really worked well, and this was confirmed in practice. He was glad that the boy had returned in perfect order, but warned that it was better for children not to do such things. The main character had to take a bath, relax in the warm water, and hope that all the troubles would go away. Rui still couldn't believe that he was actually worried about her and waiting for her. Their meeting in the forest remained a mystery to her. After waking up, the guy decided to do some sports, trying to awaken his body and get rid of the memories of the strange events of the previous night. At this time, a good old parrot flew to him, spreading joy with its bright feathers and cheerful cries. The parrot brought with him an exotic fruit, adding a hint of mystery to his shrill greeting. The main character was happy to receive the fruit and thanked his feathered friend for the unexpected morning treat. But it was already time for Ruyu to go to school, and she said goodbye to the parrot, mixing joy and anticipation of new adventures. Kojiro apologized for the suddenness, announcing that today was his last lesson. This inspired mystery in the upcoming farewell and left many questions. Although they spent little time together, it filled their lives with vivid memories and unexpected turns. Rui was slightly stupefied, not understanding why everything was happening this way. The mystery of this oncoming world only increased her bewilderment. Charlotte immediately noticed the boy's strange behavior. Curiosity flashed in her eyes, and she tried to decipher the secrets that hung in the air. He wondered why the teacher was in a worse mood than usual today. He thought about the possible reasons, feeling something mysterious. The man was doing his job, but in the eyes of the students there was a shadow of an unknown mystery, making his actions more mysterious. He said that when attacking, one should squeeze the sword, emphasizing the importance of reaction. And despite this, his stance improved, surprising everyone around him. The guy was happy to hear this, and said that his stance needed to be improved. He decided to go and practice to perfect his skills. Next in line was Prince Yuri, and everyone waited with curiosity to see what lessons of skill and secrets the mysterious teacher would reveal. Prince Yuri decided that he, too, could use some training in the use of weapons. He watched the training process with fascination, ready to dive into a world of secrets and skills. He brought a staff to training, wanting to learn not only swordsmanship, but also other types of weapons, adding variety and uniqueness to his training. The teacher announced that he was about to attack, and Yuri needed to try to defend himself, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation and challenge. Yuri was serious about training, seeing in every movement of the teacher an opportunity to reach a new level of mastery and improve his skills. The teacher noted that Yuri had a good stance and a confident look, emphasizing his readiness for challenges and thirst to master new techniques. It is unclear what the teacher was sorry about, because in his eyes one could see pride in Yuri's level of preparation and the desire to improve. However, the teacher decided to start sparring with the student, creating an atmosphere of competition and an opportunity for Yuri to demonstrate his skills in combat. Yuri was slightly worried, but prepared for the sparring, feeling inner strength and determination to cope with the challenges thrown down by the teacher. Kojiro, in turn, was calm and confident. The teacher, rushing forward at the speed of light, threw out his first attack, like a master of instantaneous embodiment of power, creating a whirlwind of power. Yuri stood like an unwavering guard, ready to meet, light and confident, like the wind. A feeling of joy and pride flared up inside him that he could protect himself. The teacher's gaze suddenly changed, as if a light had cut through the darkness, revealing his hidden intentions. The teacher was consumed by rage like fire, but upon realizing it, he quickly apologized to Yuri, like the wind calming a storm. Without warning, he struck a fatal blow, filled with mysterious strength and determination. Yuri collapsed to the floor, as if under the weight of an invisible defeat, and silence reigned. Everyone around was gripped by fear. Their hearts began to beat faster in front of the unexpected threat, as if a shadow of doubt had enveloped everyone. The teacher raised his sword to Yuri's head, and the silence in the hall became unbearably tense, as if the drama had reached its climax. Kojiro said goodbye to Yuri, and there was an inexpressible heaviness in his farewell, as if deep, unspeakable feelings were hidden behind the words. But then Rui stood up for Yuri, determined and unwavering, not allowing the teacher to kill his friend so easily. Their meeting turned into a tense struggle between friendship and fate. Yuri couldn't understand what all this meant, as if he had a puzzle with missing pieces in front of him, causing anxiety and doubt. At that moment, his guard appeared, amazed at what was happening, as if he could not believe his eyes. Rage instantly engulfed him like a storm, igniting a flame in his soul. The guard swore to kill his opponent, his words sounding like a thunderclap promising an inevitable clash. The protagonist urged the boy not to give in to anger. His words sounded like a soft whisper in the storm, warning against recklessness. After Rui said something quietly, the boy instantly calmed down, as if these words had dispelled his inner torment. She suddenly declared that she trusted the protagonist, and this unexpected turn gave her confidence, creating a sense of harmony. At parting, the main character asked her to protect everyone. His request sounded like the last hope in the game of fate, revealing its cards. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance, his every movement embodying his determination to protect those he loved. A moment later, Iris appeared behind the boy, her appearance like a ray of light cutting through the darkness, bringing hope. But she didn't see the teacher's weak points. The difference in their strength was huge, like an insurmountable gap between them. Wolf was furious. He felt helpless, as if a dark veil had enveloped him, preventing him from finding a way out. Charlotte gently asked the guy to calm down. Her words, like a gentle caress, dispelled the clouds of anger in his soul. Although the situation was unfair, no one could change anything. All that was left was to watch and learn, as if there was some important wisdom hidden in it. Charlotte silently begged the boy to be okay, her quiet thoughts penetrating his heart, calling for calm. Rui finally asked the man why he did this, his eyes full of willingness to understand and solve this riddle. The boy admitted that although he had little time with the teacher, he became important to him, as if he had already realized the value of this connection. Kojiro noted mysteriously that everything was more complicated than it seemed, as if her words were hiding a mystery surrounding what was happening. The teacher asked the boy to leave for the sake of his health, adding that he did not want to harm anyone except the prince, as if he was striving for peace. The teacher's blow looked fatal, but he had to make sure the boy was no longer breathing, leaving a shadow of uncertainty in the air. The protagonist couldn't let the teacher leave after he injured his friend, because he had no reason to attack. Rui was partly right. It was difficult to understand why the teacher needed to kill. His actions remained shrouded in mystery. But the teacher had his own reason, as if a fire was burning inside him, fueling his motivation, although its essence still remained hidden. If the protagonist gets in his way, the teacher will pass by with force, as if the determination to break through an invisible wall was pushing him to use all his power. The teacher was serious and wanted to finish off the guy. Well, now Kojiro simply had no choice, and he had to get rid of Rui. A split second later, he disappeared from the guy's field of vision, and in an instant he appeared right in front of him. This maneuver looked impressive. Well, it goes without saying that Rui had good reflexes and was able to dodge it. He began to repel all enemy attacks and did it skillfully and professionally. The teacher said that the guy was not bad since he could parry his blow. And all this was thanks to his teachers in the form of his friends and sister, and Rio. The guy decided to strike his blow, but it was not successful. But the teacher's blow had its results, and Rui even moved a couple of meters. The guy even had to use magic to keep from falling to the floor. He realized that he wouldn't be able to hit the teacher at close range and that he needed to move away. Then I decided to use a technique called Big Flame. The ball of fire was getting closer and closer to the teacher. It was indeed well-trained magic, but did the protagonist really think he could take on the teacher with it? Kojiro prepared to defend himself from such an attack. He had to put in a lot of effort to do so. He then used magic and was still able to repel the attack. It is clear that the main character did not expect this and was surprised. But the teacher said that there was no time to be surprised. Doing what the enemy doesn't like is the basis of battle. If you convert everything into numbers, there is no particular difference between him and the teacher. But he didn't know that the guy was a difficult child. He was confident that if he continued like this, he would definitely be able to defeat the guy. Here, the teacher realized that the boy was becoming stronger during the battle. In addition, he can memorize its movement at incredible speed. Rui learned by memorizing from his sister and Rio. Then the guy finally got to his feet and was ready to continue the fight. He wanted to move away and switch to magical attacks, but he doesn't have enough speed to move. The shuffling of his feet made it difficult to predict the teacher's next move. He just needed to find his weak spot and hit him there. Unfortunately, the teacher was able to pierce the guy with his sword, which was very bad for the guy. The teacher had already said goodbye to the boy. The man felt some hot air around him. He couldn't understand what it was or who it was. As it turned out, this was the guy's plan, and now was his final act. The guy decided to use a space cut, as in the case of the stone monster. It was a good move, but only if the guy could hit the teacher. Kojiro, in turn, used a technique called the swallow's tail. After such a blow, the guy could no longer stand on his feet and fell, coughing up his own blood. The teacher was confused by the fact that he did not lose consciousness. He could not believe that he survived his swallowtail. Kojiro decided to check the prince's breathing and just leave. He demonstratively said in front of the other students that he did not like to kill without a good reason. If they leave, he will not harm them and will leave them alive. Charlotte wondered if the man wanted them to calmly watch as he killed their friend. Kojiro realized that he simply had no choice. At the end, he only said that it would be very painful for them. Rui was still able to somehow come to his senses and tried to persuade the man to stop. Whether these were memories or whether he was actually transported to an endless hell. But the essence is that the guy was in an endless hell. The girl said that the guy had become much stronger, but he still lacked something. It was something of a determination. If he got into his world, he would have to face it. There may also be a situation when he has to kill the enemy. Rui said with a kind face that it was not necessary to put his life on the line. If she talked, he might understand him. The girl said that his kindness is his strength. However, if it were possible to discuss everything, the warrior would not happen. Things important to him can be lost in an instant. Therefore, in this case, he does not need to get lost when he's fighting for life and death. Rui managed to whisper words of forgiveness to the girl, Rio, and then he began to get up in order to continue the fight and not let the man win. Rui found the strength and motivation to get up and continue the fight. Kojiro didn't expect that with such wounds he would still have the strength to fight. The guy is shaking all over, but is still ready to continue the fight with the teacher. Rui was determined. He wanted to put an end to this chaos. Kojiro apologized for treating him like a child, and now would see him as an obstacle to his goal. The teacher was ready to deal another blow to Rui. But to everyone's surprise, the guy was able to easily repel this attack with his bare hands, without using a weapon. Kojiro couldn't understand how Rui managed to do it so easily. He was confused because his movements were very careful. Then the main character began to launch his attack. Kojiro will notice that Rui's number of strikes has changed, meaning that he has become stronger. The protagonist realized that he needed to use a third attack move called Serenui. This blow was really strong and unexpected for the teacher. The man instantly fell to his knees after such a blow, and the boy immediately began to thank him, because thanks to him, he learned the horror of war and true determination, and with the help of this power, he will overcome the teacher. Kojiro didn't expect such a surge of strength from the guy. He wasn't ready for it. In such a short amount of time, he became stronger. He became too strong. Kojiro could not believe that willpower could change people so much. The man noticed changes in the guy's face. For some unknown reason, the main character's eyes changed color and became red. Rui realized that this was not just like that, and they gave him strength. The main character remembered how in the endless hell he said that when they were training, he noticed that she began to defend herself faster than he began to attack. The girl was happy about this because it meant that the guy had become stronger and noticed it. It's called the Dragon's Eye, and only the strongest dragons have it. Unlike the magic eye, it also sees life and qigong, tension and muscle movement, with the help of which one can understand how the enemy will attack. Rui was upset when he learned that only dragons could own it, but the girl made him happy and told him that he could have it too. Her blood flows inside him, and thus he too can use dragon qigong. Rui was truly glad that he too would one day have a dragon eye. He will appear when Rui feels real danger and is ready to fight with his will. Then the power of dragons will definitely save him. Rui was grateful for these words and Ryo's lessons. It goes without saying that for Kojiro, this meant that he had even more problems. He was confident that he would definitely not lose now and was moving towards his goal. It is clear that Rui will not just stand there and began to defend himself. The main character had to jump back, but he didn't hit it. He hoped that everything would work out. To top it all off, Rui even managed to literally cut off the teacher's hand during his attack. The main character asked if Kojiro was ready to continue the fight since he could no longer use the sword. After these words, Kojiro became completely furious. But he also has a reason why he needs to win this battle. Even if he is covered in blood or dirt, he is bound to win. But Rui also has his own reason. He is obliged to protect all his friends and people dear to him. Their battle will go down in history as a legendary confrontation. He became stronger in order to defeat the teacher. Kojiro lost his arm, and now this. But Rui can't lose at all costs. The protagonist began using Dragon Attack move number 1. Rui was ready to use the Dragon Star Fist. Kojiro was wondering if the guy could stop his ace in the hole. Giant General Sword. Magic that only those with the general mark can use will have to be used, because Ryo and his sister will have stronger enemies ahead. Rui, clenching all his will into a fist, gathered himself for the final blow, feeling the power ready to spill out at the decisive moment. Trained by the strongest, Rui was ready to take on the responsibility once again, protecting Yuri and everyone with the determination of a guardian ready for the test. Kojiro admitted that Rui was much more complex than he seemed, seeing unexpected depth and strength in him. He sincerely regretted his actions, realizing that if he had the strength like that guy, he wouldn't have had to go down this path. Rui, feeling the weight of responsibility for his friends, was ready for anything, filled with unshakable determination. He managed to avoid Kojiro's attack and land his own blow, demonstrating skill and agility. As expected, the blow was too powerful for Kojiro. He could not withstand it and lost consciousness from the crushing blow. Rui attributed his success to Ryo, as it was she who gave him the determination that helped him overcome all the challenges. The hero's victory was impossible without the support of friends who were always there and ready to protect. Over time, everyone worked hard to help Kojiro and change the situation. Fortunately, their combined efforts paid off. Kojiro regained consciousness after the fight. The guy apologized after waking up, warning that the coming moments would be painful. He asked Lona, who was standing nearby, to begin the process, explaining that it would be unpleasant but necessary for his recovery. Lona used High Hill, providing him with quick healing after the battle. The man was amazed at how she was able to restore him with just one spell, since even experienced healers need hours to achieve such a result. The girl asked if it hurt, but continued her work with grace, creating a healing spell. Kojiro was frankly amazed by her professionalism, watching her skill with admiration. He couldn't believe he could move his hand again, realizing the new perspective and his gratitude. The teacher was puzzled as to why Rui decided to save him after everything that had happened. Rui himself also tried to understand the meaning of why Kojiro ended up under his protection at the end of the battle. It seemed as if Kojiro was deliberately aiming for defeat, as if his goal was to lose this battle. Realizing that his deception had been exposed, and even the children had noticed his cunning plan, Kojiro realized his mistake. Having lost the battle, he realized that the main thing now was to take the prince to the hospital, since the chances of salvation were small. Yuri approached him, trying to calm him down and support him, despite the critical situation. However, The protagonist secretly gave Kojiro a magical artifact, revealing a secret that could change the course of events. Thanks to the substitution medal received from the adventurer in the dungeon, Kojiro was able to escape mortal danger. However, the powerful blow was so strong that he temporarily lost consciousness from overexertion. It was clear from his face that he was feeling relieved, enjoying the brief moment of peace after the turbulent events. Realizing his mistake, Kojiro fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness from the one he had disappointed with his actions. After such changes, I didn't even want to respond with words, but it was clear that the punishment would be severe. The teacher, understanding the seriousness of the situation, was ready to accept any punishment, but asked for the opportunity to explain how it all came to this. Lona's gaze changed dramatically, as if she was preparing for an important decision. A second later, the man collapsed to the floor, overcome by a wave of pain that robbed him of his strength. Lona didn't understand what was happening. She tried to treat him, but his temperature continued to rise, as if his body was resisting her help. However, after a while, the man felt better, and the pain seemed to begin to dissolve, giving way to long-awaited relief. There was nothing that could be done. The temperature did not go down, as if it had become an unruly element, not responding to any attempts at treatment. It turned out that the man had the mark of a slave, as if invisible chains of submission connected his past to the present. Rui noticed that the mark was unusual. The seal was made with an error, and a sudden realization revealed a hidden secret to him. The man praised the boy, noting that he had understood correctly. The mark was prohibited by royal decree, being an illegal symbol of slavery, as if he had deciphered a secret message. It was only a matter of time before he died from failing to kill the prince, but he begged to be heard, as if his last prayer was hanging in the air, awaiting justice. He said that he has a 7-year-old daughter, who fell ill with an unknown disease a year ago, as if the shadow of a mysterious illness had enveloped their lives, leaving behind only secrets and pain. His daughter's symptoms were the same as his late wife's, as if the curse of the past had come alive again, repeating itself with terrifying accuracy. Doctors were unable to help her, and she grew weaker every day. While he was away, 2 men offered her a magical object to ease her suffering, but in return, he had to do their bidding. He realized the gravity of his sins and no longer cared about his fate, as if regret had become a constant burden, inseparable from his life. His daughter, Fuyu, was sinless, and he begged him to save her as the last innocent soul trapped by fate. The protagonist asked if everyone had heard the man, emphasizing that they had an obligation to save his daughter, filling the air with his determination. Meanwhile, the 2 strangers sat in the man's house, discussing the source of income they had found, as if invisible threads of fate were linking their decisions into an unpredictable whirlpool. They talked about how it was enough to just keep the girl alive, their mysterious words breaking the silence of the room, flowing into their insidious plans. Their goal was to earn more from that samurai. Driven by the thirst for enrichment, their greedy minds made plans, ignoring all moral boundaries. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Rui, who appeared dramatically like a shadow of the past, disrupting their greedy plans. Rui was furious, the fire of indignation burning in his eyes, ready to deal with his opponents. The men immediately grabbed their knives, like dark shadows preparing for battle, waiting for the impending threat. The protagonists gave Iris a command, and she became the invisible hand of their strategy, implementing their plans. Iris rushed at her enemies like a whirlwind of vengeance, her blows unstoppable, sweeping away those who fell under her wrath. Iris gently picked up Fuyu in her arms like a protector, shielding her from the hostile world, as if creating an invisible shield around the girl. The men realized that their secrets, which they thought were hidden safely, had been revealed, as if the invisible hand of fate had suddenly illuminated their mysteries. Wolf calmly stated that he had easily found them by scent, his keen sense of smell being the key to detecting hidden threats. Rui added that he was the first to analyze everything. His sharp mind penetrated the essence of the mysteries, revealing their secrets. The man acknowledged the strength of the heroes and offered to measure themselves against him, as if a challenge had been thrown down, and the tension of the fight hung in the air. The boy had no intention of forgiving them for defiling the man's efforts and strength, as if his pride were a blade cutting through the air. As expected, he struck, and the moment of truth arrived. The air filled with the sounds of the collision. With such force, the blow broke through the wall, leaving behind a destroyed hole. Kojiro's prediction came true. A huge heat flared up in the girl, as if a flame had flared up in her heart, illuminating everything around with its bright warmth. This was something beyond the ordinary disease, and even healers were powerless against this mysterious illness that required non-standard treatment. A clever method was needed that could overcome the disease, which seemed to have declared war on the girl, locking her in her own body. Rui decided that the first step would be to let Lone assess the girl's condition and then head to the palace, leaving a trace of the secret decision. Meanwhile, the girl and the boy peacefully awaited the arrival of their friends, feeling the tension give way to pleasant anticipation. The girl was clearly nervous. Her facial expressions expressed irritation, as if a secret dissonance of expectations and mysteries was occurring inside her. The guy gently asked her to calm down, reminding her to breathe deeper, as if his words were a quiet touch to her seething emotions. The girl expressed her gratitude to Ben, and as if by magic, the children felt better, as if his presence brought peace and healing energy. Ben, feeling the change in the atmosphere, blushed slightly from the unexpected gratitude and attention. Ben was overjoyed to see how his help brought the girl peace and quiet. He happily announced that their friends had finally arrived, as if their appearance had removed the shadow of tension. As the boy had predicted, his friends had indeed arrived, confirming his intuition and ending the agonizing wait. Lona decided to start with a simple treatment, hoping to ease the girl's condition with her healing touch. Fuya, having come to her senses, was perplexed, not understanding where she was and what had happened. Lona asked carefully if the girl wanted to talk, as if extending a warm hand into the uncharted waters of communication. Ben noticed that the girl had an unhealthy complexion. Her pallor seemed to reflect her inner state, causing concern. If this continued, she would not last long, and Ben felt an urgent need to find a way to restore her health. The protagonist thought about it, because it looked more like a curse than a disease, and simply bringing down the temperature was not enough to solve the problem. Doctors and healers must have noticed something deeper than the obvious symptoms, because it is important to pay attention to the hidden, mysterious aspects of the condition. Ben asked the protagonist if anything had caught his attention, as if expecting key information that could reveal the secrets of the disease. It turned out that the girl had an above-average level of magical power, as if the mysterious signs hinted at the potential for solving the mystery. Rui, realizing this, realized that if he started training her, she could become an outstanding mage, as if a new potential was beginning to flicker in her future. Ben made a fascinating discovery. Her mother also possessed a significant amount of magical energy, as if magic was woven into their family ties. This level of magical power spoke volumes. Before them was revealed the potential of great possibilities and hidden forces ready to awaken and blossom. Ben noticed an unexplained fever, fatigue, and swelling of the joints, noting that these symptoms resembled her mother's condition, as if they were connected by an unknown force. Rui agreed that the symptoms were the same, confirming that the mysterious influence affected not only the girl, but also her mother. It was like magic poisoning. An excess of magical power, normally a sign of health, could become dangerous. Her mother had a constitution that was incapable of controlling such powerful magic. Her body was suffering from accumulated magical energy, and even if it was released, it would start to accumulate again. This was not a simple problem. Kazaka announced that she had an idea, like a ray of light in the darkness, ready to point the way to a solution. Kazaka offered her idea free of charge, as a gift, ready to shed light on their mysterious path. She begged them to try her method on the girl, staking their hopes for a cure and their shared success. Rui gestured for Lona to come over, looking forward to the moment when a new chapter of their strange healing journey would begin. The guy asked Lona to put the offered artifact on the girl and use it when she feels tired to help with healing. Lona announced that she had a gift, asking if the girl could accept it, as if a mysterious offer hung in the air. Fuya tried to express her gratitude, but suddenly lost consciousness as if the emotional tension had overtaken her, leaving everyone in confusion and anxiety. The girl immediately began to heal Fuyu, as if healing magic had responded to the sudden fainting. Her face immediately took on a healthy hue, as if healing magic had penetrated every cell, restoring her vitality. Ben was confused, not understanding if this was an effect of the bracelet, as if its secret power remained hidden, raising questions. This charge bracelet was a magical artifact created to accumulate magical energy and then release it. However, for Fuya, the bracelet seemed to constantly absorb her power, as if the magical exchange had become an unexpected test on her path. Instead of gratitude, the Kazakh asked for money, explaining that she had bought the bracelet at a discount from Max, but had wasted the money. Wolf noticed how the girl blushed, embarrassed, and her cheeks betrayed it, as if embarrassment had opened up on her face. After some time, Rui decided to visit Kojiro, as if time was pushing them to cross paths again. The teacher thanked him for his visit, saying that the academy was closed for the holidays and he had some free time. Rui noted that Kojiro looked great, as if he was surrounded by positive energy and a sense of satisfaction. The protagonist erased the slave mark, thus marking the beginning of a new stage in their relationship, as if the act of liberation opened a new chapter. Kojiro realized that his actions were the reason they were sent on vacation and brought trouble to Lagos, as if a shadow of regret had fallen on his shoulders. Although the man faced severe punishment, Yuri took him under his wing, as if the past was now in the hands of someone who could change the course of events. For now, Kojiro has not been removed from his position as homeroom teacher, and the school has given him temporary shelter, allowing him time to heal. Suddenly, there was an almost deathly silence all around, as if time had frozen, leaving only an echo of the events that had taken place. Recently, a jailer told a man that the guy not only saved his daughter from robbers, but also healed her, bringing her back to life. The man had no idea how to thank her for this, as if his daughter's life had been given a second chance, leaving behind a deep debt of gratitude. Rui calmly replied that gratitude was not needed. For her, the act of healing was a natural manifestation of her gift, an integral part of who she was. The man acted naturally, showing concern, and asked Rui to leave for the sake of his daughter. He firmly decided that he would never forget his debt and would definitely return it one day, swearing by his commander's mark, as if this promise remained sealed in his heart. At that time, Iris looked worried, as if a shadow of vague anxiety had hung over her, overshadowing her usual mood. Although it was still early, the guy felt extremely tired and decided to take a nap, as if rest had become his main need. His attempts to sleep were interrupted by Iris, who suddenly entered the room, as if fate itself had brought her there at that moment. She immediately apologized for her late appearance, explaining that her friend, who was gathering information, had come for an unexpected visit. She brought an interim report on the hero's ruins, as if the fragments of the past and future began to form a single picture. When Iris tried to sit on his lap, he gently pointed out that it was inappropriate, as if the atmosphere called for a more formal tone. Iris felt she had made a mistake, and her gaze reflected the realization, creating unnecessary tension in the air. Iris moved even closer to the guy, as if trying to smooth over the awkwardness and return the communication to a closer, more trusting level. She asked if everything was happening too fast, as if trying to balance the fine line between the speed of events and her comfort. The protagonist realized that the situation had become too close. There were only two people in the room, and they were next to the bed, which made it difficult for him to concentrate. The girl caught his concern, her attentive gaze reflecting alarm, as if she felt his confusion. Iris was irritated that the guy didn't listen to her, as if there was an invisible wall of misunderstanding between them. Realizing his mistake, he was willing to listen more attentively, as if this realization had opened up a new path to deeper communication. The girl decided to share important information, realizing that she needed to act right now, because the tense circumstances required clarity and complete mutual understanding. Iris, noticing that the guy wasn't listening to her, decided to come closer, trying to attract his attention. He immediately understood that this was not possible, as if reality had reminded them of the inadmissibility of further physical steps. Nevertheless, the moment of closeness left a mark on his perception, as if an involuntary attraction had nevertheless made itself felt. Iris asked thoughtfully if their relationship was based on a master-servant model, at first showing respect, as if trying to understand the subtle dynamics of their connection. Iris, as the companion of the great demon king, felt satisfaction in helping him, seeing him not just as a servant, but as an equal companion in great deeds. Spending time together, admiring his strength and kindness, she felt warmth in her soul, as if the memories of shared moments warmed her inner world. However, soon she felt a distance between them for the first time, and jealousy towards the hero's granddaughter arose in her, as if the new element of their interaction brought with it unexpected complications. Realizing that it might be inappropriate, she decided to take this step anyway, feeling how the desire to cross the border of her feelings became irresistible. She asked the guy if he could return her feelings, if he didn't mind. Iris kissed the guy as if this moment became a turning point in their relationship, filling everything around with new and unknown emotions. To his surprise, He didn't resist, as if he had decided to completely surrender to this moment, forgetting all doubts and questions. He realized that this kiss was unusually pleasant, as if he had found in it something that he had been missing for a long time. The girl smiled and said that she was also pleased. Her words filled the air with warmth, smoothing out the tension and eliminating the remnants of their misunderstanding. Rui reciprocated, flattered that such a girl had feelings for him, as if this confession brought them even closer together. Iris asked if she could come down, as if her question was an attempt to return to more familiar topics and activities. Rui informed her that this was not necessary, giving her freedom of choice and creating an atmosphere of mutual respect and understanding. However, she was still hiding something, as if a secret was hidden in her eyes, adding intrigue to the moment. From their first meeting, Iris fell in love with his sweet face, as if his facial expressions became a magical guide to the world of her feelings. Iris apologized for ignoring him during their first meeting, explaining that she felt embarrassed and insecure at the time. She admitted that at that moment she thought that one day they would have to become enemies, and this first impression left an imprint on her perception of the situation. Fate is a strange thing, and Iris couldn't have predicted back then that their relationship would grow into something more, as if the path from uncertainty had led to an unexpected turn. She couldn't take her eyes off his sweet face, finding something in his features that made her heart beat faster. For a long time she had wanted to make him blush, seeing in this embarrassment a special charm and tenderness that she liked. The guy quietly asked to be more gentle. His words were soft and tremulous, intensifying the moment of their closeness. Iris apologized for not fulfilling the request for tenderness, but without giving in, passionately kissed the guy, revealing her reciprocity and passion. Meanwhile, Charlotte, sitting in her room, could not understand what Iris was doing, as if a shadow of bewilderment was sliding across her thoughts. She didn't know how to react, because if Iris was attacked, she could respond as if the threat was hidden in her ignorance. Noticing a brochure about the Harvest Festival, Charlotte remembered visiting it often as a child, and the memories filled her with warmth and joy. Charlotte took the discovery of the brochure as a sign from the universe, a reminder and guidance from the cosmos that she needed to take action. While the boy slept, she enjoyed his cute sleeping face, as if these moments of peace brought her joy and peace. Using her long nails, she carefully made her way into the room, her determination and dexterity becoming the keys to entering the secret space. Carefully opening the door, Charlotte immediately apologized and wanted to ask something, as if her sudden appearance was accompanied by sincere intentions. To her surprise, there was no one in the room, as if emptiness and silence were the only witnesses to her arrival. She noticed only the note on the table, like a mysterious message that became her guide in this deafening silence. It was a note from Charlotte, saying that she had taken the boy and asked the others to go to his room, as if she was in control of the whole event. The warmth of the bed had already disappeared, which meant that they had left long ago, leaving behind only the empty bed as evidence of their absence. Charlotte took Iris for a rival in love and firmly decided that next time she would not give in to her, as if a hot struggle for attention and feelings had flared up in her heart. Meanwhile, the couple was running quickly somewhere. Their haste seemed to be a sign of important matters or upcoming events. Waking up in the morning and seeing her in his room, the guy was scared, expressing that he would have preferred to know about their departure in advance to avoid misunderstandings and anxiety. Suddenly, their gaze turned into the distance where something caught their attention. It was the trading country of Bloom, its name hinting at prosperity and a variety of trading opportunities, beckoning with new prospects. Indeed, the people of Bloom use ships as their home, as if sea travel had become not just a means of transport for them, but a way of life. The city, located on the coast, was founded by a great merchant long ago. It is considered the largest port on the mainland, and its entire history is steeped in great trading traditions. Usually there are more people in the capital, but today it is especially crowded because it is the first day of the Fertility Festival, and the festive atmosphere has already filled the streets of the city. The main character was delighted. He was at the festival for the first time, and his heart was filled with enthusiasm and excitement. He instantly grabbed his girlfriend's hand and offered to go forward, as if a determination for a new adventure had awakened in him. Charlotte was slightly surprised by the guy's sudden energy. His unexpected activity set a new, faster pace for their walk. She noticed that it had been a long time since they had gone on a date together, and she was glad that she had brought him here, remembering how pleasant it was to spend time together, which gave their walk a special atmosphere. Their journey into the world of adventure began, with every step of the festival opening up new and amazing opportunities for them. They had as much fun as they could. Every moment was a reason for laughter and joy, as if the festival filled them with energy. It was time for a snack, and appetite became a natural companion of their walk, inviting them to enjoy the gastronomic delights of the festival. Rui especially enjoyed the food. As with everything at the festival, the delicious dishes became an integral part of his positive impressions. They continued their day in good spirits, enjoying Charlotte's fish soup, which also proved delicious, giving them energy and satisfaction. All the shops Charlotte showed us were excellent, delighting us with the variety and quality of their goods. They even found magical items that Max definitely didn't have, and encounters with him continued to add mystery and interest to their daily lives. Ruyu also saw Wolf and Byrne often, and although it was unclear at first how they found common ground, their friendship grew stronger with each passing day. Charlotte confidently asked the guy not to worry, assuring him that everything had already been planned, and her calmness added comfort and confidence in the future. This made the protagonist laugh, as the unexpected turn of events brought lightness and playfulness into their conversation. The guy apologized to Charlotte, seeing her serious expression, as if caring about her feelings had become more important to him than any jokes. When they were just walking, he felt like an ordinary student, enjoying the moment that brought a pleasant feeling of normality. Ever since he decided to save his little sister with Rio, he had only thought about how long he would have to fight alone to achieve his goal, and he didn't expect that he would be able to spend his time so peacefully, as if life had suddenly taken a turn for the better. The girl called him a fool with a kind smile, and her playful abuse added another link to their growing friendship. Their relationship is truly unusual, as if that gives it a special charm. But this does not mean that they cannot enjoy simple things, as if in ordinary joys they find their uniqueness. Maybe they deserve more because they try harder than others and their efforts make every moment meaningful. Rui agreed with this, finding harmony in their common understanding and feelings. However, unnecessary thoughts began to overcome him, as if a shadow of doubt had covered his mind. Charlotte suggested continuing the walk, since she had not yet had enough walking, and her anticipation of fun gave her energy. The protagonist watched her joy with a smile, feeling that his own happiness was connected to the fact that he made her happy. They bought a lot of things, and the guy, as always, picked up something strange, as if his interest in the unusual never faded. For him, the fun passed in a flash, and he looked forward to seeing how many more shops they would visit, because his curiosity seemed endless. All the fun for the guy suddenly ended after the mention of his name, as if a wave of anxiety washed over him. It is unclear how and from where Elena appeared from behind, as if she had emerged from the shadows, ready to bring unexpected turns to their adventures. Charlotte didn't understand what was happening. Elena's appearance shrouded the situation in mystery and secret. The protagonist was clearly not happy about her appearance, as if her presence had destroyed his peace and caused confusion. He immediately asked how she ended up there, trying to unravel the mystery of her sudden appearance. Elena was finally convinced that this was the very guy she had been looking for a long time, as if she had solved a riddle that had been tormenting her. She didn't expect him to leave the village and become an adventurer, as if her idea of his future had changed. Her gaze expressed long-hidden feelings and secret plans that she had long been preparing for this meeting. She realized that being an adventurer is convenient. You can earn money and travel to different countries. Finding him was not easy, but she showed her strength by overcoming the difficulties. Now Elena has reached the silver rank of adventurer. Elena, noticing the determination in the guy's eyes, suggested going for a walk. On a magical night, she confessed that she forgave him for his past rejection, opening a new chapter in their relationship. In a world of magic and mystery, where destinies are intertwined, she, like a gentle shield, promised to protect him again. Her love, invisible armor in the storms of life. However, there could be manipulation hidden behind this defense, and in her presence he felt that he could not relax. Her words sent a wave of anger through Charlotte, igniting an internal fire of intransigence. If he chooses the dark path, let him walk in shadows where light and joy will be left far behind. Charlotte politely asked if she could join their conversation, trying to find a place for herself in their conversation. She noted that Elena is not obliged to communicate with the guy if she does not want to, as if giving her freedom of choice. Now Charlotte takes care of the guy, as if she has become his invisible protector, watching him from the shadows. Elena perceived Charlotte as the mistress in this situation, realizing that she was aware of the upcoming date, and decided not to interfere, giving them the opportunity to spend time together. Elena couldn't believe it. Charlotte turned out to be more than just a childhood friend. Her gaze hid something deeper and more mystical. The guy had mentioned Charlotte before, but Elena hadn't expected her to be so unusual, as if she were revealing the secrets of the world to him. If Elena wanted a fight, Charlotte was ready, but if she was afraid, then she would be better off returning to her village and avoiding conflict. These words only increased Elena's anger, and she became ready to take any action regardless of the consequences. The desire to kill Charlotte right there and then pierced Elena's soul, clouding her mind and filling her heart with a dark wave of revenge. At first, she politely asked the guy to look after her purse, as if casually showing concern for her property. Then, like a wolf, she reached for her sword, ready for a deadly dance of the blade, personifying indomitable strength and determination. When she announced that she intended to sever all their ties, she said it with such firmness, as if she were cutting the last invisible cord connecting their worlds. Elena could not stand it and was the first to attack, throwing out all her anger and determination, releasing a stream of internal passions. Charlotte easily parried Elena's blow, as if dancing with the wind, confidently avoiding the collision, demonstrating virtuoso skill. The protagonist was still in a state of shock, stunned by the rapid development of events, as if he was forced to go with the flow of fate. He noted that Elena had grown considerably stronger since leaving the village, as if she had accumulated enormous strength during her time apart. Her words about skill turned out to be true. Her sword was not only fast but also powerful, and she wielded it with incredible ease and skill. After these words, even greater anger flared up in Elena, as if a raging storm of irreconcilability was flaring up in her soul. Elena couldn't understand why every attack she made missed Charlotte, as if she was protected by an invisible shield. Charlotte, feeling it was time to break off the protracted fight, decided to strike her blow, calling upon a force capable of overcoming Elena's stubbornness. Using the brave cherry blossom petals technique, Charlotte created a blinding whirlwind of attack, as if untamable petals were flying around her, caught up in a dance of fate, each one beautiful and deadly at the same time. Sakura launched a powerful attack, and it seemed that nature supported her strength and determination. It was an attack where every ounce of her determination turned into a deadly storm. Elena was burning with determination not to forgive Charlotte. A strong desire to never forget the insult and never let go of the anger was strengthened in her heart. She couldn't understand how Charlotte dared to seduce her Rui, as if it were a betrayal that deeply hurt her trust. Charlotte felt like she was seeing her old self in Elena. It reminded her of who she was before she met Rui, like a mirror of time showing her her path. Charlotte was proud of her powers, but she would become hysterical every time something didn't go according to plan. She had a hard time accepting her mistakes and failures. The protagonist changed Charlotte, and she felt deep gratitude towards him, as if he was the creator of her new self. Elena did not understand why Charlotte decided to get rid of the sword, a symbol of her strength and steadfastness. Charlotte thought that if Elena didn't attack, it might be a sign of her defeat, as if she had given her the right to choose. Elena was losing the ability to express her anger, as if her anger had exhausted all possible forms. Eventually, she decided to attack again, trying to regain control and prove her strength. Charlotte once again used the brave cherry blossom petals technique, creating a deadly whirlwind of invisible blades around herself. This time, Charlotte used the petal flash move, adding a new, unexpected dimension to her attack. In this fight, she looked much more powerful than Elena. Her every move shone with skill and strength, emphasizing her superiority. As expected, Elena was unable to win and only resigned herself to defeat, realizing that she had lost. Rui watched silently, shocked by the chaos that unfolded before him. Charlotte was glad that she had protected not only herself, but also Rui, feeling satisfied in her strength and determination. With a smile on her face, Charlotte waved at the protagonist, expressing her gratitude for his role in these unusual events. The guy admitted that it was all frightening, realizing the seriousness of what was happening and its impact on their world. Even after the explanations, they continued to be pursued, and it was only by a miracle that they returned to the capital, as if escaping from the chaos. The girl began to apologize for ruining the festival, feeling responsible for the unfortunate outcome of events. But the hero didn't see this as a problem. Appreciating the moment and looking at everything with optimism, he added that she is truly amazing, noting her qualities that outweigh all the negative aspects. Suddenly, Charlotte began to practice Qigong, focusing only on the goal and becoming stronger, as if a new energy had awakened within her. Seeing this, he, meeting Elena's gaze, suddenly felt like a loser, unable to compare with her inner strength. It became difficult for him to find the strength to fight, as if his own limitations were beginning to weigh him down in his current circumstances. Charlotte instantly grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, as if holding on to it, they were discovering new horizons together. Dragging him to the bed, Charlotte declared that she had become stronger because of him, seeing him as a role model, as if his presence inspired her. The main character did not expect this, but was touched, as if something new and pleasant had awakened in his heart. He was a little scared of such a girl, but it did not change his essence. His stable features remained inside him. Rui was glad that he had someone he could confide in and discuss everything with, as if he found support and understanding in this. It was not easy to admit it, but it was even harder to forget her, as if her influence had left a deep mark on his heart. Charlotte promised that she would make him forget about the other one, her determination sparkling in her eyes. Then she kissed him passionately, as if this kiss was a promise of a new beginning and deliverance from past difficulties. For the first time, she gave in to him, realizing that she too needed more experience in such moments, as if discovering new facets of her desires. Charlotte promised that she would try to make him forget everything bad all day long, as if creating moments of joy and weightlessness. The hero apologized for the attention he was constantly receiving, as if he realized that he had become the center of all events. Charlotte ignored his apology, as if time was unimportant to her in their communication. Elena, after the battle, still could not calm down and was ready to take extreme measures, including the thought of killing Charlotte. She couldn't understand how Charlotte dared to touch her boyfriend, considering it supernatural impudence. At that moment, a stranger approached Elena and asked if he could ask her a question, as if his unexpected appearance had added a new twist to the events. He called himself Thorn, adding to the air of mystery with his unexpected appearance in this tense situation. He said that he was helping the lost find their way, as if his appearance was a strange salvation at that moment. Elena noticed that he looked suspicious and refused to talk to him, feeling something mystical and disturbing in his presence. However, the man held her back, mentioning her hated enemy and the man she wanted back, as if these words had broken through her defenses and made her think. He asked to believe him, asking whether everything he said was true, as if he himself was questioning his own truthfulness. The stranger said he knew these details because he was a pastor and could sense people's weaknesses, claiming they could help Elena. Elena could not understand what exactly the man meant when he spoke about saving her. His words remained a mystery to her. He insisted that, despite his appearance, he had a solid place in a large organization, ready to help it solve problems, as if opening up new perspectives. Elena noticed that all this looked suspicious. Every element of this situation was filled with mystery and ambiguity. However, she was plagued by doubts and fear of loss if she lost her boyfriend again, as she had done today. At worst, Elena thought she could just beat them up and leave. She was going to use these people for survival, nothing more. She agreed to the man's terms, confident that this decision would help her survive and protect herself. Elena was curious to know what kind of organization this was, as if she was trying to uncover the mystery surrounding this mysterious man and his proposal. The man said he was a member of the Church of Genesis, confident that she would like the name, as if expecting her to find something attractive in it. However, he was disappointed that he still hadn't learned anything about the Demon King, and his expectations for new information had not been met. The man reminded that a subordinate always works better with full dedication, as if calling for hard work. It has been 300 years since Rui's separation from Alice, his sister, and he has aged greatly, as if time had not spared him. Over the centuries of searching, not a single clue has been found, and almost no one is looking for her seriously anymore, as if the secret of her disappearance has been forgotten. A boy approached the man and asked if she could talk to him for a bit, as if his presence added variety to the usual routine. The boy's name was Jason. His name added mystery and emphasized his individuality in this complex world. 300 years have passed since the disappearance of the mistress, and the inhabitants of the demonic lands began to show discontent, as if the absence of the king was shaking their peace. Wars broke out more and more often, and without a ruler, the demons plunged into chaos, fighting for power, bringing destruction and confusion. This was only the beginning. like a harbinger of even greater storms that threatened to change their world forever. The man became furious when he heard that there was a new claimant to the throne, as if his own power was under threat, causing him to feel angry and anxious. The man, being almost the only protector of the Demon King's clan, inspired fear. The boy knew that it was better not to anger him and not worry about the consequences. He already said that due to the absence of the king, the demons have a hard time, but thanks to him, the country did not plunge into complete chaos, maintaining order. However, this could not last forever, as if the pressure of instability was slowly destroying the foundations of the demonic society. The man admitted that there was some truth to this, but assured that he had always been looking for a replacement for himself, as if hinting at his secret desire to find a worthy successor. Jason confidently declared that he would become the new king, as if challenging the protector of the demon race himself. The man was furious at these words, as if his emotions had flared up and turned into a storm of indignation. Jason's gaze remained confident and cool, as if he had no doubt whatsoever that he was right. The man, angry, said that Jason had wasted his time and ordered him not to appear in front of him again, as if putting an end to their conversation. Someone approached Jason and praised him for his courage, as if recognizing his determination in such a difficult situation. Jason was asked how the meeting went, expecting details about his conversation with the protector of the family and his claims to the throne. He said that, according to the Prime Minister, he was too loyal to the country, and it was better not to drag others into this by conveying the opinion of high-ranking officials. The man who appeared said that soon they themselves would ask for help, hinting that fate could suddenly change the course of events. It was Minister Gran who overheard the conversation and decided to intervene, leaving his mark on the development of history. Gran was intrigued and asked to elaborate, trying to unravel the forces and influences at work in their demonic society. Jason warned that everything he said next would be a big secret, but he had one condition, as if hinting at the classified nature of the information. He asked for permission to enter human territory, emphasizing the need for cooperation between the two worlds. If the minister grants his consent, Jason will be able to cross the border, opening the way for interaction with the human world. Long ago, when the hero Ogre defeated the Demon King, the legendary story of the confrontation of worlds and forces began. There was a great war between the three races, demons, beastmen, and humans, and the very survival of each of them was at stake, like a clash of destinies. The territories of demons, humans, and beastmen were divided back in that distant war, and to this day the borders have remained unchanged, like eternal lines established to maintain peace. Violation of these boundaries threatens execution, as if the shadow of punishment hangs over anyone who dares to cross the centuries-old laws. Jason, wondering what the man was waiting for, suggested returning to the era when demons were the strongest, urging him to look to the past to solve current problems. In the dark corridors, a brave and determined man meets his destiny, becoming a hero. His shining sword cuts through the darkness, releasing the light and saving the demons in their world. A man met a mysterious woman with eyes sparkling in the moonlight, and in her gaze he found something that ignited passion in him and touched his soul. Jason realized that there was a new piece in his game, a pawn, and now it was time for revenge, when he would make the decisive move and change the course of fate. He intends to take revenge on Alice, although the reason is unclear, but in the shadow of the past, there is a secret that he seeks to unravel and use for his revenge. Meanwhile, the main character, with horror in his eyes, found himself in the endless expanses of an endless hell, where darkness devoured the last glimmers of hope. Alice was angry at Rio's actions towards the boy. Misunderstanding and disappointment raged in her heart, and she could not look away. Embarrassed and confused, she decided to defuse the situation and mockingly asked how much more time she would have to spend on the guy's lap. Alice mentally snorted, noting with displeasure that she found herself in this position more often than she would like, since she never preferred to be on the bottom. The protagonist, not paying attention to Alice's discontent, did not realize that her disappointment was hidden behind her outward calm. Rio, with her mood, like fabric, embroidered joy into every minute, generously filling their life with smiles and funny stories, trying to distract her sister from her seriousness and immerse her in a world of laughter. The guy at the peak of his story asked if he had shared all the details of his adventure in the dungeon, revealing secrets and valuable information. On the canvas of his story emerged the image of not just a hero, but a great monarch, ruler of 3 worlds, surrounded by 3 loyal friends. The main character's thoughts were filled with images of the Fairy King and the Snake King. He believed that only these three mysterious rulers could reveal the hero's secrets, although there was almost no information about the Snake King. The fairies and Lamia avoided contact with other races, remaining mysterious creatures, and Alice had no idea where to look for traces of their presence. The lack of information about the whereabouts of the fairies and Lamia made Rio feel even more lost in this mysterious web. Disappointed, the heroes realized that even their own sisters could not help. The mystery of how to find out the truth became a foggy and confusing path for everyone. Rio supported the guy, assuring him that the unknown path was not scary and he would cope with any challenges. In recognition of his determination, she decided to reward him with a symbol of strength and confidence. This reward was a kiss, a sincere treasure expressing her recognition of his fortitude and awakening new, deep feelings in him. Then, as if their emotions had transported them to a more intimate space, they easily found a comfortable position, immersing themselves in a joint ascent to new sensations. For Alice, the kiss became a signal for the beginning of a war with her sister for the attention and recognition that so unexpectedly appeared in the arms of the guy. Rio, following her desires, asked not to interfere with their act of love, which became a kind of response to the challenge they had thrown down. Alice, not one to back down, used a technique called Supreme Fire, adding an unexpected element of strength and determination to her strategy. The next morning, the boy felt pain all over his body after the intense battle between the sisters, realizing that this war gave their relationship intrigue and incredible intensity. Iris, coming to the guy, asked with concern how he felt after an intense night full of passion and struggle. Iris, entering the room, asked with interest how his night, full of passion and surprises, had gone. Rui was surprised that Iris had arrived so early, throwing him off his usual rhythm. Iris showed so much concern that she was even willing to help him with small things, showing her devotion. Rui, having thought it over, invited Iris to go with him to the library, creating a moment for rapprochement. Iris had an important meeting planned with friends who were gathering information from different parts of the continent. The protagonist expressed a desire to learn more about her friends and read to better understand their stories. Iris mentioned that the capital's library has many archives where one can find information about the hero's friends that might interest them. He understood that the task would be difficult, but he was confident that he would be able to find all the necessary information and unravel the secrets hidden in the archives. The research turned out to be really difficult, but the protagonist persistently studied volume after volume with determination. Ben and Lona were also in the library, creating an atmosphere of collective research and knowledge sharing as a team. Ben was irritated because Rui saw their presence as something more than just a search for information, which made him angry. The protagonist noticed how Ben and Lona, despite the internal tension, began to get closer, creating invisible connections in the world of knowledge. Ben, without hesitation, offered to help the protagonist, strengthening their solidarity and mutual understanding. Rui expressed interest in the Lamia and fairies, emphasizing his desire to learn more about these mysterious creatures. Ben suggested that Rui read a certain book and followed her, demonstrating his willingness to share his knowledge. He also mentioned that there are no exact accounts of encounters with Lamia and fairies, but the book contains hints and information on the subject. The Lamia are a mysterious race with powerful abilities comparable to demonic ones and a unique power available only to them. Queen Lamia possesses the ability of the third eye, which allows her to see centuries into the future, making her an incredible gift of foresight. After the Lamia cured him of a poisonous snakebite, they disappeared into the jungle, leaving the hero alone with the secrets of their world. Their power can be used for evil, so it is best to avoid contact with these creatures. Ben knows nothing about fairies and is not even sure if they exist at all. Ben assured Roy that he was always ready to help with any information, showing his support in the search for knowledge. Rui decided to actively pursue his goal, immersing himself in the fight against mysteries and secrets. At this time, the stranger held a book, creating the impression that everyone had the key to hidden knowledge in their hands. At the gate, a guard demanded permission, which caused tension before the important entrance. The permit was genuine, but the guards carefully checked the contents of the carriages, tightening control and security. A colossal horse stood before Rui, symbolizing greatness and power, like a guard at the entrance to this mysterious world. 5 giant horses, rare even among demons, with 10 carriages headed to the lands of people, forming a mystical caravan full of secrets. A guy named Jason revealed that the purpose of their visit lies outside human territory, adding to the intrigue. He specified that their path lay beyond the capital of Escador, adding clarity and fueling interest. Jason asked the man if he understood everything correctly, confirming his intention to go beyond the capital. The subordinate informed the commander that all carriages had permission to enter, removing any obstacles to their movement. The commander instructed that this information be conveyed to Mr. Portofino in order to avoid misunderstandings and to emphasize the importance of timely action. The subordinate approached Jason, asking permission to talk, expressing a desire to exchange information or ask questions. He noticed that the boss was in a great mood. Jason was quietly whistling a tune, creating a light and joyful atmosphere. Jason stated that the book was important to his plan, hinting at hidden strategic motives. The guy noted that to him it looked like an ordinary book, not seeing anything special in it. Jason, however, believed that her presence was predetermined by fate, and believed that the heavens were showing him the way to throne and greatness. There was a village nearby, a small island of calm that contrasted with Jason's mysterious plans. Jason, as a brilliant leader, planned to take over the village to stage a spectacular show of destruction, adding chaos and adrenaline to their quiet life. He gathered all his will, deciding to prevent the capture, realizing that the fate of the entire village depended on it. The guy was surprised, saying that Jason turned out to be unexpectedly kind, despite the mask of a powerful leader. Spidey was tasked with going down, and he accepted the challenge, preparing himself for new challenges and surprises that might await him. The guy said that Spade had the right to do whatever he wanted with them, as if submitting to the rules of this peculiar game or test. Spide was stunned, not believing that he had been given such freedom and control. He knew that the demons were enjoying their sinister games, and this knowledge filled him with anxiety. A new unpredictable war began, where fun and risk went hand in hand. Every moment was filled with excitement and laughter. Spide enjoyed himself, enjoying the chaos, where every step gave him a thrill and adrenaline. Jason, with a glass of wine, watched this fun war as if it were an epic show, where demons played their roles in a bloody production. The man flared with anger, not understanding how his subjects could allow something that caused him anxiety and concern. For Jason, this was not a problem. On the contrary, the chaos brought him pleasure and entertainment. He suggested that the man not worry about being discovered, assuring him that the boy would be able to erase all traces and keep the secret. As the devastation in the village reached its peak, Jason joined the chaos, adding his part to this mad portrait of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the village was gone, transformed into a field of destruction under the rule of Jason and his subjects. Jason was a true psychopath. His madness and potential to become a demon king reflected his indomitable strength and chaotic nature. However, the chaos in the small village was not enough for him, and he was already making plans to spread his influence over larger territories. He saw the capital as an ideal place for new entertainment, dreaming of more chaos and fun. The protagonist never learned anything about the Snake King or the Fairy Queen, except for the book recommended by Ben, which left him with new questions. Suddenly, Charlotte appeared before him, adding mystery and excitement to his search with her unexpected appearance. Charlotte said she met a girl and Ben in town who told her he was in the library, and she decided to make a joke but was never able to catch him off guard. Charlotte suggested that he go home, warning him that she might reveal some secret if he decided to stay. He told Iris that he needed to go to the library, but did not reveal his true plans to Charlotte, leaving her in the dark. He hid the real purpose of his studies at the academy from Charlotte, fearing that she would not believe him, so he decided not to tell Iris about the visit to the library. Charlotte would probably be shocked that her ancestor was connected to his studies at the academy, so he decided not to reveal this information. He learned that his ancestor was the one who sealed the good demon and dragon kings, which put him in a difficult position of having to hide the truth from Charlotte. If she found out that he was aiming to release the sealed good demon kings and dragons, it might make her life difficult, so he chose to hide his true intentions. Charlotte noticed his thoughtfulness and anxiety, feeling that he was hiding something, but he assured her that everything was fine and suggested that they not continue the conversation, clearly avoiding a topic he did not want to reveal. Charlotte stopped and firmly stated that although she did not know what he was hiding, she would not insist, respecting his choice to keep secrets. She stressed that he does not have to tell anything if he does not want to, confirming her respect for his privacy and right to secrets. Charlotte sincerely expressed her faith in him, assuring him that she would support him in any decision, without conditions. She added that if he prefers not to reveal his secret, she is ready to simply be there and listen, respecting his choice. The guy was surprised by her reaction, but realized that he could continue to manipulate the situation, and Charlotte should be on her guard so as not to be deceived. Yuri was curious why his father had not called him for so long, which created an atmosphere of mystery and questions about the reasons for the silence. Instead of the common room, his father invited him into a private room, emphasizing that the conversation would be confidential. Yuri and his subject entered the room, ready for a secret conversation, listening carefully to the details. It immediately became clear that Yuri had inherited his father's traits. They were as alike as two peas in a pod, which emphasized their similarity in character and behavior, attracting the attention of others. The father offered to make tea and invited them to sit down, creating an atmosphere of comfort before a frank conversation. A few minutes later, the tea was ready, filling the room with a pleasant aroma and adding warmth to the conversation. There was a friendly and warm atmosphere between father and son, as if they were enjoying every moment of communication. However, recently there was a report of the arrival of an envoy from the demon country to the capital, giving this event a special mystery. After this news, both were shocked, realizing that they were faced with unexpected and possibly dangerous circumstances. Yuri tried with interest to find out the goals of the messenger from the land of demons and the date of his arrival, sensing the mystery of the upcoming events. He was excited to learn that the messenger would arrive tomorrow, and his heart was filled with anxiety and tension. Father advised Yuri to remain calm, assuring him that they must act calmly when meeting the envoy. Due to the risk of attack, it was decided to invite the envoy to the palace and then take him away from the city to avoid possible dangers. So far, these were only guesses, but the decision to invite the envoy seemed to be the initiative of a militant minister. The father asked Yuri to organize the evacuation, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to protect people from a possible conflict. The main thing is to preserve the royal line, even if something unexpected happens to the father, emphasizing the importance of continuing the inheritance. The man apologized to Yuri for his unusual request, realizing the weight of the moral burden it placed on him. With solemn gravity, the father handed over responsibility for the future of the country to his subject, expressing hope for his success and the well-being of the nation. The guy assured that he would protect Yuri even at the cost of his life, demonstrating unconditional devotion and determination in protecting the future of the country and its leader. The father realized that he had raised his sons correctly and was proud of their devotion and responsibility at this critical moment. He thought that even if the demons attacked, his sons would not let the country fall, expressing confidence in their strength and ability to protect the nation. At the gate, one of the guards expressed fatigue and a desire to return home, dissatisfied with the current situation. The man asked Carlos where his energy had gone, expressing surprise at the change in his mood or behavior. It turned out that it was Commander Eckel who provided information about who was interested in Carlos's condition. Carlos was surprised to meet Eckel, feeling a sense of surprise and slight bewilderment. The commander maintained his dignity even after hearing the news of the impending demon attack, setting an example of resilience and defense of the kingdom. Eckel warned that if highly skilled riders entered the capital too quickly, it could lead to chaos and disaster due to poor horse control in the confined space. The commander ordered all carriages in the country to be assembled in preparation for evacuation or rapid deployment, ensuring mobility if necessary. Jason thanked for the welcome and introduced himself as a subject of Minister Grant's, establishing contact and demonstrating a willingness to cooperate. The commander expressed gratitude for the journey they had made, showing respect for those who were willing to take on a challenge under pressure. The commander introduced himself as Eckel, a knight and protector of the kingdom of Escador, emphasizing his position and responsibility. The man, unexpectedly confronted by Commander Eckel, realized that before him stood the legendary shield of the kingdom, whose exploits were known to every inhabitant. The commander, knowing about the man's deeds, confidently asked him what he thought about his exploits. Without wasting time, they proposed to resolve the conflict by force, insisting on immediate reconciliation through combat. Jason intervened in time, offering an apology to the commander, to which Eckel, smiling, replied that he did not see a problem and was ready to forgive. The commander offered to escort us to the palace in carriages, leading the horses behind him, and promised to keep watch at the guard gates. He expressed relief at the temporary avoidance of disaster, although the protection of the country and the king remained his primary concern. Meanwhile, Charlotte and her companion were in the classroom, immersed in the fascinating world of knowledge and discovery. The girls were surprised that the guy didn't know anything about demons, and they started an interesting conversation, revealing the secrets of the supernatural world. Charlotte felt uneasy about the appearance of demons in the capital, and sincerely wished for her friends to return as soon as possible to face this threat together. Before meeting his sister, he thought that there might be good ones among demons, but few people know about it. No one suspected that Iris was also a demon, and this secret added an additional mystery to her personality. He dreamed that people would be able to befriend his sister when she returned from the endless hell, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. At this moment, the main character noticed that Iris was sitting next to him, and this added excitement and an unexpected turn to what was happening. Approaching her, he asked if she was okay and if she was connected to demons, trying to find the truth and calm his worries. Iris revealed that vampires can change shape and warned that her revelation would cause a stir, adding to her mystery. Iris remembered being told at the vampire meeting 2 days ago that no one had been sent to Escador, which had left her confused and with new mysteries. However, she was informed that a demon named Jason was involved in the matter, and there were many nasty rumors circulating around him, adding to the intrigue. The protagonist thanked Iris for the information, promising to remember Jason's name, preparing for new secrets and challenges. When the teacher entered the classroom, the hero noted that the lesson could not begin because Yuri and Ibuki had not arrived yet, emphasizing their importance. The teacher announced that Yuri was absent due to health problems and apologized for shortening the lessons, explaining this by recent events that had disrupted the schedule. The protagonist was very surprised. Yuri never missed classes, and the reduction in lessons coincided with the arrival of demons, which seemed too suspicious. Although the lesson ended early, the teacher warned everyone to be careful on the way home, as if sensing possible dangers. Rui, finally free, planned to first go to the canteen, eat, and then go home. Charlotte invited the guy to go with her if he was free. The protagonist, surprised and confused, could not understand why this happened again, as if fate had once again intervened in his everyday life. Charlotte, in turn, was puzzled by Iris's presence, since she had only invited a guy. Iris explained her presence by saying that it was her duty to be near the master, although there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, but she remained unwavering. Then she added that if Charlotte was uncomfortable, she was free to go elsewhere, without any hassle or resentment, offering an alternative for her convenience. The classmates were delighted to learn that their order was ready, and this news filled them with a pleasant feeling of satisfaction and joy. Moreover, everything looked very appetizing, which, combined with the pleasant notification of readiness, created a tempting prospect of gastronomic pleasure. The main character is completely immersed in pleasure, enjoying delicious food, creating an atmosphere of complete satisfaction and true joy around himself. Noticing that he was dirty, Iris immediately began to help, showing care and friendliness, creating an atmosphere of attention and support. However, the other girl's face showed concern and bewilderment. She was worried about Iris's behavior, which created a tense atmosphere. She was sure that Iris was deliberately demonstrating her actions, which made her irritated and dissatisfied. Having decided to act, the girl was ready to tell the guy something important, taking responsibility, which emphasized the seriousness of the moment. But then she suddenly licked him, which caused shock and confusion, giving the situation a strange and unexpected twist. After this, the girl gratefully noted that everything was delicious, ending the meeting with a positive review and creating an atmosphere of good mood. The protagonist still could not understand what was happening and felt a slight anxiety and awkwardness, which added mystery and confusion to the situation. The rest of those present were also shocked by what was happening, plunging everyone into a state of surprise and bewilderment, leaving a trace of mystery and excitement in the room. Then Iris, with a smile on her face, offered Rui her pancake, creating a warm atmosphere where food became not just a treat, but also a symbol of friendship and mutual understanding. Charlotte immediately offered her cake, adding fun and treats to the atmosphere, creating a delicious and joyful moment in their interaction, where food became a symbol of friendship and pleasure. The guy was at a loss as he watched both girls compete for his attention and didn't know how to react, feeling a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. The choice between two ideal girls turned out to be difficult for him, creating a dilemma and causing conflicting feelings in him, leaving him in a state of indecision. In the end, he decided to use the technique of leaving, and, using the disappearance technique, suddenly disappeared, leaving the girls in shock and bewilderment, ending the meeting on a mysterious and enigmatic note. Charlotte sarcastically called the guy polite, noting that the payment could wait, adding a humorous note to the conversation and giving the situation a slightly ironic tone. After all these events, Iris decided it was time to go home, emphasizing the end of the meeting and perhaps avoiding further surprises, creating a sense of finality and resolution. She explained her departure by saying that without the main character, there was no point in her staying, emphasizing the importance of his presence and their connection, adding emotional depth to the situation. Charlotte, puzzled as to why Iris kept talking like that, remained with questions about her friend's behavior, creating an atmosphere of mystery and slight misunderstanding. Charlotte couldn't understand what she had done wrong and why she deserved such treatment from Iris. Bewilderment and doubts about her behavior filled her soul with mixed feelings and questions. Iris knew that the Demon King's granddaughter was not related to the sealed ogre, but she still felt some inexplicable emotions towards her, which added mystery to their relationship. Inside Iris, an inexplicable anger raged towards the girl, although she understood that she was not to blame. This created an internal conflict between her feelings and reason, increasing the tension in their relationship. Iris simply said goodbye and left, unable to find the words to speak, leaving behind a feeling of disappointment and bewilderment, creating an atmosphere of incompleteness. Charlotte thought she was a fool, and Vitya seemed to be holding in his grievances, which created a tense and confusing dynamic in their relationship, leaving negativity in the air. The next day, the heroes shared their impressions and worries after the unusual events with their friends, creating an atmosphere of discussion and exchange of opinions. The guy sincerely hoped that the girls would be able to find a common language and support each other, believing that their friendship would bring peace and harmony to their interactions, promoting mutual understanding. Wolf suggested meat and asked the man for 3 large skewers, expressing her need for nutritious food and creating a slight comic element in the request. The man, in response to this, decided to please the guy and promised to give him more, showing friendliness and hospitality, creating a warm atmosphere of cordiality. Wolf proudly declared that his meat was the best, considering it unrivaled, and with confidence in his product, added passion and gastronomic enthusiasm to the moment. Michael, however, felt a growing uncertainty in the city, where more and more mysterious events were happening every day, plunging her into an atmosphere of intrigue and mystery, and causing a desire to understand what was happening. There was an unpleasant atmosphere in the city, which caused the protagonist to feel discomfort and anxiety, increasing the atmosphere of gloom and indignation. Even the shopkeeper noticed a sharp decrease in customers from the previous day, highlighting the impact of the strange events on the life of the city, creating a sense of decline and uncertainty. The adventurers also fled the capital, and the protagonist wondered what would happen to the country next, adding an element of mystery and excitement about the future, enhancing the feeling of unpredictability and uncertainty. Wolf expressed surprise that some people are not afraid of demons, reflecting on the perception of fear and mystical entities, which made for an interesting conversation. He explained that the beastmen were excellent in close combat, but lacked magical abilities, making them vulnerable to demons, adding an interesting dynamic to their struggles with mystical forces. Michael, for his part, did not understand why demons inspired such fear, and wondered why their reputation was so terrifying, prompting reflection on the nature of fear of demonic beings. The guy was determined that magic would not be his weak point. He began developing ideas to counteract magic and was determined to bring them to effective methods of protection, creating an image of a determined and purposeful person. Michael was not surprised. He expected the guy to take such a position, emphasizing his confidence in his steadfastness and determination, which only strengthened the image of the guy as a strong and unshakable person. Rui noticed that they were getting stronger and realized that he couldn't fall behind. This awakened in him the desire for constant growth and development, creating internal motivation and a drive for personal success. Wolf suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease, his body tensing up for no apparent reason. Something invisible caught his attention, filling the moment with mystery and tension. He explained his wariness by saying he smelled a strange odor, adding to the mystery and demonstrating his attention to detail that others might miss. His friends, not understanding what he was talking about, greeted this with bewilderment, which created a comic moment around Wolf, his premonitions and smells, adding an element of humor and inconsistency of perceptions to the situation. Michael, smelling only the smell of meat, reported this with confidence, which added to the mystery of the situation and emphasized the limitations of his perception, increasing interest in the nature of these sensations. Rui noted the strangeness of what was happening. His curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to understand the mysterious events, adding an element of intrigue and a desire to explore the unknown. The protagonist, having decided to try to discover magical power, discovered a new path for himself, plunging into the world of secrets and magic in search of answers, enhancing the atmosphere of mystery and the desire to know the unknown. The people around turned out to be ordinary, which added mystery and bewilderment to the strange incident, increasing anxiety and an internal feeling of uncertainty. The sudden change in atmosphere caught the boy's attention, and he looked at someone warily, creating tension and increasing the sense of mystery. He noticed 3 people, and upon closer inspection, he saw that their magical power was fluctuating strangely, raising further questions about their unique abilities and adding an element of intrigue to the proceedings. Perhaps the protagonist imagined it, but he should follow them, leaving open the question of what is happening and not excluding mysterious events. Suddenly, they took off, adding intrigue and giving the hero a sense of urgency in pursuing them. Michael stopped the vendor abruptly, stating that he would not allow them to leave without paying for the meat, creating tension and emphasizing the importance of honesty. In the end, with incredible effort, he ran up to the 3 strangers, despite the difficulties, and they found themselves together, creating a mysterious atmosphere in the evening city. As long as they behave normally, it seems that they are just ordinary people, and nothing in their behavior hints at anything unusual. Wolf noticed how guys would hit on girls, attracting their attention with their smiles and jokes, creating a cheerful atmosphere in the crowd. Suddenly, the guys started taking the girls into the alley, which added mystery and excitement to the night city scene. 3 strangers reported that the girls were resisting, believing themselves to be human, creating comical misunderstandings in this unexpected situation. The boys were excited because they had never had sex with a human before. The excitement mixed with inexperience, creating tension in their expectations. Rui could not stand it and decided to help the defenseless girls, trying to change the situation and prevent possible problems. He asked the girls intensely if they were okay, expressing concern and a desire to protect them. Both girls, although scared, reassured Rui, assuring him that they were fine and emphasizing their safety in this situation. The protagonist told the girls not to run, warning them of the danger and trying to convince them to stay in a safe place to avoid trouble. One of the strangers caught Rui's attention by asking questions and expressing his thoughts, creating interaction in this mysterious situation. Because Rui ruined their fun, one of the strangers threatened to kill him, adding to the tension and threatening serious consequences. Michael asked if they were going to run away, expressing concern and a desire to help in this unpleasant situation. The strangers were determined and, not wanting to talk, decided to explain their position with physical actions, creating a tense moment of hostility. However, the protagonist and Wolf were also serious and ready to fight, preparing for a possible clash with determination. The boy had low magical power and weak defense, which created a threat and added danger to his participation in the fight. However, with a normal sword, he felt like he couldn't lose, giving the situation an epic feel and highlighting his chances. In the end, in an instant, he broke the stranger's sword, demonstrating his strength and causing surprise among those around him. Wolf was furious. He couldn't stand the boy's behavior, and his indignation added to the tension in the situation. He charged at one of the villains, landing a powerful blow that sent him to the ground, showing his willingness to uphold justice in this conflict. Rui also joined the fight, deciding to help his friend, adding a new element to the chaos and emphasizing their solidarity. He decided to use supersonic lightning, adding surprise and power to the battle to turn the tide in his team's favor. And it actually worked. One of the strangers received a powerful blow, emphasizing the effectiveness of supersonic lightning in combat. With the support of their friends and the superiority of numbers, they felt confident that they were superior to their opponents and were preparing to end this ridiculous conflict. The protagonist pompously asked if the last remaining guy was ready to continue, expressing his willingness to end this turbulent moment and demonstrating determination. By tearing the chain from his chest, he became a symbol of surprise, making everyone around him tensely wait for what would happen next in this mysterious and unpredictable scenario. Then he began to grow demonic wings, giving the situation an even more mystical and mysterious character, leaving everyone in amazement. He stated that it was too late to apologize and threateningly said that he would kill the guy, adding a new element of tension and danger. The protagonist had a premonition of this, but noticed that the stranger skillfully hid his magical power, creating a mystery and increasing the level of threat. The chain he removed had the ability to hide his demonic nature. It wasn't perfect, but it was effective in masking his true nature for most people. The protagonist realized that this was indeed the case, demonstrating his insight and ability to notice subtle details in a situation. He noticed that the stranger's chain hid his demonic nature. If it hadn't been for the smell, he himself would not have noticed. This led him to believe that there might be other demons among them, and the situation might be even worse. Magic items weaken the demon's power, adding a new element to the scenario and influencing the dynamics of the conflict between the heroes and the stranger. The stranger warned the boy that he had changed, emphasizing his fickle nature and possible deceptions in the world of magic. He then asked the protagonist to brace for impact, creating a tense moment of anticipation of the inevitable collision and emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Rui wasn't just going to wait for a blow, showing determination and willingness to rise to the challenge, adding dynamics to the fight. He immediately launched his own strike, preventing the attack and demonstrating his alertness and skill in battle. The blow was powerful and sent the opponent flying into the wall, creating a spectacular finish to the attack and highlighting Rui's strength in combat. However, Rui did not understand how the demons got into the city and whether there were others among them, which added questions and mystery to the mysterious events around. The stranger remained silent, emphasizing his caution and unwillingness to reveal details, which increased the bewilderment and intrigue in the eyes of the protagonist. The protagonist declared that he was ready to bloody his hands to protect those dear to him, and asked if the stranger was ready for such a sacrifice, testing his determination in this difficult battle. Then the stranger gave in and began to tell them that there was no one else in the city. They had simply been ordered to go out, but if they were ordered to act according to plan, they would not have time to have fun. The guy didn't understand what plan the stranger was talking about, leaving mistrust and unsolved mysteries in the air about their future cooperation. He couldn't share his thoughts, because if he did, his boss would simply kill him, adding an extra layer of danger and drama to their interaction. Contrary to expectations, the stranger managed to escape, leaving a mysterious trail, forcing the protagonist to think about the possible consequences of this unexpected turn of events. The protagonist did not understand how this happened, but he knew that he had to act, gathering strength and preparing to solve the riddle and face new challenges. He suddenly remembered that there were a lot of people on the main street, which made him feel uneasy and aware that the situation might be more difficult and dangerous than he had expected. The stranger must be stopped, otherwise serious problems will arise. The protagonist feels increasing tension and responsibility for the safety of the city. At this point, Michael came running, complaining about the lack of payment, which added to the chaos and possible negative consequences for the team. Michael got lucky when the stranger almost ran into him, creating a comical situation and further confusing the events. Michael was told to hit the stranger, emphasizing the need for coordinated action in this difficult moment. Although Michael didn't understand everything, he got the gist of it. He had to hit the guy, which only added confusion and misunderstanding to an already confusing situation. Suddenly, a fire lit up in Michael's eyes, and he came up with a secret move, unexpectedly changing the fighting style and giving the fight a new twist. Then came the powerful blow, the explosive fist, which became an epic moment, surprising everyone with its skill. This blow turned out to be even stronger than the main characters, giving the stranger's defeat colossal force and causing admiration among the audience. The stranger was shocked, not understanding how this had happened, because he had expected an easy victory, and now he was confusedly faced with unexpected resistance. When Michael was asked if he had overdone it, the protagonist supported him, praising him for his unexpected and successful move in battle. However, Michael continued to shout that he had been cheated and not paid, adding a comic element to the chaos and highlighting his displeasure. Rui noticed that the demons were probably up to something and suggested that they scout out the situation, introducing an element of mystery and preparation for future dangers. They need to figure out who their boss is, emphasizing the importance of strategy and intelligence to effectively counter the demonic conspiracy. But to do this, the main character will have to use his powers, emphasizing the importance of magic to achieve goals. Rui touched the stranger's forehead, creating a mysterious moment associated with his magical abilities or some kind of ritual. Michael could not understand what the protagonist was up to, adding intrigue and uncertainty to the group, causing interest and bewilderment among those around him. An advanced version of memory manipulation magic allows one to put an unconscious person into a trance and force them to reveal information, opening up new possibilities in the magical world and storyline. Michael stated that this was indeed a scary magic, emphasizing its power and raising concerns about the potential dangers. The protagonist seems to have been able to take control of the stranger, demonstrating mastery of magic and creating new possibilities against the demonic threat. The stranger's name was Arago, adding a new element to the plot, a name that may hide its history and meaning in the world of magic. The fact that no one else has come outside except the three of them adds to the sense of isolation and highlights their unique position in this mysterious situation. Arago revealed that Jason kept them stuck in the inn forever, which really pissed him off, adding new details to the characters' motivations and plot dynamics. If Iris was telling the truth, then Jason is the true villain, adding negative aspects and a threat to the heroes and those around them. The protagonist asked what they were going to do, expressing concern and uncertainty about the group's next steps. All he knew was that they were going to perform some kind of ritual, and to do so they were planning to use the people of the capital as sacrifices, creating tension and urgency in preventing the sinister plan. He was told to commit genocide, revealing the dark and catastrophic scale of the plan, giving the whole situation a deeper and darker character. They were meant to start chaos, adding an element of timing and emphasizing the urgency of preventing an ominous event. Today at 3 o'clock, they were supposed to attack the city with the ringing of the bell, dividing into 2 groups, clarifying the details of the villain's plan. By starting with the hotel, they did not intend to destroy the capital immediately, which creates a more complex attack pattern that requires careful analysis and prevention. This information shocked everyone, increasing tension and highlighting the urgent need to prevent the threat. The protagonist decided to use sleep magic to neutralize the danger and gain the opportunity to study their plans deeper. Then he suddenly started running somewhere, leaving everyone in amazement and adding surprise to the course of events, creating additional difficulties for the heroes. At this time, it was 2:50 p.m., emphasizing the limited time before the events occurred and increasing the urgency of the protagonist's actions. They didn't have time, because in 10 minutes the demons would start attacking the city, and they had to protect everyone, but at the same time find out Jason's true intentions, adding sharp moments and internal contradictions. Friends noticed that the guy was very strange, introducing a mysterious element into the plot and making it difficult to discover his true intentions. He told him not to think about going alone, because they were with him and would do everything he asked, showing unity and willingness to support the main character. In fact, the huge hero was slightly shocked by these words, reflecting surprise and an unexpected sense of responsibility for his friends. He decided to trust the boys, feeling that there is strength in unity, and preparing for a joint fight against the demonic threat. Realizing that the demons would soon attack, he armed himself with a sword, and with faith in their power, stepped forward to save his city from the sinister forces. The protagonist decided to head towards the inn where many demons were gathering, demonstrating his determination to fight the threat directly. Rui, using memory manipulation magic, began to probe the demon's memory, hoping to learn more about their plans and goals to gain an advantage in the upcoming clash. Michael was to go to the royal palace and report everything to the knights, creating an additional plan of action and informing the defenders of the city. If he says that he is standing up for Yuri, they will listen to him, emphasizing Yuri's importance and influence in the city, which can be used to his advantage. Michael was only interested in one thing. After the message, would he be able to act at his own discretion, expressing a desire to maintain freedom in solving the problem? They had to be careful, knowing that every step in their plan was important, and any mistake could be decisive in the fight against the demons to save the city. The next time they meet is after everything, emphasizing the anticipation of the unknown and the tense atmosphere before the upcoming fight. Under the weight of responsibility for the future of the city, they formed an unbreakable alliance, ready to confront the darkness and bring light, taking up arms and turning their gaze on the advancing enemy. Meanwhile, Jason calmly drank wine, emphasizing his carelessness in relation to the impending danger and creating a contrast to the tense situation of the main characters. Seeing Jason calmly enjoying his wine, the man announced that they had to start soon, causing the protagonists to feel the pressure of time and the inevitability of the approaching clash with the demons. Jason noticed that someone was uneasy, and as he learned, There were currently no platinum-class adventurers in the capital, adding to the mystery of his behavior and causing questions from the heroes. When they arrived in the capital, they were already on the winning side. But it would have been nice if everything had been that simple, emphasizing the impending difficulties and unexpected obstacles on the way to saving the city. Now that the time had come to act, they had to begin by creating an atmosphere of tension and readiness for unpredictable events in the near future. The man couldn't believe that he just had to wait, expressing concern and bewilderment at the unknown danger that was slowly approaching. As a warrior, he could not simply sit still while war was going on nearby, emphasizing his dislike of passive waiting and preparing to actively participate in the fight for his city. Jason noted that the man was indeed an old man with an old mindset, highlighting the generation gap and differences in approaches to a situation that could impact their ability to cope with a threat. He decided to assign him to deal with the commander of the Royal Knights of Ekel, demonstrating strategic thinking and distribution of duties in the upcoming fight. The man initially did not understand who Jason was talking about, expressing bewilderment and emphasizing the possible difficulties in communication among the heroes. When he finally realized who they were talking about, his eyes lit up with determination and a desire to personally deal with the conflict with the commander of the Royal Knights. Jason said that he would leave him a few subjects to assist him, offering resources and capabilities to complete the task effectively. He nodded affirmatively, emphasizing his confidence in the man's abilities, creating an incentive for him to show his best qualities in protecting the city. But Jason was indifferent, because the man was no longer needed after crossing the border, emphasizing his determination and ability to break off cooperation after achieving the goal. If he manages to distract the Knight's commander and the king, it will play into their hands, creating favorable conditions for the implementation of their plans in the interests of the city. It would be best if they defeated each other, which highlights Jason's strategic move to create a favorable situation for himself within the royal structure. They are better off focusing on their plan now, emphasizing the need to put internal conflicts on the back burner in order to achieve the common goal. He didn't think anyone could stop him, expressing confidence in his plan and underestimating possible opposition. At this moment, a giant horse goes berserk in the capital, adding chaos and surprise to the city's atmosphere, which could affect the course of events. Max and his group were at her side, providing additional characters and interaction options in the developing situation. They tried to cope with the mad horse, emphasizing the unpredictability and struggle with unexpected forces, which adds tension to the plot. Girls intervened in the chaos, actively helping the victims and saving them from danger, creating an element of solidarity and mutual assistance in the city. They have almost completed the evacuation, demonstrating the girls' efficiency and organization in a crisis situation and their ability to act quickly in difficult conditions. Max was fine, but ran out of flashbangs, highlighting the limited resources and difficulties in dealing with the chaos in the capital. He didn't understand what the Knights were doing at this time, where the adventurers and someone from the Union were, expressing concern and bewilderment due to the lack of action from other groups in a critical situation. Max was already beginning to lose hope for help, emphasizing the feeling of helplessness and loneliness in the face of the growing threat and the lack of external support. And just when he was distracted, a giant horse pounced on him, adding an unexpected turn of events and increasing the tension in the fight against chaos in the capital. He realized that he couldn't dodge and decided to take a stance, demonstrating determination and readiness to resist an unexpected attack. Fortunately, unexpected help came to Max, highlighting support from an unexpected source at a critical moment. Wolf, who had arrived just in time, quickly joined Max, creating a united front line in the fight against the giant horse and increasing the chances of success. Max didn't understand what Wolf was doing, creating a mystery around his appearance and adding to the plot's development. He reported that the leader had ordered him to protect the people in this area, and they had ended up here when the horse suddenly went berserk, which explains his appearance and reinforces Wolf's role in protecting the city. They were able to save the people, but they themselves will not be able to defeat the horse, emphasizing the complexity of the situation and the need to join forces to overcome the threat. Wolf was full of praise, expressing admiration for the boys who overcame the difficulties and showed outstanding resilience in the face of adversity. The guy instantly turned into a wolf, claiming that he was now taking the initiative, and said that he was running the business in his wolfish way of life. He asked if Max had scared him, since this was his first display of power, demonstrating that he was capable of something much more impressive and powerful. Max, speaking about his feelings, was not just not scared, but exclaimed in delight that it was incredible, and he was simply delighted with all this magical magic. To be honest, it never occurred to him that anyone would say such words, and he was pleasantly surprised and a little shocked by this confession. Having told him that the demons were preparing to appear at the hotel near the royal palace, the guy said that the leader was already on his way, but he could use some additional help in this difficult matter. Max only knew about the adventurers and noticed that the platinum class, the highest, was not in the capital, but among the gold adventurers, there were probably still some left. Then the guy decided to take the issue with the horses into his own hands, while Max suggested turning to the adventurers for a conversation and joint action. At that moment, Max suddenly lost his confidence and awkwardly found himself in a state of confusion, not understanding his motives. Having overcome his inner fears, he decided to call for additional help and involve his trusted friend, relying on joint efforts in this difficult matter. Wolf, rising to the attack, moved into battle, full of determination and excitement, ready to face the unknown, because ahead were trials that required strength and courage. Max, being sure that the adventurers did not trust them, realized that the chances of success were extremely small, as originally assumed, and the whole situation seemed even more hopeless to him. When asked to help, he readily took on the task, eager to do his best and help as much as possible, understanding how important it was to make his contribution. He could not bear the thought that his friend might die, and so he resolutely set about doing everything possible to prevent this fate, preparing to fight and doing everything in his power to save his friend. The girls, of course, agreed with Max because he had an irresistible charm and the ability to win their hearts, and in each of his requests, there was a casual confidence that made his opinion attractive to them. They certainly did not have great strength, but that did not make them powerless. On the contrary, they were going to put in all their efforts, overcome their weaknesses, and achieve success. Max told Jim to stay put and help the boy, emphasizing the importance of the task and expressing confidence that Jim could make a significant contribution. He persuaded another girl to go with him, assuring him that if he was beaten, she would be there, ready to provide help and support, creating an atmosphere of trust and protection. He decided to do everything he could, relying on his own strength and determination, to achieve the goal or overcome the obstacles that arose along the way. Girls in due time will show that they are not cowards, demonstrating strength of character and determination, proving their ability to cope with challenges and not give in to difficulties. Michael, as if going crazy, rushed forward, shouting that if his collision was unfortunate, it would no longer be his problem, filling the moment with an atmosphere of anxiety and uncertainty. He had very little time left to reach the palace, and he hoped to meet Yuri, counting on a favorable combination of circumstances and the opportunity to spend time with a friend. But suddenly, someone interrupted his run, introduced an unexpected element into his plans, and forced him to face mysterious events. Kazaka and Oscar appeared in front of him, creating a tense situation full of anticipation because their presence foreshadowed something important or unusual. The guy said they were doing a little investigating, suddenly introducing an element of mystery and intrigue, raising questions about the nature and purpose of their investigation. The girl added that the beetles are not feeling well, creating a mysterious atmosphere and arousing interest in what could have affected these strange insects. After the demons appeared, they began to behave strangely, explaining that they had an unusual feeling about the palace, causing misunderstandings and incredible assumptions. Michael was surprised, because he didn't think that both of them would be so friendly, and this made him happy from the unexpected harmony between the demons, which he didn't expect to see. As it turned out, classes ended earlier than usual today, and Oscar suggested going for a walk, creating an unexpected turn of events and an opportunity to have a good time after school. Michael, to be honest, did not expect Oscar to be like this. Surprised by the new character traits of his friend that emerged in an informal setting outside of school. It turned out that he was not as shy as Oscar thought, opening up in a more relaxed environment and showing an unexpected side of himself. Oscar reacted easily when Michael confessed that he was in love with the girl, causing surprise and joyful affection in his behavior. Then his brain wondered what Michael was doing here, hinting at mysterious or important aspects of the past that might be relevant to the current situation. Over the course of a few minutes, Michael recounted all the details and events to them, clearing up questions and creating clarity around what might have happened and how it affected his current condition. With this in mind, There is a high probability that the palace appears strange in the eyes of the demons, and it is necessary to investigate the circumstances as soon as possible to find out the reasons for their unusual perception. Michael politely asked for their help, emphasizing his dependence on their support and joining forces in resolving the mysterious situation surrounding the strange perception of the palace. They decided to go to the palace, perhaps to solve the mystery and understand why it evokes such strange impressions and feelings in demons. Michael noticed a security guard not far from them, which made him a little anxious and attentive to security, since the presence of a guard could indicate something unusual. Michael shouted loudly at the guard, trying to get his attention and make a request or question, creating a situation that required attention and a response. The guard showed no attention, and Michael realized that he would have to move closer to get his attention and get answers to his questions. He said that if they did not hurry, the capital would simply come to an end, adding drama and urgency to the situation, underlining the need for a quick response. But he was quickly stopped by the remark that there seemed to be something there, drawing attention to a possible source of a problem or danger that needed to be investigated. He then decided to use magical analysis to penetrate the mysteries and energies of the surrounding environment, identifying unusual or anomalous phenomena related to the strange state of the palace and the demons. Oscar noted that this was quite high-class barrier magic, indicating the presence of powerful artificial barriers, possibly created to protect or hide something important within the palace. Not everyone is capable of creating such a powerful barrier, so the guard did not pay attention to Michael, because such magical protections remain invisible to ordinary observers. This barrier appears to have a cognitive alienation effect. The guard cannot see or hear them, creating the illusion of invisibility and unnoticeability for those trying to get close. Thus, even if the capital were to turn to charcoal, inside the palace it would appear as usual, thanks to this cold magic that maintained the appearance of a normal and unshakable reality within the walls. Michael decided that he could break this wall and began to beat her, showing determination and refusing to accept the impassibility of the magical barrier. He decided to use the Supreme Bomb, hoping that it would help, demonstrating his willingness to use all available means to overcome the barrier inside the palace. Unfortunately, nothing worked, and the guy simply leaned back, realizing that neither physical force nor the bomb had any effect on the barrier, leaving him feeling disappointed and uncertain. But he was glad that at least it left cracks, giving him hope that even small successes could lead to overcoming the barrier and achieving the goal. Oscar explained again that the barrier was likely created by the powers of around 10 demons, adding mystery and complexity to the situation. Without using the latest fire magic, it is impossible to pass, which means that Michael's blow was not strong enough and a more powerful impact will be required. He said that he tried to use the magic power belt, but it didn't work, emphasizing that his magic couldn't overcome the barrier. In addition, he did not sense Yuri's presence from the palace, which caused concern, since Yuri is usually easily detected in the magical plane, and his absence created additional questions. Michael couldn't figure out when Oscar had learned to search for magical power, causing surprise and questions about how even ordinary objects acquired such skills. Despite the complexity of the situation, Oscar decided to look for Yuri, showing determination and willingness to take the initiative in solving the mysteries inside the mysterious palace. For some unknown reason, he almost fainted, which caused alarm and confusion about his condition. He then reported that he was in the folding district and felt Yuri's magical power in the alley, adding new mysterious elements and pointing to the possible location of his friend. If you get there, you can defeat the one who creates the barriers and they will disappear, opening a new path to unravel the mystery and overcome the magical obstacles inside the palace. Michael readily supported the idea because it opened up the possibility of not only finding Yuri, but also getting rid of the source of the magical barriers that were preventing the solution of the problem. At this time, the guards were getting punched in the face, which caused satisfaction and a feeling that their plan was starting to work, demonstrating the results of the magical effect on the barriers. It turns out that it is the demons who are beating the guards, adding chaos and danger, which may be related to their interests inside the palace and their influence on the magical barriers. They laughed as they watched their partner worry about his friend, showing his cruelty and indifference to the feelings of others, which increased the tension in the situation. One of the demons said that if the surviving partner kneeled, he would let him live, offering to destroy the connections in exchange for sparing his life. The guard, of course, was not ready to let them into the city and considered it cruel, expressing dissatisfaction and protest against the threats and violence from the demons. The stranger hoped to come to an agreement with him, but he failed, creating a clash of interests and a possible conflict in search of a compromise. It is unclear why something suddenly stopped him, raising questions and confusion about the sudden change in circumstances. It turns out it was the protagonist who saved the guard, adding an unexpected twist and emphasizing his role in resolving the conflict between the guards and the demons. The boy immediately asked if the man was okay, expressing concern and worry for his well-being after interfering in the conflict with the demons. The guard's look was very frightened because he did not understand what was happening, causing sympathy and understanding of the complexity of the situation he was faced with. The protagonist said that he would sort things out himself, emphasizing his readiness to take responsibility and resolve the situation in the future. He then advised identifying people with injuries and directing them to the gates, giving specific actions to organize assistance and manage the situation in the city. The guard couldn't believe that such a small boy had saved them, causing surprise and a rethinking of stereotypes about who can be a hero or leader in difficult situations. One of the guards heard that he had defeated the swordsman who had attempted to assassinate the prince a month ago, which gave him additional status and respect among the guards. The guard said that if it became dangerous, the guy should run, showing concern for his safety and warning him of possible threats. The stranger did not understand how he saved the warriors, causing bewilderment and interest in his abilities and skills that allowed him to cope with such a difficult situation. They believed that magic was the profession of demons and were confident that they would definitely win, expressing skepticism and confidence in the power of demons in the field of magic, anticipating the outcome of future events. The protagonist understood the power of powerful demons, but felt sorry for them using their magic for sinister purposes, expressing sympathy for potentially powerful beings used for harm. He couldn't let them enter the city, showing determination to confront the demons and protect the safe zones. The man decided to use the Supreme Fire Hurricane, taking measures to protect the city and showing his willingness to use powerful magical abilities. Rui was ready for this, showing confidence and willingness to take on the challenge of the firestorm, using his magical skills to combat the danger. He was ready to defend the capital with all his might, showing loyalty and determination to ensure the safety of residents from any possible threat. The demons did not understand who he was, which left them confused and uneasy in the face of the mysterious figure who was ready to confront them with determination. They promised him that he would not return alive, hinting at serious threats and creating tension before the inevitable confrontation. The main characters acted flexibly and professionally, demonstrating their skills and coordination in battle, which impressed the observers. He easily dealt with demons, displaying fearlessness and skill in combat, which strengthened his reputation as a strong and experienced warrior. The protagonist decided to use attack move number 3, emphasizing his strategy and readiness for tactical approaches in battle. This move proved to be very effective and mesmerizing, demonstrating not only mastery but also virtuosity in combat skills. The demons no longer believed that he was human, emphasizing his supernatural abilities and skill in fighting them. They were wrong, for he was taught to fight by the Dragon King, revealing the secret source of his strength and skill. Realizing that they would not be able to kill him at close range, the demons decided to attack with magic, adopting tactics that suited their magical abilities to achieve their goals. They noticed that he could see through all their feints, marveling at his incredible ability to perceive and dodge attacks. Sometimes he can see magic but not control it, adding an element of uncertainty and risk to his interactions with magical phenomena. The protagonist then decided to take matters into his own hands and begin to attack, showing determination and a desire to control the course of events in the fight against demons. Rui used the highest dragon flame, inspiring fear and wonder with his powerful magical abilities, giving the impression of incredible strength during battle. It looked spectacular, and the demons had no choice but to face the power of the dragon flames, which they could not survive. At that moment, they realized that they had already lost, realizing the inevitability of their defeat before a powerful and experienced opponent. They simply fell to the floor, demonstrating their powerlessness and defeat before the strength and skill of the protagonist. The main characters again asked pathetically if they would continue, emphasizing their readiness and confidence in victory, causing the defeated demons to submit. His gaze was cool and confident, reflecting determination and control after a successful battle. The guy promised that if they told him where Jason was, he wouldn't do anything to them, expressing his willingness to cooperate and leaving room for dialogue instead of conflict. But they don't know what the boss will do to them, highlighting the dangers from higher-ups and creating additional tension in the situation. In addition, they do not understand where and what the boss is doing, adding mystery and uncertainty around the actions of senior management and highlighting the complexity of the demon's position. Their conversation was interrupted by some demon who called out to the boy, creating a sudden turn of events and raising questions about what might happen next. It turned out that he took one of the guards hostage, threatening the guy and creating a tense situation, forcing the hero to make difficult decisions. He set conditions, demanding that the boy drop the sword, demonstrating his power and trying to control the situation. The guard told the boy not to worry about him, expressing his willingness to accept the consequences and demonstrating his dedication to protecting his master. The protagonist decided to throw down his sword and asked if that was enough, demonstrating his willingness to cooperate and drawing attention to the moment when the violence would stop. Now everything had changed. The demons doubted the protagonist's strength, emphasizing the change in circumstances and possible doubts about his power. However, he was unlucky. Immediately after these words, he received a blow, showing that trusting the enemy can be dangerous and emphasizing the surprise in the course of events. They didn't expect him to have such a look in such a situation, expressing surprise and fear at the protagonist's unexpected determination. He didn't know how long he could last against so many demons, expressing doubt in his ability to deal with multiple opponents and emphasizing the difficulty of the situation. It will be difficult for him to withstand the attacks of such a large number of enemies. This cannot be allowed to end, and he must act, realizing the need to change the course of events. Now the boy found himself in a hopeless situation and urgently needed a plan to prevent the demons from winning, emphasizing the urgency and tension of the moment.